I'm so lonely. I have nobody to suck my toes. Okay, what up, everybody? I had a big breakthrough last night, and the tarot reading was so specific, man. It was really cool. I love it. It's like going to a doctor's appointment sometimes, where it's like I really start struggling with something I forgot that I was struggling with mentally and spiritually. And then I'll get a tarot video where they walk me through exactly what I'm going through. And then I have a chance to heal. So, we're just setting up the tripod. That should be good. I don't think it'll be good. Okay. I got maps open. I just need to make sure I know where my wallet is, which is right here. I got the card. Basically, I know I just set this up. We have a problem here, which is that my good friend Bucky Barnes, which I'm just now realizing calling him my Valentine's date isn't great, because this is, even though it's just a disembodied head, it's a dude. Fuck. There was a girl that was interested in me yesterday. There were two at the dollar store in a place like 100 miles, not 100, like 50 miles away. And I was just like, man, I got a lot of body fat on me. I smell. I'm traumatized. When I think about women, it's kind of like a little boy looking for a hug. And I'm like, that's not healthy. I don't want to date somebody just as practice to bring me back to normalcy. I don't want to feel like, hello, son. I don't like the idea that I'd be trading sex for a babysitter, basically, to walk me through back to being emotionally healthy. So I'm like, I'd rather just get buff and get a dog and then get some money, and then eventually when I can go on adventures, then I'll have a partner in crime to go on adventures with. But I got in a heated argument on Facebook with a guy, and I fucking found his address and I found his phone number, and I called him and I was like, is this? And he was like, yeah. I was like, were you the guy talking shit to me on Facebook? And he was like, yeah, I was. And I was like, you don't really, you know, and I went off on him, called him obese, and he was saying like, I'm injured, I don't have to work, blah blah blah. And I was like, okay. I didn't ask. And then he was like, I'm at a restaurant. I was like, yeah, because you're fucking obese and addicted to Facebook. And he was like, well, you're fucking lonely. And it hit me that it was fucking Valentine's Day, and he was at a restaurant on a date with his obese pig wife, and the guy's fucking 38 years old. And I fucking called him just because I was mad at some shit he said to me on Facebook. And I was like, oh god. So I said I lost everyone I love to a brain injury, and now I just travel. And he said some shit that it looked like he changed his tone, and he had realized, like, basically he was arguing with, you know, but I was right, because I was just telling a story on Facebook about something that happened to me, and the guy was like, you're full of shit, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I'm sick and tired of this. I just called him. But you can see the antler has broken off. Mr. Bucky Barnes here, so I have 15 left from Heather sent me 75. I put 40 in the tank, so I'm at 3/4 of a tank, and I used it to drive down to get all my stuff. So now all of my stuff is gone from that original place, and I went and networked and found opportunities for helping build the wagon. When I eventually have money, I now have access to tools and a garage. Hey, look at me, I finally did something cool. And I got a lot of cool ideas for other stuff I want to do that would make that easier, and a lot of cool stuff for making the homeless situation better in the future. If you're new to the channel, it's because I need to fix this so no one goes through what I went through, because it took my whole life from me, and I don't want other people to go through what I went through. It took my ability to think and function, and I held down and I went through it so I could understand it, knowing that at the other end of it I could use my creative ability to create solutions and implement them to create a better way through to navigate this underworld of being outside of society in a very prejudiced and brainwashed, retarded state of things right now. So I have all my stuff and I was able to put it over here. Now I'm gonna have to beg them to let me keep it because it's more stuff than I realized. So I'm thinking, let's find, maybe this gas station is gonna get back to me when the background check comes back, and then maybe I can spend my first paycheck on gas, 2 wheel hubs, and a garden shed, so that other people that come through here, you know how the Irish, when they would come to this country, said, we make it better for the people that come after us, for the Irish that come after us. So I'm kind of doing the same thing. I'm here, I found a place where they let me park, but there's a problem, which is that people might have stuff and they need it to rebuild their life. Once they get through level 1 homelessness where they can get a vehicle, then they can come here, and I'll put a garden shed here so that people can lock their stuff safely, while I use this space to be more organized, have more clarity of mind, and work on more things. Because if you have a car that's full of crap, people are going to cause problems because they see that and they don't get a good idea of you. I also spent some of Demon Hunter's donation on cleaner and toilet paper, or paper towels, because some of these gigs that you can get on Instawork, which I don't qualify for anymore because the background check didn't come through and they want a social security card from me now for some reason, which that doesn't sound great to me, but I got it for that. And because when you sleep in the car, for some reason the CO2 buildup creates, it's not vape, but it creates CO2 buildup that for some reason really fucks with the inner windows. So I started to not be able to see. Could be vape, but it would have to be like the vape particles stay in the car for a long time, because usually I roll the window down like this. But now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably just ice. Jeffrey Epstein was a genius. What he did was create a backup game called Bitcoin, which is a digital receipt, and that is the evidence for every single person that paid him. Yeah. When you're doing something illegal with a bunch of people that could get you in trouble and blackmail you, you have to create contingencies to keep everybody quiet long enough for you to live out the rest of your days and then die, so that you can be exonerated from your crimes and your wealth stays with your inheritance, your heirs. So he had tons of different stuff that he would use to keep them in check. It looks like Margaret is here. As soon as I'm coming in, there's now a person. There's been nobody here this whole time, but as soon as I'm leaving now, somebody is pulling in exactly as I leave, which is very unusual. What stimulated my impulses to hit the gas and drive for the perfect timing for me to be followed out of this area. As soon as I drive, there's suddenly somebody turning around to follow me out of the area. which is very concerning because it happened. So we're going, I have maps open, we're gonna go, it looks like 10 miles, I think, to the dollar store. And I have my energy drink right here. It looks like I'm out of windshield wiper fluid in the back, which is not great. Nobody's coming this way. This isn't gonna fall. Let me know, do you want when we go a little bit further, I can change the camera view. I might have been wired, you probably need coffee. You know I keep chips on my shoulder like dips, so come get it off me. Whoa, they got a glass bubble greenhouse that is a sphere made of hexagons. I know, hey, 12 acres just became for sale over here. That wasn't there yesterday. Somebody's selling 12 acres of raw land. You know what that means? It means I'll never be able to afford it. But what I'm learning about the Democrats is that they survive off of grants and nonprofits and federal funding. And I, unlike the Democrats, have actual solutions that a nonprofit would be able to fulfill. So we have a Republican governor who's a real big piece of trash. But you know what? He might hate the Democrats, and he might see that my nonprofit would be actively dismantling the fraud and corruption. We all know that fraud and corruption is the reason that I don't live in $1 million home, because mine was taken from me when I was young, and they took everything from us and built condominiums on our land. So I don't have a lot of faith. Also, the wheel bearing on my car is making it fucking rock all over the place. It's gonna fall off at some point. The last car I had, on February 11th, the car wheel fell off the passenger side. And now I have a car wheel that's gonna fly off at some point if I don't fix it. But I was also saying, what's up, brother? That! Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got people that will fix my wheel and replace my tires for free. I just need to get the parts. So I looked up wheel hubs, and the wheel hub for this vehicle, both of them, because you want to replace two because they kind of wear evenly. So even though potholes fucked that one up, this one might be going soon too, so I might as well replace both. That's going to be about 90 bucks. There's a storage shed for sale that's 90 bucks. So I'm trying to get 200 plus a social security card. So then maybe I can get Insta work. Someone sent me 15, so now I have 30 plus I'm going to get glue for this. And then glue will also help me with whatever I'm trying to do to make the car look less conspicuous. What the fuck was that? Conspicuous. I might have been wired. You probably need coffee. I know I keep chips on my shoulder like dips, so come get it off me. Come say sorry with your body. Come say sorry with your body. Come say sorry with your body. Come and dance with me. I want to show you this. Bunch of fucking stalkers. Leave me alone. You can get the side view. Say sorry with your body. Come say sorry with your body. Come say sorry with your body. Come and dance with me. The mountains on the other side look better, but it is what it is, man. Maybe because there's no way I could kill a pedestrian by turning the phone, so you can get that. And the love I fought to feel was always free. What if all the things I've done, yeah, were just attempts at earning love, 'cause the hole inside my heart is stupid deep, stupid deep. What if where I tried to go was always here? Fuck you, Crow, that's only... Look, he's gonna try to go right in front of my car. Why my car specifically, Crows? Of all the cars that you could fly over, why mine? I never see any of you flying over any other vehicles. I only ever see crows fly in front of my car. Whoa, that fell. So you'll be at an angle. I love this place. It's beautiful. And I like driving under the speed limit. I'll go like 45 and watch a lot of people get mad at me, and it feels like spiritually I can tell when they're mad because I can feel them attacking my energy. Like I felt it, so I knew they were gonna pass me. Whoa, a red car, which is indicative of Leo, and it's only got 4 letters on the license plate. What's up with these Leo 4s, man? Does God work in divine orchestration and he likes to show off? Or is it just repeated gaslighting from the Truman Show to keep me in a state of fear so I'm unconscious and can't access my gifts because the only way to destroy the power is to convince itself it isn't powerful? What if who I hope to be was always me? And the love I fought to feel was always free? Why has life become a plan, yeah, to put some money in my hand when the love I really need is stupid cheap? They do have Department of Fish and Wildlife pull-offs, but I don't have the tires necessary to get down into those. I do have 4-wheel drive. Sometimes they do plow it, but I don't have the tires to do it. Hey, they always shit on my windows. I can't really read chat, man. I'm not trying to Jack Doherty this bitch. How's the sound? Is it like a really low? Let me turn this off. Chat, I hate eating healthy because your body sweats out all the toxins and it makes a rash. When I eat like shit consistently and I'm just feeding the parasites whatever I want and just overeating, binge eating, I don't get a rash at all from sweat. But then when I'm fasting, I wake up and the back of my knees, my armpits, fucking rash. So I have to assume it's some type of chemical that's in our body that when you fast, it kicks out. Maps is still working, which is good. I've never been down there. Rainbow Place. I wish I could meet somebody that was here that was using the dynamite to blow up these giant rocks. They deleted a whole hillside down to the bone right there. Seemed like it would have been much easier just to put a road above that goes up. But yeah, I guess that is pretty hilly. They took explosives and blew this shit up. And they don't do shit like that anymore. That's a rock, that is not a porcupine. And when I see deer or animals that get hit by the car, if they're not completely mutilated, I carry them into the woods. If it is really mutilated, but I have soap and a shovel, and it's snowy, then I might sometimes do it. Shovel it and then just bury this, put a bunch of soap into the snow and clean the shovel, digging it into the dirt. But it always leaves me with a weird feeling afterwards, like I can still smell it even though it's not in the car. Like the residual energy of the rot and the death and the flies and the shit and stuff. The pestilence stays on me. I put the whole team on my back and said it's all on me. There's a lot of solar panels, chat. What if where I tried to go was always here? And the path I tried to cut was always clear. What if all the things I've done, yeah. Oh shit, we're passing Case Construction. We're just attempts at earning love, yeah. Cause the hole inside my heart is stupid deep. What if all the things I've done, yeah, were just attempts at earning love, yeah. Cause the hole inside my heart is stupid deep. Yeah, we should. I need to put all messages on so I can actually see y'all. How's your Valentine's days going, guys? I am alone. I am by myself, and I'm happy because today I know nobody will bother me because they'll be busy with a government-appointed holiday. Which, by the way, what is 9 months after February 14th? Why has life become a plan to put some money in my hand? 9 months after February would be the 11th month. The government wants Scorpio babies, and they want to sexually transmute God's blessings. Because in Aquarius season, you're filled up with the truth. So they created a romantic holiday to sexually transmute and corrupt your blessings of love. But as a result, it creates Scorpio Sagittarius babies. That's why they do it. That's why St. Patrick's Day at the end of March. Is St. Patrick's Day the 21st? Can anyone let me know? Isn't it the 21st? Because it was to replace the vernal equinox or something? Is that fact? Because that's Jupiter. That's the most powerful influence, Jupiter and Neptune. So they make you drunk. They make you get drunk and fuck. And then you know what you produce? You produce Capricorns, the worst fucking people on the planet. Capricorns and Leos, man. Capricorns, Leos, and Geminis. And Cancers. Everyone else is alright in my book. Capricorns, Leos, Geminis, and Cancers, man. Summer babies, fuck you. I'm a winter baby. I'm a swaggy terrorist. Really, I'm an Ophiuchus. Chat, I used to live here. Ah, don't hit me, car. I used to come park here. I would go with my DoorDash. I'd get Domino's pizza when I would DoorDash, and then I would come sit here, and I would stare out at this view until the people in the trucks would bother me and not leave me alone. So then I would have to get up, and I'd have to drive somewhere else. When you're homeless, you have nowhere to find peace. But when you're inside an apartment, that peace is only a contract agreement where the peace that you would feel is filtered through subsidies, government contracts, black magic rituals, and relationships with people. So you're being like, all the inheritance and resources that you get is just a collective of who you're living with in the building, this festering hive cesspool of whoever you're with, because you become enmeshed in an ecosystem network. So I like the woods. I'd rather be infested with birds and bugs than with people I don't like. And I love homeless people, but this you never know where they're at with their suffering. Some people are self-attacking, have very strong habits that morph into sort of demonic entities that try to influence everyone, piloting people and trying to get inside and influence other people to change, and I don't like that. So a lot of times I'll be like sitting in peace, and then someone will pull up next to me, and I can literally see the entity crawling out and trying to get me. And then I feel trapped in their influence for a long time, trying to like resist it, reject it, crawl back out of the cave and get back into connection with the stars and remember who I really am and take action on it. Sometimes I'll get trapped and I'll just drive in circles. It's like the video of the bear that they released from captivity into the woods, and it just walked in circles until it died, basically. Like most of its day from when they released it was just walking around in the same circles that's the same size of the bear's cage that it grew up in. Even though it was out in the wild, it barely went on adventures, it barely went places, and it mainly just walked in the same circle that it was walking when it was in the cage. Okay, 0.2 miles. When the love really is stupid cheap. It's a lot like that. Like I would pace around my apartment in Section 8 with the brain injury, trying to figure shit out, panicking and trying to... I wouldn't say that I was stupid, but I would say that I was trapped. And I also had people in the building that had done stuff to me that kept me stuck in rumination. I didn't really have anybody that was healthy for me around. And then isolation and loneliness and everything just beat me down. And eventually I was able... The only way I could function is if on the TV in front of me, I played Game of Thrones, and then I would put the pull-up and dip station in the hallway so that while I was pacing back and forth through my apartment over and over all day, trying to get through so I could continue thinking on my student of life ascension process, trying to hold on and not forget everything that I was learning, trying to keep it together to continue growing and making and improving, I would need to pace. So I just put I finally got a pull-up and dip station, and I put it in the hallway, and I put the TV on playing Game of Thrones so that while I was pacing with the show on, I could distract myself from the intrusive thoughts with the show, and then I would just keep motivating myself. Okay, one more. And I got buff as fuck, eating chicken and ginger and frozen vegetables, and then having one meal a day with my cat. And I had tons of notebooks full of crazy shit. I would just write all my crazy thoughts down so I wouldn't forget it. Going back to the book, it was just me trying. It looked like I was being attacked by something metaphysically that I was constantly trying to fight off. I can't remember what it was, but there was something attacking me spiritually that I couldn't figure out how to block, and I was just trying everything I could to stop the thoughts from happening so that I could change the thoughts into something creative and use my intelligence, use my creativity to make something. And it wasn't working. But even though my brain was cut off and I couldn't really function, I still could be a worker bee and just get up and go walk on the track 10 miles, work out every day. Even if I didn't like the things I was creating, I was in the studio making things. And sometimes I'd have breakthroughs with stuff that I was happy with. So I have like 20 or 30 songs from that it's sitting in my Google Drive. A little bird right to left. I'm sweating. There's a deer in my car. Holy shit. Voodoo black magic once. Are they all bad? Who? White people? Or was that Gabe Wisson? Was Boone responding to Gabe Wisson? Boone, I got a fucking tarot video yesterday that said, your boon is on the way. B-O-O-N. I woke up to a notification from Anakin's Insights on YouTube that said, your boon is on its way. And I was like, what do you mean, my boon? What are you talking about, fam? But yeah, I did. One time I went to West Virginia and I was in a black magic ritual. I thought I was just gonna hang out with this girl because I wanted a friend. She was gross, she was fat, and she smelled bad. I was just gonna hang out with her, and then she asked if I wanted to try Seroquel because she said it helped her schizophrenia, and I was like, if I am schizophrenic and I take this, I should feel much better, right? So I took it, and all it did was make me unable to think. It was like a chemical lobotomy. And then they blew a bunch of weed in my face, and a bunch of bloods showed up, and they did a voodoo ritual. And the guy started freestyling, and I felt like they were siphoning out my energy. And then he started freestyling my songs, like he was literally just downloading my song from me spiritually. The things I like to say. When I would freestyle, I would have go-tos that I would say. Like back then, I would say like, God called and told me one day I'll be famous, so I don't do fake shit. I don't give a fuck about the fame or the critical acclaim. I just do it because I'm everything that everybody ain't, motherfucker. I'm Casey, on my way to greatness. I can smell the hate, but I know that they won't say shit. They can't see me coming, they need LASIK. I don't fuck with none of y'all bum bitches because all of y'all are basic. Bumbleclot, you look a little pressed, boy. I think you need a facelift. I go Super Saiyan when they lock me in the Matrix. So if I was freestyling for people and I would run out, that was my go-to verse. And the guy fucking, while he was freestyling, he would start saying things like Super Saiyan, critically acclaimed. One time my little brother ran up to me in the middle of the night while I was walking down the street, and he didn't know that that was like what I was processing. And he said, I just stole your spirit, I just stole your soul. And then he went, critically acclaimed, on my way, and then he took off. And I was like, what the fuck? He like Sagittarian hooked my fucking soul out of me. And then the next time I saw him, he wanted to trade bodies, like Freaky Friday. All he could talk about was that he wanted to live in my body and he wanted me to live in his, and just switched. And I was like, you're like 8 inches taller than me. I don't know why you think you need to live in a 5 foot. I'm 5'9". But it is what it is, man. It's real. 2.1 miles. Till I have to turn. I'm in the city of Craptown. That's sick. Boon can also mean like a reward for, yeah. Out in the boonies. I'm not trying to Jack Doherty this shit. I'm not trying to crash, man. And I can't make it look like I'm reading chat, or I might get in trouble with the po-po. Alright. I just randomly stopped. I saw a speed limit sign, and I just stopped. Like it was a stop sign. I might have been wired. You probably need coffee. I know I keep chips on my shoulder like dips, so come get it off me. Chat, kids in this area are really brainwashed by Instagram. Or at least they were in 2023. 2022 and 2023, the kids were nut jobs. They were crazy. They were violent, they were prideful, they were aggressive. They were constantly trying to one-up everything. You'd see them like getting in old people's faces and making them submit like dogs, and they would say the word conquer all the time. We really conquered that shit. But then they thought they were Instagram hood. So they would talk like they were hood, but they weren't. There was a bunch of suburban white kids here. And then I'm just there trying to make my music. So that would get them intimidated. So they would have to come crest me, but they didn't know how. And I had just spent a lot of time in New York, so it didn't work. So they would get pretty mad about it. 1 mile, then I'd take a left. I'm on a lake, bitch. I used to come here all the time and stay at that park, and I would roll up a bunch of natural tobacco and chain smoke it, panicking in the back seat, trying to recover from trauma. And look at these boats. You're about to pass a boat that's probably $500,000. That was like a yacht. Maybe not 500, but definitely 50K. And there's a bunch of little tiny lake houses that nobody lives in. They don't live here. Those houses you see on the other edge of the lake, they're not occupied. We're actually losing like a good chunk of people every year that can't afford to live here anymore and move out, and nobody can move in. So it's getting eaten up by the rich. People are buying homes and just sitting on them. And the cost of living is extremely high. Minimum wage is 18 here, which isn't bad, but a 1-bedroom apartment is about $1,600-1,700 a month, which means that usually full-time, half of your month is just spent on the box you don't spend any time in. Like, you can't afford to not go work here, so you spend pretty much all of your income paying for something you don't even use. Like, maybe my friend, like I know my friend that plays video games, he lives in the basement of his girlfriend's grandpa's house. That's why he has time to learn things like coding and play video games. Another guy I knew paid $600 a month, I think, or maybe it was $400 a week to live in a closet, and the guy would brag about how gullible he was because he would live in a storage closet, and he was spending pretty much all of his money. And that dummy would shit on me because I took an IQ test. I don't know, it felt like you really do become the people you're around. He would also say things like he was spiritually harvesting my life force to manifest things, in his own words. I didn't like that at all. How long has that been off? Alright. I have to turn right. There's a Cougar camper. That's what I was looking at this morning. I was looking at, I should buy that Cougar camper, and now I found it on Market. I found the exact same thing I was trying to get online. Right here. Can you guys even see? There you go. Okay, it's right here. It should be right here, it says. If they play music, I have to mute it so it doesn't get copyright. It should, yeah, it is, okay. Dollar Captain. 50-cent Commander. Get a salamander and keep cutting its tail off to feel powerful. Crush up your poop and sprinkle it on your driveway and blame it on your neighbor's niece. We're here, guys. Who's this person pulling up next to me? I have to put my muck boots on, fam. chat. I lost my key in my car seat the other day, so I tied this long ass lanyard to it. It was a ribbon. I'm at, the address here is 1133. Can you believe it? I can't. Fucking Canadian man. What are you doing here? Alright, let's go. We're gonna go take a piss. We're gonna unlock my card and we're gonna buy some super glue and maybe a kickstart. Cucumber. Vitamins, minerals, very high number, silica, hair make it longer. Other vitamins, yeah, there's just enough flowers down actually. Okay. Four minutes to close. I don't even know where the bathroom is. The guy said, I like your passenger. And I said, thanks. He was too horny for his own good. It got him killed. This better be the El Baño. I gotta take a wicked piss. Okay. 4 minutes till they close. They need work, but they won't hire me because of my criminal record, man. And it's just trespassing. Oh my God, it's look at this shit. It smelled so bad in here. I was like, what the fuck? That's all shit. Somebody shit like on the... I don't know if that's shit, but this is shit for sure.
You don't have many squeeze ketchup bottles like you see in restaurants that they put the mustard and ketchup in.
I have no idea. I don't work here. I have to get... I'm sorry. We got like 2 minutes till they close. I'm trying to find super glue. If I see it, I know what you're looking for. It would be in kitchen supplies. Here's my super glue here. Let me try to find that for you too. Clear grip, contact adhesive, just original Gorilla Glue I think is what we should get. It's $7 though. Is there a cheap alternative? I don't think so. And I don't think I have time. $7, man. It is what it is because I'll need it for other stuff too eventually. Yeah, that's... He said he was gonna wait. That guy said he had something for me. He was gonna wait outside.
Yeah. Where'd he go?
He's not here. Unless this is him. Was this the guy? I don't think that was the guy. I think he left.
Must be, yeah.
He's gonna show me like a buck head or something. He was talking about I got a buck's head in my car.
Oh, yeah?
I call him Bucky Barnes. Winter Soldier. Mr. Buchanan Barnes. Hey, I do that. I do follow deer and animals through the woods and pretend that I can kill them, and then I don't kill them. But I didn't let him know that that's because I can't legally own a firearm. For your troubles. Chat, I had my wallet, and I was like, my wallet's right, needs to be right here, and then I didn't bring it in the shop. I got 10 in cash. It was $17 for the 10 plus this super glue, which brings me down to about $13. And I'm trying to get 50 for one wheel hub at least, but I should probably replace them both at the same time. And now I don't think we should go into any stores or anything. I think we should just get back to where the hell I came from. Somebody said that that's oil going in the car. That's why it's going boop, 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 boop. Now I'm gonna let my presence be known to this Beamer so that you slow the fuck down, because I know you're rich and you think you're entitled to everything, including my patience. So go fuck yourself. You're gonna stop for me. Oh, now they're mad. Road rage. They didn't even go to the dollar store anymore. They're just following me all the way out. Okay, buddy. You ruined my fucking day. I was gonna park in your spot, and then I was gonna park next to you, and then you pulled out. Okay. Maybe he forgot something, maybe oh, you know what it was? I know what it was. That store closes in a minute. So I was slow for that guy because he was barreling in. Oh, now I'm the asshole. Okay. But he wouldn't have made it. At least they didn't know that they would have made it. I don't know why they said they closed when there was a shift change. Maybe they had to close for 10 minutes to count the register. Either way, whatever. I'm so used to people trying to run me off the road now. It's like second nature to think that they're all assholes, but I didn't stop to think maybe they were just trying to rush to get into the dollar store. But to be fair, it was only like an extra 5 seconds. If I had waited for them to pull in, it would have been 5-second difference. And the guy didn't lock the door or anything. They still could have, but then I saw them decide to turn around and go back. It is what it is, guys. So we've got a super glue to glue the antler back together for James Buchanan Barnes so he can look fresh. This is a 24-hour gym. It's a spa. Those things are expensive. You were the asshole this time. Yeah, it was. But to be fair, they could have gone in. It was just an extra 5 seconds, just so that I could get out instead of being stuck behind him and having to do a 40-point turn. Because he was gunning it for that parking spot next to me. He was not going to go in where the other guy was. He was going to lock me in that parking lot. And I would have had to like either go around the building or something. Where am I? Bro, I'm immediately lost. I knew where the lake was. Why did it take me down the Department of Wildlife pull-off is right here. Oh shit, they got cars on the lake. Dude, there's just, I see like 15 cars out there right now. Ice fishing. I don't have any food, so I don't feel like stopping and looking at the view. Or I would. guess I could go sit there and vape. I just get uncomfortable around wealthy white people because I think they automatically see me as trash, and they're going to make something up and call the police, and then I will get brutalized and have everything I love taken from me again. And that's no cap. I have like an innate fear of white people at this point now. Like this guy, I don't even want to look at him. And immediately there was a cop. There was a white guy giving me the angry eyes, and there was a cop on the other side. So while I was fixing the camera, but the cop should be aware of dash cams and maps and stuff. Like it should be better. Well, I say that, my phone fucking fell. What's going on today? I'm talking out my ass. And I'm looking for this park. But because of that cop, man, the cops here they're not kind, man. These guys are under lawsuits all the time for what they do to homeless people. Like the lawyer I've been trying to get for the ripping open my tent before they had actually identified me. And macing me when I wasn't resisting. And then using painful wrist locks when I wasn't resisting. And then yanking me around. Cuffing me so tight, I bled and my hand was visibly bright purple. Like if you go back to that video of me getting arrested, and towards like 3/4, you can see that my hand is bright purple. He cuffed that shit so tight, I had an open wound. And I wasn't resisting, and the whole time I'm saying I'm not resisting. I was stiff, but I wasn't, my arms weren't stiff, I was just kind of locked up. I wasn't pushing back against them. The cop on the right had no problem cuffing my arms, with the guy that molests homeless women, he said he was having trouble with me resisting. So I can't find a lawyer that will take it, but I know that lawyer, there's a lot more obvious stuff, like cops just beating the shit out of homeless people and molesting them and shit. So that lawyer all the time is putting these cops to the fire. But I mean, so you said we have the same backstory? Was the umbilical cord wrapped around your neck when you were born, and you're a Taurus rising, which puts Leo in your north node, and you're an Ophiuchus, Sagittarius, Scorpio in the 8th house, which means that you deal with the ascension of the collective consciousness to shine as a Leo north node. So the first moments you were born, you were stripped from your environment, Saturn and Taurus in the 1st house, and then taken in a helicopter north while the sun was right above you. Because when I was born on the 11th, God played every major 7th chord. The clouds opened and crowds formed, corpses spilled and fell around the boy from holy heaven's swords. Bestowed an aura, red, green, and gold, a legend who can't die until his story's told. I smoked, broke about the mold, went in, took control. Now I found my soul, met the Holy Ghost, he taught me how to flow. And then everywhere you went for the rest of your life was just like trying to find a little semblance of peace, just to have it violently ripped from you, to keep you in a constant state of fear and doubt and uncontrol in your life, where you float beyond yourself, and it takes a lot of work just to operate your body, because you're meant to be a traveler running around and having fun all the time, so they made it impossible for you to move. Because I have that a lot. I'm not bragging. Bird left to right when I was like, that sounds like I'm braggadocious. Pretty much biblical. Yeah, the tarot reading I got last night while I was driving down the road, I was trying to, it felt like my energy was constantly being taken by somebody. And I've had that for a long time. Someone that traumatized me in the past always feels like they're floating in the ethers and just constantly making me unable to speak and think because their energy is just, what's it called, projecting and controlling me, where if I don't constantly work on it, I lose. Like, I have no way to have a creative ego or style because I'm just trapped between like a bunch of narcissists projecting at me. And the way I would fix it was by holding it all in, trying to take all the attention and hoard it in myself and run with it. Sort of like surviving just by living a little bit in the future and constantly creating my way out, alchemizing all the abuse. And the tarot reader was like, okay, 33, bam, and then the world tree, bam, and my name means the world tree, the acacia. And then it basically said you have two choices. You can either come out of the cave or live like a raccoon, stealing and running. But even when I say it's like really, really complex spiritual problems, the tarot reader didn't have a solution. The tarot reader was like trying to figure it out and was like going through what I was going through, and the tarot reader couldn't figure a way out either. Tarot reader, all they could do was just describe it to me. They didn't have any advice for what was going on. But at least I got acknowledgement that what I was seeing, because I hadn't really brought awareness to that in a long time, but I had just started thinking about it again, like going through the same cycle of raising up and being more comfortable and then starting to create and then feeling it constantly overtaken by the will of others, destroying me and sort of spiritually raping and converting me, changing my character, ruining my influence so that all the fruits that I bear aren't mine anymore. It's like a disgusting homunculus of the will of others. So I'm never proud of anything I produce. And they were talking about that, and they said basically, they said that the universe is showing that you get a lot of signs from birds and you rely heavily on birds, but you're always looking for a hawk or an eagle or something big, that you miss out on the sparrows. Which is cool because the sparrow was the one that just flew in front of my car left to right. So it's the message of the reading was to be more aware of the tiny little nuances serendipitously guiding you forward through this experience. And I went and wrote a bunch of affirmations down, and it did help. When you can get out of the cave and get to a creative space and actually set some affirmations. But how many of you, if you're like a conscious explorer, I don't know what do they call that, a space cadet? If you're a space cadet going through the universe in your spare time, how often do you guys run into what seems to be like an entity that just mirrors you, and anything you try to think, it thinks the exact opposite as like a rebuttal, and just keeps you sort of trapped and feeling weak and undeserving of anything, so you drain yourself, and then that thing sort of magnetizes all of your spiritual energy away from you and just keeps you as a constant, sort of like the face huggers from Alien or Vecna and Stranger Things, the flesh monster that consumes and controls. There's a crack on my windshield. It's starting to get a bit smoky, a bit steamy in here, and I don't know where I am. Stop sign? What you mean stop sign? Wait, oh fuck, there was a Dollar General right there the whole time and I passed it because I couldn't see it over the snowbank. And somehow I miraculously found a different, or maybe that one's closed because they're understaffed, but they won't hire people with a misdemeanor on their record. I mean, I have 17 bucks. I don't have, I mean, okay, so I have some stuff from the food shelf. I have like a bag of cereal. I was staring that guy down because he twitched and stared at me, and that resulted in me twitching and staring back at him because of some energetic thing. So then and now he's like, fuck, am I gang stalked? Somebody said the other day, and I was looking at garden sheds, which is cool because they sell garden sheds here actually. Maybe I could find, and there's a liquidation sale. It says, oh, that's for stone. Maybe I'll go because it's a weekend. Maybe I'll go Monday because it didn't look like anybody was there. I think the next best step for me. So I did just get a cabin tent. Do guy live in your car? Yeah. And the only thing I don't like about it is it's hard to find places that are legal to stay. It's hard to keep up. I don't have, like, when you're homeless, trespassing and loitering and disorderly conducts because of people just making shit up about your behavior, which is subjective, is just a given. If you go through homelessness long term, eventually the degradation of self and the suffering that you endure, the trauma and the severe depression, results in you moving slower and trying to find, you lose your safety and you become empty inside and you can't incarnate or coalesce a protected heart space. So you have to find a way to burrow yourself in the ground and just lay there breathing, trying to get your soul back into your body after dominance hierarchies and energy battles strip it from you. Which is why you see people like trudging around with their head down, like barely moving and moving really slow, like they have a bunch of weight on them, and you find them just sort of like hunkered down in a den for long periods of time instead of making progress in their life. And I know how to honor them in that den, and there's value that you learn in that den, and it's part of the wilderness journey. It's important. But the problem is that you start to gain enough spiritual wealth and gravitational pull because you're disconnected from the hive mind matrix and you're connected to nature. So you have the dignity that was taken from you, and that makes these bots jealous. Most conversations I have, people get right up in my face. Like old ladies are like almost pressed against me, and everything they say is like a hit at me because they're trapped in colonialist beliefs. I don't think they're even aware of the impulses driving them every day and where it comes from, and they don't understand that they're magnetically trying to siphon out your comfort zone to take it from you, and then you don't have a box to go back to at night. So then you get stuck and you have to learn how to reorient and not let it affect you so that you can keep moving forward, which drives you into psychotic delusions of protecting yourself. And part of that is like while you're going through that metamorphosis is things like you walk down the street and somebody has a problem with the way you look or walk. They think you're on drugs or something because you're suffering, and they don't understand because they'll never understand that they're a bunch of whiny brat babies. So, which is what my dad used to call me, which is pretty funny because he was homeless for a long time, and now I sort of understand it, but he still didn't have a good, he wasn't able to understand how far ahead I was thinking, how much more I was trying to do. So he couldn't see that. So he was identifying me as probably the people he was dealing with in his day-to-day. But they do things like false police reports, like somebody said I stole something I didn't, somebody said I attacked somebody with a hatchet when I didn't, and the cops believed him and didn't give a fuck and tried to do illegal things to me. Police would pull me over for nothing all the time and say I fit a description, and they didn't have a photo to show me. So all that happens, and part of that is that they can, if you're having a hard day and you're just like, what? That loud exclamation can be considered disorderly. So then you get arrested for disorderly conduct, which you don't have to prove you're innocent until you go to court. So they're banking on the fact that you're not functioning enough to combat what they do. So they use you as a way to farm charges, which boosts their income because they have bigger numbers and can leverage those numbers as perpetuating the idea of a homeless crisis so that they can get more federal funding. So in the abuse you're subjected to for their corporate greed, you stack up things like loitering, violations of conditions of release. So you get found guilty of loitering, and the thing is you can't commit any more crimes, or you violate the conditions of release, and then suddenly you're disorderly 6 months later, and now you violated those conditions of release. So what I had was somebody bumped into me in the hallway, and I moved my shoulder forward so that I wouldn't be pushed back. A guy that tried to coerce my little brother into his apartment, a guy who filed false police reports on me twice a week to violate my lease because I stood up to him for trying to coerce my brother into going into his apartment one day. A bunch of bullshit like that, and I'm not bullshitting, it just was bullshit. And then years go by, and then I'm found trespassing because I tried to escape a hurricane in a place that trespassed me because I was singing round dance music and I was sitting in a graveyard next door that had nothing to do with them, but they trespassed me anyway. And then I didn't know that the field was owned by them, so I went to a random field to escape a hurricane because when the hurricane came, I didn't want to be in the woods where a tree could fall on me. And we had a tornado warning. So I was like, if I'm gonna die, I want to die with a cool view. So I want to be on top of this hill in this field. If a tornado scoops this shed up, I'll at least have time in the shed to fly with the shed before. So I was just hiding there waiting to die. And then as soon as the storm ended, I got arrested, which violated my conditions of release. Which they only did because of stuff with my mom. My mom, there's a video on the channel battling my own mother where she admits to lying to the police all the time and weaponizing an RFA that she made up behavior for that they believed. Swear to God. You're like, that's so much, you're a perpetual victim. Like, it's really just 4 things. 4 things in 4 years. It's not that much. But the violations of conditions of release is preventing me from getting a job anywhere. I've been rejected from 60 jobs. Either they said because my address comes up as a post office, so they ask if I'm homeless, and they say, well, we don't hire homeless people. Like Walmart said that, Dollar General said that, gas station said that in Newport, pizza place said that. And then my background check comes up, violations of conditions of release, which is a misdemeanor, which is the only thing on my record. Which means that I can't do jobs like FedEx or delivery jobs, can't do Insta work, can't do local gig apps on your phone, can't do any moving company stuff, anything that revolves around money people are not happy about. So like Dollar General wouldn't hire me here because of it. And it's just a big if. I don't know if this gas station is gonna hire me. She said she desperately needs people, and if I need money, she's got the hours. I don't know why my phone turned like that. He said she desperately needs the hours, so I'm like, okay, but I'm not going to pass a background check for a misdemeanor for violating conditions of release because I trespassed because I was homeless, which means that everywhere I go is private property, so I was just bound to lose. And I couldn't get a job anywhere because when I would go, they would tell me to fuck off and trespass me. Because of rumors, because somebody attacked me in a laundromat after my car broke down. And before that, I was top dasher, working 16 hours a day. So it is what it is, man. So she's like, well, at least you told me. And I'm like, why do you still think it's a big deal? You act like it's the end of the world. So that she hasn't gotten back to me. The last time I went into that gas station, she didn't even say anything to me. So I'm assuming it's a no. So that's another job. That's about 60 jobs in the past 2 months I've applied to, gone in and asked. Most places say no. The only thing left is Domino's. And Domino's might, but they don't have a company car, and they need drivers. And I can't register this car as a company car, and the car's falling apart pretty soon. The wheel bearing is going to break. So I showed you the view over there last time. I'm going to show you the view from this side this time. I'm out of windshield wiper fluid, and the residue builds up on the car, so I had to get Windex and paper towels because I figured that would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Because sometimes if I end up somehow getting back on a gig app, a lot of things people need is people to clean their businesses after, like places like T-Mobile, they hire through the app $40 for an hour just to go and take out the trash, clean the bathrooms, dust everything. And it said I needed to bring Spick and Span or something, or Febreze, whatever, cleaner. I don't know, do you want this view or do you want this view? This one's pretty cool because of the sun, but I don't think you can see it. So how's that? You can't see, can you? Oh, you can. I'm not crashing this time. Maybe I'll pull off. There's nobody behind me. Pull off and hang out for a few minutes. Look at this. In all of these houses that line this lake, nobody lives. Nobody lives here. You see, it's the weekend. Everybody should be out. There's only, you saw that in the other place where I was, there was tons, like dozens and dozens of people on the lake. There's only one person out on this entire lake, and they're allowed to go here. The whole lake is frozen over completely. A couple years ago, like when they have competitions and stuff and people come from far away, don't kill me, please. Tons of people would come here. And there's just nobody that lives here anymore, or they can't afford to hang out and have fun anymore. They got other shit they have to do. So we're gonna hang out. And I'll answer some questions or something, or hang out. Can you see the mountains back there? So you can't even see, you can't see the city or anything out here. Oh, come on, you fuckwad. Okay. I hate my mom. Please go away. Stop stalking me, please. But you can see the Adirondacks over there. Like, I've asked her to stop stalking me for years now, and she won't. And then she gets mad and thinks that going on social media will do anything. And I'm like, that's exactly why there's a problem, because you lie on the internet. And this weird competition for your son's energy. And you haven't lived under the same roof as him for 12 years. You don't know me. You have an obsession with the idea of someone. But anyway, let's see if you can see this. Because it's only $40. That's what I've been trying to tell you guys. Why not just go to a temp service? You would have a job in a day. I've tried 60 jobs so far, man. And it hasn't worked. And I don't have the income to go. Like, if I get a donation, I use it to go hunt for more jobs. It seems like God has different plans for me. Because I'm finding great opportunities that aren't jobs. Like, I'm meeting, my network is growing, I'm meeting cool people. So maybe I have to do it without, it has to be in an unconventional way. Maybe I have to find my way to success this way. Guerrilla warfare, going off of kindness instead of subjecting myself to an obviously satanic government. Pat O'Brien? What up, Pat O'Brien? I'm Casey O'Brien, but I'm Ian. Yeah, this entire lake is frozen over. And then that's just, it goes on, that row of land right there, that peninsula, that's not the end of the lake. It goes around and goes probably 3 times as much as this lake that we can see here. And I think that might be the Adirondack Mountains over there. I'm pretty sure. Like, that's probably Port Henry, I think. And then that might be Saranac. That might be Saranac area. Because we still have a lot behind us, too. I'm only like halfway through the lake. Like, we can't see it because there's this peninsula right here, but that might be Keysville, I think. And I come here because this is the only place in the state I have permission to sleep in the car at. I don't want to overstay my welcome, but if they know that I'm actively pursuing work, I don't think they'll have a problem. The problem is I need a storage shed for my stuff. I don't think that they'll mind if I put my stuff there, but I think it has to not be so obvious because they do have people that come from New York and come from the city over here, and they go and steal stuff from the rich people's porches. So at some point, if I just leave all my stuff there, they're gonna take it. People are gonna show up and take my shit. So I'm trying to find a garden shed that I can put my stuff in. And then I'll leave it there because if they're kind to homeless people like this, eventually they're going to get somebody else down the road that will need to empty their car so that they have space and comfort and they're not suffocating in the car anymore. And they can drive around and look more normal so there's less eyes on you, less attention, less drama from people seeing a giant mess in the back seat. Because the car was completely full, passenger seat and everything. I could barely fit in the back. So I'm trying to get either I have to get a storage shed or I have to talk to a mayor in another town who is building a homeless program from an abandoned motel, and all the rooms need to be renovated and they don't have the type of money for that. They're kind of doing it just by volunteers. So out of those 20 or 30 rooms, one of them I'll pay them whatever I'd pay a storage facility, which is like $1,200 to $1,500 a month around here. I'll give him $1,200 a month over the course of a year and use it as a storage place. And then that money can go towards fixing it up for other people. So you're relocating from New York. I've been homeless since I was 13. So I'm not really from anywhere. I just happen to be here right now. And I don't have the car or the gas or the insurance paid off. I don't have a big enough sort of backlog in savings to be able to make a trip out to try to be a ranch hand or work on a homestead somewhere. There was a guy who was offering up his land in northern Vermont. He had like 120 acres. He was looking for people. And I gave him the spiel. I said, hey, I'm looking to build these wagons. I'm looking to save homeless people. I'm looking for a permanent place because I've never had a permanent place where I can just, it wouldn't be a lot. Like in your 100 acres, eventually I'd put a camper and I'd give you my bench press. I'd give you my pull-up and dip station, my squat rack, my dumbbells, and you could have a gym for everybody there. And I would just need a sanctuary to come back to between my travels and work on something that I know is going to last, that matters. I don't want to just keep making cool campsites in the woods just to be trespassed and lose everything and then have it paved over by rich people. I'd rather go put my efforts into something that I know will last for at least 100 years. And because I think that guy was like 55. In like 30 years, he's going to need me because I'll be 55 in 30 years. Sort of take the reins from and make sure that his dream stays and lasts. And he was like, I've been trying to build wagons for homeless people for 20 years. Can I see your designs? And I was like, I haven't built it yet because I don't have the money or the garage, and I gave him the ideas and everything, and then he left me on red. And he went with a bunch of other people from out of state. So a bunch of outer-staters are moving here to his cool 120 acres. And I didn't make the cut. So when I have the money and gas, I know where his address is. I'm going to pull up and be like, hey man, I was just in the area. I wanted to check it out. I know this state like the back of my hand. Of course I know where you're at. I'm like rain. I'm like, what's it called? I'm like Rainbolt on GeoGuessr. You post a picture of a house. I'm like, oh, that's over in Ludlow. I know where that place is. I drove by it panicking and listening to music. Anxious. I love this place. Because it's like, if you want a view like that, and you were in Montana, you'd have to drive 8 hours for that. And then if you want another view of like inside the mountains, you'd have to go another 4 hours. Here, that's like 45 minutes away. And then it looks completely different just an hour east. Completely different. And when I would go out of state, like when I was in Tennessee or West Virginia or Florida, and the pictures I've seen of Colorado and Oklahoma and Wyoming and Montana and California, it looks like God just didn't really do a lot of work there. It looks like he made it, and it looks pretty cool for like pictures and just to like have a lot of land for the future, but the trees are just the same exact tree everywhere. Here it's like every single place is covered in tons of different species of tree. And the it looks like it looks like the universe did a lot of work in developing every space so it looks really unique and special. And what I see from other places, that doesn't really look to be the case. Like I watch Will Survive's videos where he's going through West Virginia, and it looks like the same type of tree. It doesn't look very appealing. The one place I went to, West Virginia, was really cool and special. And it has a cool and special story with cool and special characters. But here in Vermont, every town is like that. There's a Casey story going on in every town. Like I met a guy named Rick who was homeless, and I met him at a shelter that was called Rick's, and then it got bought up by a guy named Rick, and I helped him learn spirituality. So he looked up his astrology and found out he's a Capricorn, which is why he was always obsessed with money, and he was really upset that he lost a lot of money and he felt like he failed. And the whole thing was that he was really like kind of bullshitting to, like the first thing he said was talking about the laws of power. So I was like, okay, there's something to do with power and authority with this guy. He like really needs it. And eventually we found out that his name means king, and he's a Capricorn. So, and he talked about wolves a lot. Like he said, he kept looking at me and saying, you should get a wolf cut. Talking about wolves. And then it finds out his last name means wolf. Which also, this is the first, second, third. This is the fourth winter now where I feel like I'm trapped in an energy battle with somebody who has a strong affiliation with wolves. It's weird. And then the mayor of that town is named Rick. And he's a Leo with a 4-letter name, which is a consistent thing. I run into Leos with 4-letter names. My dad's name is Gary, and then it was Owen, and then it was Eric, and now it's Rick. So that be happening, man. I'm in a Casey story. Literally got trapped in a small town. The only rumors were flying around. People were trying to kill me all the time. And then the only person that helped me was a girl named Casey, and then a guy named Ray who has a thrift store called Rumors. And they helped me. And then a year later, Casey and Ray moved next to each other. And then 6 months go by, and I'm just constantly harassed by these crows. And then a guy whose last name means crow moves in outside in a shop, and then he falls to the same stuff I don't like about crows, the territorial, power-hungry, gamey bullcrap that drives them into psychosis, and they go out and they attack people like crows. And what did he do? He does the same thing, and now Casey and Ray are working together, and they have to get him away because he keeps harassing them. The points he makes are valid. He's mad that people park in his spot, so he can't get his truck out of the garage. But the way he does it, by running at them and yelling in their face, interrupting the auction, and like screaming at everybody like a crow isn't working. But if he went in and said, hey, I need the garage, whatever. Also, I'm a carpenter. If you need help with stuff, and I'm here, this is what I'm trying to do. They would have been like, cool. That's the Casey growth. But instead, he was like the crow. No, you got to stop. This is my building. It's my stuff. And then in that, he ran into a church, and then he messed up his speech because he was attacked by the high vibrational energy. So he messed up his words, and people are making fun of him. But they're getting Mr. Crow out, and I feel bad about it. But also, I'm like, that guy should be in the woods anyway. He shouldn't be spending $2,500 a month to live in a garage because of a dream about making men's underwear. For $2,500 a month, he could mortgage a really big property and throw a small garage with his same tools and be much happier out in the woods. And then with the profit that he would make from that, instead of paying it for rent with his asset and stuff, then he could have a little shop that goes on. Like a little bay window sort of little shop. And I would have helped him with a Shopify store. I would have helped him with advertising. I would have helped him with AI models for the underwear, for what he wants to do with the men's underwear, whatever. And he's born on my birthday, 12/11. We have the same birthday. So, but it had to be his thing. He walked up to me once and said, I don't give a fuck about your dreams. This is my dream. I'm doing my dream. And I was like, I didn't even say anything about my dreams. I just said it would be really cool. Wouldn't it be cool to do this or this? And I was like, it's really cool that my dream was to make clothes and make stuff with a wood shop. And now you hurt your hip. So I heard you yelling. And I went in and asked about if you needed a helper. And you hired me. And our dreams lined up pretty much exactly. Like, he walked up and was like, what do you think, he said he wants to make men feel sexy again, because he felt like they don't anymore. So he was like, what do you think, what do men wear that makes them feel sexy? And I was like, a flannel? And he was like, I'm being fucking serious. Underwear. And I was like, what? But his idea is pretty cool. I think it would do well in Vermont, because it's hippie here. He wants to do like all natural materials and stuff for it. A couple months went, at first I was like, I wouldn't wear that. But then a couple months went by and I was like, I would wear that because it's underwear that doesn't have a back. It's not a thong, it just doesn't have a back. And it's like a Speedo in the front. And I was like, I wouldn't fucking wear that. But now I'm like, I don't like wearing underwear, but I'm always panicking that my fly's gonna be down and my dick's gonna fall out. So I could kind of actually use that. So I could be commando, but never have to worry about accidentally flashing a child because my fly comes down or something. So that would be actually a really good idea. We're gonna heal my friend here. I'm just gonna glob a bunch of super glue in and stick it in place. Oh, fuck it. I already super glued my hand. We're just gonna glob this shit on and leave it. Chat, where's my fork? I need something that I can use to press it together. Chat, I didn't think this through at all. Oh, you know what? I can use this. I think we just let it sit like that. And we try It doesn't have to look great because once it's sealed, I can just take a fork and pick away the globs that are too visible. I asked ChatGPT if the natives felt like this was disrespectful to if it's like tainting the honor of the creature by putting this chemical that's probably going to leak into its skull. So does that like ruin it? And it said not really. Like the native tribes that do taxidermy don't feel like that's hindering it by putting like adhesive and stuff. They said if I like glued a hat on its head and gave it like a MAGA hat or something, or I painted it or something, that would be wrong. But just putting the glue on doesn't do nothing. Who deflowered Mr. Jones? J.K. Bucky Barnes. A bunch of mice. A bunch of mice started living in it. Well, they didn't live in it, but they would sit on it, and then when they would all run or something, or they would jump, it weakened the nail. So one day the mouse jumped off, and it was just enough for that nail. Like imagine like every day when they jump a little bit or just run across it, it's like slowly bringing the nail out. And then eventually I saw a mouse jump off it, and that was enough momentum. Sorry, not a mouse, a rat. There was a rat. I did have 40 mice, but I had a bunch of rats too. And I swear to God, I prayed for them to go away, and then the next day, I swear to God, a white Maine Coon with 3 other cats, and one of them looked like a stray and the other ones looked normal, showed up at the property and started killing off all the mice. Which made me feel bad because the mice babies were hiding in the roof section and I could hear them. And when the mice would get killed, I could see, like, the same way that I saw that buck scream at that demonic presence and make a blockade between me and the sleep paralysis demon, while there was a fox pressed against or a coyote or something pressed against my leg through the tent wall. I could see the energy come from the mouse and go into the area and get through the waves to the mice babies, and I could feel the love it had, and I could see what its experience of death was like, which wasn't really sad. It just was. Like, there was no real emotion. The only emotional thing was like the mouse was calling out to let things know what happened to it, that it had been taken. But I felt like there was just sort of not really even indifference. There was just nothing. Like, it's just a part of life for them. But I also felt like it was more like they were leaving the game. Like, it wasn't like the mouse was like, I'm sad, I'm dying. It was more like it was like, okay, I'm logging off now. Called out the hit squad. I did, for real. Like, I asked the universe to help me get rid of the crows. I like broke down and I was like, please, please, please just do something. Stop it. It's every day for 4 years now. Make them go away. And then I saw, in the middle of the night, I woke up and I saw spiritually a giant. I thought it was a hawk, but then it turns out it was a golden eagle, because the next day I went live and did the in the morning live stream where I played the guitar, and then the crows came at me and started bothering me, and then a golden eagle killed one. And then that whether it's that golden eagle or a different one of them moved up into the cabin, so that and I have that on video too, where I was walking through the woods, and then a golden eagle landed above the cabin, and that's why the crows didn't go back there anymore. This morning was the only time the crows have bothered me in months, because I had like a breakthrough last night, and this morning I felt spiritually closer to peace. So of course there was like a robot crow going, and it didn't sound normal at all. It sounded really weird, because I hang out with crows all day. I know what they sound like. Does it say how lightly dampened, spread a thin layer of delivered? It says I have to let it sit for 24 hours. I can't let it sit for 24 hours because I have to be here. So I have to move it and then keep doing what I'm doing while it's in place over here. Come on, Bucky. Your antlers are too big. Fuck. Okay. Oh yeah, it fell out of place. Let me put him sideways like this. Okay. Now where's my tape? Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to do this here. It just fell apart. Okay, I need to find my duct tape, and then I need to tape the antler to his ear. And then do it. Miss I am 89. These people got out of their car and just walked right on the ice. And that's a snow. Can you see the snowmobiles? They're actually four-wheelers and they're dragging behind sleds. And I think one of them is an inner tube that has somebody on it. I thought it was a dog running at first, but they're going too fast. Do I have anything to eat? I've got protein bars somewhere. I've never been tubing. I've been on a four-wheeler twice. Once I was in a foster home that respite for the weekend, so I was only able to stay with them for 2 days. But they let me drive around on the four-wheeler, and I rode around their property for like hours, and they were mad because I wasted a lot of their gas for the four-wheeler. And then before that, I rode four-wheelers once because I had a friend that I went for a night at his house, and he thought it was really funny to whip his dick out on the trampoline. That guy was 6 foot tall at 12, and he was having sex with like 16-year-old girls at 12. Because his dad was like a notorious bachelor, I guess, in this small town. So his dad taught him how to do it. So he was hooking up with a bunch of girls at 12 years old. And I was socially inept. Weirdo that lived in isolation from... What the fuck was that? Why did somebody just yell at me through the window? Did you hear that? Maybe they were just yelling, but he was and looking at the view, but he was staring at me. So he was probably like, "Oh shit, his window's down. He can hear me." Maybe. Okay. Fix my phone. Roll my windows up. Change the view because of the sun without crashing. I tried to GoFundMe and it didn't work. But with access to a computer, I can edit videos to make it look cooler, which could let me express my ideas better than ranting, which might be able to draw attention. And there's so many virtue signaling narcissistic politicians that would really like to get behind the orchestration of my ideas to promote their image. So I think there's a good chance for that. I'm just trying to get the state that took everything from me to give it back. They took my ability to function, so I wasn't able to do anything. Wasted my time, took my family from me, made my father unable to work, took our properties from us, and they did it so young I never had a chance. And then as I tried to go out on my own and not be a freeloading bum, they made it impossible. And it got so bad I had to run into the woods and hide, and I had to heal in the woods from years of trauma. And then just trying to make my life better, traveling across the state looking for opportunities. I couldn't find anything until I had a shower and a car. Once I didn't look like I was suffering, I was good enough to speak to. I know I'll never fully understand what it was like to be pre-civil rights for black people and women, but I definitely know what it's like to be afraid to make eye contact with wealthy white people because I know they're going to hurt me somehow. I definitely know what it's like to experience communal prejudice. I know what it's like to be seen as less than human and have to starve outside, cold and broken. So I would really like for reparations for that. That's literally what I'm asking for. I'm like, just give me my 40 acres and a mule, please. So maybe at some point I'll become a politician and I'll be able to advocate and get reparations for victims of pre-civil rights that are now dormant in their epigenetic trauma. This really is a culture of deceit that cages people they don't like and corners them like caged animals, reduces them to animals, and then punishes them for acting like a cornered caged animal. Like, I've driven, I would say 9,000, 10,000 miles at this point. Going from place to place. They wouldn't help me with anything, but they'd give me $10, which would get me down the road for a month straight. Just driving from town to town to town to town to town. Going to churches and asking for help. Going to government organizations and asking for help. Not for myself, but for my solutions to make sure that nobody ever has to be in my position again. And I found a lot of them are mostly riding the homeless crisis as a way to consistently give them a career. If the homeless people go away, a lot of people lose their jobs and a lot of nonprofits lose their funding. A lot of politicians lose their assets. So they need a homeless crisis. They need undocumented migrant workers that are suffering. It's all cash grab. So a lot of people were not happy about my solutions. I might have been white. You probably need coffee. I know I keep chips on my shoulder like dips, so come get it off me. Yeah. I went to a conference where people get together monthly, the biggest town in the state, like 60 to 100,000 people. All the leaders of those programs get together and they talk every month about what they're going to do to end the homeless crisis. And I didn't see a single person talk about the homeless crisis. I didn't see a single person talk about a homeless person. I saw them complaining about their paychecks and saying that they had a target on their back for their paychecks. and finding loopholes to get them more money and raises. So I interrupted them all and said, hey, I asked everybody, when's the time that you all get together, and like, when's a better group for me to come to talk about the solutions and create solutions and implement solutions to the situation? And I talked to 50 people here, and none of you had an answer for me about when you guys get together to end the homeless crisis. And I also said that what you're doing is probably the most perfect thing you can do. Like, in terms of this game of life that we're inside, the two most perfect things to do, right, is have and raise a family better than you, teach them as much as you can and set them off to make life better for generations to come, and also help the people who are suffering the most to improve the quality of life for humanity. So you're doing one of the most, like, this is one of the most honorable careers possible, to devote your life to helping the people who are suffering the most. And then I said, I'm in the mountains where there's a lot of pushback from inbred Jew cattle, cave monkey, lemmings. And then a bunch of people got up and walked out, and one guy went, we're not the fucking Klan. And I was like, I think you think that I'm on the wrong side here. Because it was a room full of white people. And then I looked right at the legal aid and I said, I've been trying to get a hold of you. I've been waiting on a call back from you guys for 2 years. And she was like, well, and I was like, I know it's not you. Because that's what they say. It's not us, it's somebody else. And I was not received well, but there was one girl who was close to my age, that this was like her first 3 months in this career path. And she came out and hugged me and told me that I was really inspiring and that she was really excited to meet me and really glad that she met me. Everybody else was basically like, didn't see me as a person and essentially told me to fuck off. But then I went to, on the opposite side of the state, I went to a rally and spoke to a room of like 20 or 30 people. And they still were pretty dismissive and didn't really care. If your idea is to learn and help homeless people, I've been homeless for 13 years since I was 13. I think it's more like the end of 14 actually. So, because it was the year of the horse. So that it's a 12-year cycle, right? Or is it 13 years? I started at the beginning of the year of the horse. And now I've mastered it at the start of the year of the horse. And in the next cycle. I think I've made this antler worse trying to fix it. It just needs to be duct taped to... It needs to be duct taped to the ear, and then I have to do layer after layer after layer to create the seal. And my duct tape is in the car somewhere. It's probably down here, but I'm not going to do it yet. I'll do it every night before I go to bed, I think. I'll do it. Soap who? I appreciate it, Demon Hunter. I owe Demon Hunter like $7,000 at this point. From the past. Has it been 4 years? No bullshit, just for the people watching, Demon Hunter. If I helped you guys, could you tell people that I helped you in some way? Like, if I helped you at all, and I was of value to your family, can you let them know? It's okay if you say no, but I want to know, just for me, what did I actually helpful? Did I actually make a difference in some way? Somehow? I know Brian named his company KC. So that was pretty cool. The initials for his company is KC. Is he still doing that? Or is he not doing that this year? Maybe I should go... Let's go check in with my job and see if they're there. If they'll hire me. Because we're just waiting on a back... Or would it be better to go during a weekday? Because it's only been a few days. Let's go on Monday. Which is just 2 days away. Now you went back to truck driving. Okay, cool. I wanted to get my CDL, but I felt like I would be wasting my youth. But then I've ended up not. Like it was either get a CDL and I would have had my CDL by August of last year if when I got to the hilltop there was a CDL pro, but I didn't have enough. It was like $3,000 to get in there. I wouldn't have had enough to get the CDL anyway. Get a BBO. I was gonna do OnlyFans, and then my YouTube shorts got into exposing the industry. Sneeko went and talked about how he got groomed to be a OnlyFans guy, and they tried to make him wear a dress and take pictures of himself. And Kai Cenat was talking about how, Aiden Ross was talking about how he sold his soul, and I was like, maybe God is like violently preventing me from making my dreams come true, because that's not the way that I should take. It's not easy driving a truck, as people make it sound. For real. I was thinking about, instead of driving a truck where you have to unload the truck, getting a job delivering cars. So you load up those big 18-wheelers, but it's full of cars. And I don't think you're even responsible for getting the cars on and off. You're just responsible for lowering it. So you're just driving the truck, and other companies unload the cars for you to ensure the safety of the car or something. They're trained in doing it so that the company isn't held liable for that. So I was thinking I could just drive cars around across the country and stuff, delivering vehicles. But I don't have enough to get a CDL, and it takes like 6 months. But CDLs, isn't that like 100,000 a year? Like 40, especially if you own your own company. If you could become an owner operator, you make 40,000. I saw an owner operator that just has one truck, and he makes $40,000 a month. I DoorDashed him some food in his truck, and he told me that he might need drivers down the road. And then that phone broke, so I lost his number. But he said he makes $40,000 a month, and he would pay his drivers $10,000 of that, so he would only make $20,000 a month. But he would essentially be making $120,000 by bringing on people to his company. If I had income, I would definitely. Oh, my phone's gonna die. Fucking, there's no outlets either, so I have to run the car. But I have a $25 gift card to a gas station, so it's fine. Yeah, if I had income, I would definitely put it towards, like, maybe down the line, if I had income, I would put it towards helping Brian get his own company going. Or like if he needed somebody to help him learn how to make an LLC and reach out to clients to have a set route that he could do for like a 2-year contract that would bring in $200,000. That's something I could do. I could go on my phone and research how to do that, and I'm friendly enough that I can cold call people. And I've been able to get $10 out of people asking for money for gas for my dreams. I I think I've got enough people skills that I could leverage an owner operator contract for 2 years for $200,000. With him and another, or maybe probably more, to be honest. Like, I think for an owner operator making 40,000 a month, what's 40,000 a month? 400,000. He's making $1 million every 2 years for that. Whatever contract that guy had, I'm sure he bust his ass. His whole family was in the car. He had a wife, a dog, and a kid in the car. So I'm sure he was doing it full time, like way overtime to make that much money. And I'm sure he was busting his ass. But I could figure something out like that. I wasn't in a place where I could function enough to do what Dean Withers did, where he got into a growing business in Denver, Colorado that was selling dog treats, like an e-commerce store, and he was responsible for creating advertisements, running the social media. He was the creative director at 17 or 18 years old and that dog treat company blew up because of TikTok and advertisements and contracts with local businesses. It became a multi-million-dollar thing, and he made roughly like 300, 400,000. He put into crypto, and now he's a multi-millionaire. I think I could do that. I think I should have done that in 2022 when I had the inspiration to do it. Because now we have AI, which is essentially doing everyone's job for them. They don't really need a creative director anymore because you can feed an engine the same advertisements and you can literally just have the AI replace the bag of chips somebody's eating to a bag of dog treats that a dog is being fed. And literally you just have to it's just like a teenage girl in her bedroom feeding a dog treats, and the dog is dancing around happy, and you get a cute enough dog and a cutesy enough sounding 17-year-old girl feeding her dog treats on TikTok, and then you just make a TikTok account. People like that video. Like there's a girl she has a Facebook where dresses her dog up in the dog's fish watching clothes. The dog gets really excited to put on the fish watching clothes because it knows that if it does it, it gets treats. So the dog is trained to get really excited for putting the fucking shirt and hat on, and then the dog jumps right onto the chair and stares at the fish, and then looks back for the treat, and then stares at the fish longer, looks back for the treat. And it gets hundreds of thousands of likes, which means it gets millions of views. And she's partnering now with like aquariums and dog treat companies, and she's talking about transitioning that to bringing the dog into aquariums as advertisement for the aquariums, and she's making bank. I also thought about, that game Still Wakes the Deep, where you play as an Irishman named Cas, C-A-S, and it's basically a game about what it's like to have a stellium in the eighth house. The way that people with eighth house placements see the world is what that game teaches you. But he worked on an oil rig outside of Scotland, and I looked it up, and fly in, fly out jobs, you bust your ass in a really dangerous spot for 2 weeks working 12-hour days, and then you get 2 weeks off to fly back out, go hang out, spend your ridiculous amount of money. You're getting buff while you're on the rig, so then you go out and you can go to bars and hang out with people and have a social life and have a family still and do incredible things with your 2 weeks off, and then you just go back for 2 weeks on. But fly in, fly out jobs are really in demand. They're dangerous, and you need it would be like 5 years before I could get that job. So I was like, that's something like if Casey's not doing anything at 35 years old, I'll spend 35 to 40 on an oil rig, make enough bank to live out the rest of my days comfortably here. And then maybe I'll go for 6-month contracts during the winter or something every few years. Make enough bank to get way more money than these people that live here that aren't rich make. And then I'll just live comfortably here, bank off of my network, and maybe do politics or something. Yeah. I don't know, you could list your truck as I think if you start a nonprofit where you donate some of your time with your truck to transporting goods to food shelves and local businesses, and like Habitat for Humanity is a good money laundering scheme. You could just register your truck as delivering lumber to those places. You can list that 100,000 for your truck as an asset, and for your whatever, for your nonprofit, and you're exempt from the taxes, which gives you like a huge boost of wealth that you can put into stock trading and have a separate avenue of wealth. The capitalism itself is corrupt, so You're making money off farming goyim. The entirety of capitalism in itself is a pyramid scheme where they have white people as their serfs. And all the money is just the rich people playing around with the slave labor for the people that are barely making any living. Undocumented workers, illegals, generate $389 billion annually in America. And they also pay $90 billion in taxes. And they make barely enough income, and that barely enough income they send back to develop their home country. People are freaking out about how their income is taking from America and going to these other countries, but they're not eligible for Medicaid. They're not eligible for food stamps. They might be able to live in a motel, but if you compare the motel prices that they live in to the fact that if they don't live in those things, they can't work and they can't produce, and they're producing exponentially more than they're consuming, they're a huge asset to the country. They bring in a lot of money for people. Like, I'm learning that it's all the stuff that they're doing is bullshit, and it does seem like white supremacy, man. At the events where they talk about illegals and all this garbage, they're flying white supremacist symbols. They literally like go on like a 1 hour talk about all these talking points about how these people are bad. And then they throw up white power symbols, or they make the stage designed like the stuff that was on the Nazi uniform. They literally do that. They're literally repping white supremacy and just gaslighting the world into hating brown people. And you look at the facts and you're like, actually, these guys are a huge asset. They are here because they're actually doing good. It is kind of shitty that Democrats perpetuate crises in order to launder money through nonprofits. But the alternative is that you lose a lot of income. It is honorable the Republican way where they're like, we're going to build our own and build back better. But that only worked because you were profiting off of incredibly low wages and doing really sneaky shit to undercut competition. It was never the case that that Republican mindsets were making better products and that's how they outcompeted. The Republican mindset is what took my properties from us because they made my dad unable to work and they burned our barn down. The richest person I know killed himself because he couldn't find love. And he was a strong Republican. He had a fucking zebra rug in his living room. James Carrington, I have $13 to my name right now. This vape was a gift because I was quitting smoking, so they gave me a bunch of vapes. This buckhead he was going to sell it for 80, but he knew me, so he gave it to me for 30. And it was either me or a teenager that was going to smoke weed with it and hang out, take pictures on Snapchat with it. So I was like, I might as well hang it in the woods. And if I ever have a dream that the buck is angry that I'm doing that, I'll just bury it. And I didn't feel like I felt more like I was protected from it. Like something, the energy definitely changed, but it actually felt like having it in the space made it better. Maybe it was like the animals started looking at it, so it changed the environment energetically. I'm looking for my pen. I always be losing my pen, man. This is why I need a second phone. So that while I'm live, I can do shit over here. But I guarantee this place has Wi-Fi. If I could get a Jackery power station, I could run a computer. And I could ask them to turn on that outlet, and I'll pay them $20. I don't think they'll like the idea of me living here long term, though. Like, they said I could stay here. I don't know how long that meant when They know that I'm waiting on this gas station over there to get back to me. If that doesn't work, there's a place called Mickey's, and Mickey was a guy that attacked me in the forest. So I don't like the idea of going to a place named after the same guy. I feel like it might not be great for me, but they did have a now hiring thing. I was just waiting a week for this gas station, or maybe other opportunities, and making sure that I wasn't gonna get like bothered here before I went to a place like a local business, because corporate stuff like gas stations and everything there, it's not a big deal for them. But I'd really want to make a good impression on a local business if I were to go in and be a dishwasher. It is the winter, so more people are going to be inside that area. It is ski season, so we have a lot of people coming through this area. So if they do need a dishwasher and they don't mind me coming in and putting my headphones on and just busting my ass working in the dish pit, maybe they might even pay me under the table. But at first I smelled, now I'm showered. I guarantee my breath still stinks, but I have a toothbrush in here somewhere. I was looking for the plan right now. There's a 24-hour gym, which is it's not Planet Fitness, but it's a different, bigger company. And the manager has a big problem with me because I used to sneak in there and use the gym. And I was like, why are you mad? I have dreams and I can't make them happen unless I do this. Please just let me do it so I can heal and have better mental health, so I can work and function, so that I can pay you, and then I will pay you. And I'll clean. But it was because I had a deal going where I was paying half the price from another franchisee 100 miles away. So the card technically worked, but I wasn't in the system, so he didn't know how I was scamming it, because it would come up to nothing. And then he found the company, and then she was like, he should be here. What is he doing over there? So they canceled my card. So he's not very happy with me. But the technical corporate thing is that if you pay and you have a contract with one of those things, the card works for every business. He was just whatever. Drama from interdimensional entities harvesting my life force, trying to keep me feeling powerless and weak and in fear, and have to beg, please, please. But I found that there's a place, it's $60 a month for that. But there's a city 300 miles east that monthly is only $25, and the card will work at this one. So I'm thinking, it's been a couple years. I don't look the same as I did. I've got nicer clothes. I don't have to go in barefoot because my shoes are falling apart. So, I was in socks. I'm thinking I reach out to them, I let them know the situation and say, hey, it's just free money. And then I go, it's only like 10 miles from here. So then I go in there at night, and it still works. The card will work. It's just if that guy has a bunch of drama for no reason. Because I'm not paying his franchise, even though the company, it's like Planet Fitness. You wouldn't see a manager freaking out at a Planet Fitness in this city because you're technically registered to another city, but you have the black card, which allows you to go to every one. Drama. It was because she had cut me a deal where I was paying the same amount. But back then, if I had known about the deal in that city, I could have just skipped that entirely with no drama. I just didn't bother to look it up at the time. I was in survival mode. So eventually, if I can get, I don't know, how much is insurance? Like $100 a month? I think I need $200 a month minimum to stay afloat. And only be going from work to the gym and back. And then I have enough for phone service, gas, insurance, and the gym membership. So if I can find that $200 a month, I'm set. Right now, it's not cold actually, it's 34 degrees. but a couple days ago it was -2. It was -6, and when I left this place and went further into the mountains, it was -6. A week before that, I think it's been a week maybe, it was -45 wind chill. Like the high was -10. But I've been outside -65 wind chill, -20. I've been outside -40 low, -20 high. I like it when it's really cold because I'm still able to vibrate my body and keep a boundary so that I stay warm and don't freeze. And it's so cold that there's no activity going on, like the molecules in the air are frozen. So you don't really feel cold, because when you feel cold, it's the changes in the temperature you feel, not the temperature itself. So when it's stagnant freezing and you have a way to stay, you can stay through that. But when it's constantly cycling, that's when your body gets cold and dysregulates and breaks down. If our taxes play out right, you want to send me 500? Did you talk to your family about it? If you send me 500, not yet. If you send me 500, it'll help. It will get me my title, registration, and insurance. It'll get me wheel bearings on the car, or 2 new wheel hubs, and phone service, which means that it may be left over. I could get a new social security card, because for Insta work, they're asking for my social security card. I don't know if it's a scam or not, but they're asking for my social security number for Insta work. It's on the app, so. Mystical block. Get a haircut if you can. Gets rid of dead energy. No. After I brushed it, it felt weaker. But when I let the hair grow however it wanted, my hair spiraled in Celtic knots in the back. Like it was literally like that when you draw the Celtic Trinity, that 3 spiral. That's how my hair grew out in the back. So it felt like I had like when you would wear the helmets in the old days when you had the chainmail and you'd put chainmail behind your neck here to protect you. That's what it felt like spiritually. It felt like it, like like Half-Life, Vecna, a lot, like when you look at EDM concerts that do satanic rituals and stuff, the imagery they put is something tethering, like Valve. The imagery they put is something tapping into the back of your neck. There's like a chakra here that they get into. It felt like that blocked me from that. I like having long hair. It doesn't feel like dead energy. It feels like embodied experience. So it's more of a richer spiritual vibe when the infinite channels through me. But that's also when I was living out in the woods and I wasn't showering, so my hair oils were there. When you shower and you brush your hair, it feels like it negates it. It feels like it's now it feels like it doesn't really do anything, but it also does feel like it changes in this constant chaos of energy when I walk through public spaces. Having the long hair definitely is a different feeling. Like you can look back at I think Boone told me once, when you look back at videos of me from like 2022 when I had short hair, I was frantic and I wasn't grounded at all. But when the hair's long, I don't know, it feels like I have a helmet on or something. Like, you know how autistic people have to wear a helmet because it makes them feel better? I've got my autism helmet on right now, which feels pretty good. I like it. And when I was little, whenever they would cut my hair, I would demand that they wouldn't cut the back, and I had a rat tail going on. I didn't know why, but now that I know that I've got a lot of native, that makes sense. Because that's pretty much their entire culture. You look completely different from 2021. Trauma, man. All is mind, and I didn't have access to my mind, so I've just had to rebuild with what I'm around. Like I really do, you can see that my nose changes. Sometimes my nose goes up and there's like a big ridge right here where the nose points up like a button, and sometimes it's just all the way down like this. It really is like the energy. Like my face changes a lot. And this doesn't help. How I fix my ADHD and overthinking is by picking out 5 different things around me and describing them. So I'll look for like, find 3 trees. So I'll be like 1 tree, 2 tree all the way over there, 3 tree all the way over here. Or I'll just stare at something in front of me for a long period of time, and it just feels like I have to spiritually grow back into my body. And then I become aware that there's some pressure in my ear here, which is spiritual people talk about it all the time. They talk about the story of worm tongue that was in the king's ear, constantly in his ear. It's the same left ear, burrowing in and filling him up with bullshit. That definitely feels real, like a block. You thought about smoking saliva? In case you have a neck tattoo? Yeah. And I think it is satanic. The inspiration that I was getting to get it, I thought was God, but now that I'm older, I'm like, that wasn't God. And when I went in to get the tattoo, one of my ops was next to me getting a neck tattoo, and it felt like he had stolen a lot of the energy from me, and then it was like a seal. So I got it. I got it because I really liked Mac Miller. Mac Miller was like really close to my family. Like one time my little brother, who was gifted musician, really talented, gifted artist, put on a concert, and people went, and girls were like crying, screaming the lyrics and everything. And in a huge stadium of people, Mac Miller threw his hat out and it landed right on his head. Swear to God, he wasn't even looking, and it landed on his fucking head. It was a Gatorade hat, so it had the orange and the big G, the 33. And it landed on his fucking head. So Mac Miller, I killed myself to 2009. I played the song I wanted to go out to when I hung myself. I hung up a noose in a basement of some guy's house, and I played 2009 by Mac Miller, and I jumped off the ladder and hung myself to Mac Miller. Mac Miller was really like fundamental, because I would have like these spiritual breakthroughs and panic attacks, and I didn't know what to do, and I would just drive around listening to Mac Miller, and it really helped. Now I listen to like Swimming by Mac Miller, and I'm like, it's not as great as I thought it was back then. It's still very unique. It's really special, because artists don't have that level of person like in really like bringing themselves into the art. They don't have that anymore. Like you kind of have to work hard to really get the character out of the album the way that you used to. Because we're leaving Pisces, we're leaving individuation and transcending humanity with your personal story as a fish trapped in the darkness. And we're moving into Aquarius, where you're now completely one with everybody, and there's a truth mediation and everything. It's completely almost inverting. So art is changing a lot to be more collective based and less individual based. So you're not funneled through the artist's perspective in the album anymore. And you're moving towards content where the camera is pointed at the artist, and it's not the same. You're not delving into the character in the book anymore. You're looking at a person that's expressing the same bullshit through content, and the more you can be like everybody else, the more you're in there. But back then, like the way Mac Miller's pain and suffering, Mac Miller died because I think he had lost Ariana Grande, and he was overdosing on pills all the time, spending all of his money on prostitutes, and just like locked in the studio. He lived in the studio on a bunch of different drugs, and whenever he wanted sex, he would just pay for somebody to come in and fuck him. So his suffering was going directly into the art, and you could see it. we talking about? I just rant. People ask me questions and I go off. I'm a 33 life path, born in the 11th, Ophiuchus, stellium in the 8th house, which is Ophiuchus is Sagittarius and Scorpio together. And their job is they don't have an element like when most people go through their daily life. If you're spiritually in tune and inclined, you'll see that their spirit has a element to it: water, fire, earth, and air. But Ophiuchus, the 13th sign, doesn't. It's just ether, which doubles with the 8th house of Scorpio, giving you no veil. And then I'm born in the 11th, like Joe Rogan, Aiden Ross, and Alex Jones, which means that I'm like, or like 11 from Stranger Things. That psionic, etheric presence, the gateway to other realms, which is why 11 opened up the portal to the Upside Down. That gateway energy of 11s, and then your sun sign is how that 11 is expressed. So Joe Rogan's a Leo 11, so he expresses the 11 energy by being a stagnant thing with a bunch of orbiters. Aiden Ross is a Libra 11, which deals with balancing of two opposing forces. So he started off being the transition between hood gangsters and suburban gay kids together, and that's how he popped off. And now he does fights and gambling. He's like, now Aiden Ross is sitting in a box mediating a fight between two boxers is what he's doing now. And Alex Jones is an Aquarius 11, so his whole thing is this righteous, rebellious truth against Saturn. It's the battle between Uranus and Saturn and their influence over Aquarius, forcing unity and innovation and constant growth and triumphant narrative air energy to create this space against Saturn's influence. I'm waiting for my phone to charge, and then if I feel like it, I might go to this job that they haven't gotten back to me. So I'm just going to go ask them, hey, would you hire me? And they're usually going to be like, I'm telling you, Heather, no disrespect, I don't think drugs are the answer. I think that you are all fire signs. I think that that's really important and indicative that you need a creative passion. Sagittarius is being a student of life. In your alone time when you're by yourself, you're a free, abundant, fun student of life. Constant change. And what that means is that if you don't have an outlet for that, you will go psychotic and be struggling with the constant overwhelming ideas. Somebody's here. It's not Margaret. What you're looking for in drugs, you can get that high and that peace and that clarity naturally through just channeling the constant information into artwork that lasts. I think if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Do you feel like you have this innate thing where you're constantly studying life in your alone time and you feel this need to assert it? And that can drive you into what people would call like narcissistic psychosis, where you feel like you have an enemy that you need to defeat? Or like trouble with boundaries that's forcing you to have to be like this fireball of accidentally oppressiveness, and that can sort of invert to the feeling of worthlessness, and become sort of obsessed with others. It's because it's trying to be channeled back into a body of work. Sagittarius is the student of life. It's the master of the earthly realms. It's Jupiter's influence. It's the smackdown. Pisces is the transition from humanity to the highest realm. It's leaving this world behind. Sagittarius is the master of the earth in a way that it's able to reach higher levels of sophistication and philosophy. And all they love to do is just show how to have more fun out of life. So if you don't have that, like I need to have my binder here. I need to have my albums where I'm constantly making songs from my experience, or I drive myself with that momentum and that adventure. I drive myself into something where when I smoke weed, I can dissolve it and I realize, oh my fucking God, I was crazy for so long. I had no idea how crazy I had become. I had gone so far into the wild in my mind that I didn't realize how far from reality I really was because I didn't have roots, I didn't have grounding, and I didn't have a manageable, everyday channeling of what I'm learning into something that I can grow from. I was seeing myself too much as the adventurer, not enough as the student of life. So this constant everyday experience, I was romanticizing into a dream that was driving me into a delusion, and it was hindering my ability to be here and present with relationships. And what saves it is by meticulously, with discipline, putting that into bodies of artwork. And those bodies of artwork are valuable to people because of these gifts of being not a psychotic, but a philosophical, psychological adventurer. Putting that into something is like going to play. It's like, I mean, it depends on the house that it's in, but for me in the 8th house as a sun sign, it's like I'm delving through the underworld and uncovering hidden truths and getting treasures that people are usually incapable or too afraid or just like psionically can't. It's not their purpose on earth. They can't go to those places. So the things that in my experience are very valuable to people because life is all about learning. So to have a strong Sagittarius placement needs to have a way to channel the things that you're learning and build mastery from it, or your tree topples over and they call you a schizophrenic psycho because you don't have a management for it. And people turn Sagittarians to, like my foster brother John Michael would turn to drugs because of the clarity that it gave him to be able to manage his thoughts in order to live better and live more free. But he failed and the things went bad because he was already doing that. He just wasn't going all in on the art. No, he was going too far into he was actually the opposite. Weed diverted him to becoming too much of a student, and he lost touch with the competence and adventuring mindset because the weed is a feminine thing that takes it away. Sagittarians need the competence, and they need that. It's a masculine sign. It needs that forward moving sense that weed takes. I'm not pro weed. So I think I'll just keep coming up with stuff. I don't think weed is good. I've never seen somebody that's better with weed. They say that they're better with weed, but really what it is an escape. Because they produce better when they lean into the actions that weed prevent you from taking, I think. I wanted to be on alcohol and heroin, but I rejected it. Yeah. Heroin is tough. Heroin's a demon. I've been thinking about that. How do you metaphysically wash your house in the blood? I know that churches have these steeples that would take the ether from it and take through Pisces. When people would look at them, they were accidentally subconsciously sending energy to the church that would funnel through etherically. I know that Masons build their obelisks because it's subconsciously a giant dick. So their thing is that they wanted to dominate the world and hold their consciousness over the world to manage them. So they would build giant phallic objects to subconsciously molest the consciousness of the people. I know that's why they do it. It's in their books. They talk about it all the time. You want to see the Satanist church? That's what we can do. So I'm in a church right here. I told you this state was where the Order of the Eastern Star, which was kidnapping native children for occult science. The Order of the Eastern Star is a Satanist organization that doubles with Freemasonry. They do spell work, they do hexes, they do all this shit to control and hurt people. And they have a rule that if you speak about it at all, you're cut off from immortality because they've taken you from God and you have to be in their realm. But if you can master it and you marry a child spiritually, so you have a sort of vampire's thrall to harvest life force from, when you do Epstein shit, when you marry a child spiritually and you take a child bride, then you can sort of transcend in the 33rd degree. It only takes 4 years to do, to become a master mason. So look, I just left the church. This is the Satanist church right here. Right there, the big G in the Freemason symbol and the Order of the Eastern Star logo. That's the Satanist church right there, and these are all Freemasons. You'll see the obelisk right there. You see that obelisk? So that in death, their conscience is still sexually molesting your consciousness. So that as you pass by and a child on the bus looks at that obelisk, they believe that they're imprinting your psychology, which is why the Freemasons built the elementary school right here, next to the Order of the Eastern Star, where they practice sexual magic on children. So in this town, they have the Satanist sexual child molesting church, and then right next door they have the elementary school, right here where kids play. And we have no idea who those cars are. We don't know what they're doing. There's just 2 cars. Those are nice, expensive cars. The school is closed. It's Valentine's Day. And there's just 2 cars with people sitting in them, and we don't know what they're doing. These places, look how wealthy these houses are. $500,000 a piece. How did they get $500,000 in a view like this? And they just happen to be next to a child raping farm. And that's where Casey ended up, at the church, the actual church, which is really nice, kind people. This business says it's been in business since 1870. This business here, does it say founding on it? No, it just has a phone number. This is generational wealth. Those people have, collectively, the cars I just passed, that's like $120 right there. That truck's probably 60 grand, and then they have a nice SUV there. This person has a boat, and they have 3 cars, and nobody's home. This place, is it plowed? Yeah, it does look plowed. So they do live there. Some of these places haven't been plowed at all, so that there's nobody that even lives here. There's a nice red barn storage shed I could use to build a tiny home. And the trees are really cool. And at the end of this road, there's an access road where there's a bridge that goes across the lake. Like there's a 15-mile bridge that you can take on your bike. Farmland, there's a lot of farmland out here too. Like this building is the farmer, which means it's a house completely made of stone and there's a Freemason symbol on it. It's a farmhouse. So that guy married the person who built that house married a child and had a thrall. The person who built that stone house back in the day took a 13-year-old kid, probably from the native res, which isn't far from here, and they raped them in a dungeon. Like, these buildings have dungeons that lock from the outside where they would torture and molest native children for spiritual occult science in the Order of the Eastern Star. And the place where I buckled down and was like, you're not gonna fucking run me out of town with violence, happened to be Morrisville, where John Morris, the founder of the Order of the Eastern Star, built a whole town based off of his occult sex magic. And that's right where the French and Indian War took place. So that's why they started the French and Indian War there. That's where the natives were like, you're not fucking doing it. It's stopping right here. So he's like, fuck it, I'll build my town here. the people watching, I had told Demon Hunter here that I felt like there was a really strong need to empty out their garage. Like I just kept for like a year straight. I was like, they need to empty their garage. They need to, every time I would like and also Candace Owens, 3 days ago, Candace Owens said that she was part of a government program for psionically gifted children, and her and Charlie Kirk were both in it as children together, and that's why they were friends as adults, and that he was just playing a role. That Charlie Kirk was a government-appointed psionic warrior for the government, and then they killed him because he backed out. And Candace Owens said me and Charlie were both there, and Erica Kirk was his wife, who was involved in sex trafficking and was actively grooming children and was doing beauty pageants to find the best ones to market them off to high-level Freemasons to be child brides on Epstein's Island. And I know that that's true, and I know that I'm a 33 life path born in the 11th, and my life is a Truman Show. To the point where they have fucking robot crows, whether you believe me or not. They've got robot crows that bother me, and I can tell the difference. Like, I won't see crows for 3 months, and then I start to do my meditation, and I get back into it, and then there's a robot crow right outside my car. And I wake up to sleep paralysis where I feel like the crow's attacking me, and I don't know what it is, but I can feel like it feels like the crow's a little bit like the spell work, and then the crow goes, and there's no other crows around, and it won't leave me alone. But I think the point I was making was Candace said that her gift was that she could astral project, and the way she described it was the way that I could do it before I had the crows, and the cops, and the creeps, and the crackheads, and the cunts. Before I had this seemingly mind flayer-like entity that would come at me because I would trigger something psionically in my ability to maladaptive daydream because I grew up in isolation alone on a mountain by myself in isolation. But I used to be able to do it a lot better, and when I would, it was in the year of the water cat and tiger, so I think maybe the water element helped me swim through the veil. But basically I would go outside their house and I would see that spirits or angels or something would be like, they need to empty their garage. You need to empty the garage. You need to empty the garage. So I would tell them, like, you should clean the garage. And then their garage caved in. So I don't know if they got their stuff out or what, but the garage crushed everything in there. Like, the one thing I felt was the perfect thing to do to help them when I lived there was help them clean the garage. So I'm thinking that the universe is ordaining that they have to clear out that space, and that's the work area for Brian's homestead, where they can make content with the animals and do Bible talks on the weekends. Because if you haven't realized, we're in Revelations. Like, it's getting harder to access heaven. We're going to be going through a lot of shit this year before we get to the 11-year and then the 3-year. 2028, things do get better for some people, but 2026 is really testing the metal here. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. I just saw a demon go, "You're like Joyner Lucas." Trash, talking shit about my rap. I saw like a whiny kid with a demon attached to him talking shit. Like a whiny 17-year-old short kid talking shit about me. So maybe Derek is back or something. What was his name? Gavin or something? I blocked him. I'm here watching my stuff, and then tomorrow, Brian said he's going to clean it out this summer. This year's a Capricorn year. All the good things that he did are going to come back and really be beneficial for him. Brian is one of the best men I've ever met. Brian is a great man that deserves respect. How long, I don't want to pry, but could you tell everybody how long he worked in those coal mines to support his family? Like, Brian is a really hard-working person, and he loves God, and he's a really humble person. Fire signs hate earth signs because you can't do anything to them. I can't stand Capricorns because of the power-hungry nature. But if you find a Capricorn that works hard, is disciplined, routine, and just works on building something greater than himself, they're like the best. Imagine working 8 years full-time in the coal mines, man, and getting sick from it. I can't think of something more Capricorn. Scorpios, people identify Scorpios as pissy, pessimistic, whiny brats. It's because Scorpios don't understand that Scorpios are the transformation and alchemical transmutation from scorpions into phoenixes or firebirds. They're the fire water. They're the passionate things. So you go through that horrible life that gives you that pessimistic, pissy attitude because you're supposed to transmute it into the fire water. It's giving you this deep passion. Of raw, pure energy. They're the most powerful of the zodiac, spiritually. And then once they've mastered the high level of the Phoenix, then they no longer delve into the darkness. They become Sagittarius. And that's the next cycle, is Sagittarius. Sagittarius is the master of that higher vibrational thought where they think only at the highest levels, transformation past the Firebird. Scorpios are the most powerful because they have that deep well of emotion, which makes them the most powerful because they have all of this. Fire signs think that they're the most powerful, for sure, because they have to. God is an all-consuming fire. God chooses to be fire, yeah. Scorpios are definitely the most powerful. Fire signs don't really have access to the waters. Like, water's emotion. Water's the ocean. Water is the life force we need to drink. Water is powerful. It's deep. The biggest wildfire in the world can be quelled by a flood, but you can't burn away the ocean. That doesn't mean that water signs aren't fucking dramatic, manipulative, abusive people. I'm pretty much all fire signs. I'm only fire and air, except my Venus is in Scorpio in the 7th house. Everything else is fire, air, and earth. But my earth is just my physical. I'm a Taurus rising and Saturn and Taurus in the 1st house. The rest is literally Sagittarius, Aquarius, Taurus, but it's really Ophiuchus, which is leaving the fire and taking from fire and water from Scorpio and Sagittarius and turning it into ether, which is elementless. It's completely out of Earth. It's not of Earth. That's why they say Jesus is a Sagittarius, Jesus, Zeus, Jupiter. But it's more in that realm between after the mastery of Scorpio, before the momentum and righteousness of the Sagittarius, in that middle ground at the upper levels of the mastery of Scorpio, but not completely the psychotic adventure or philosophizing. In that understanding of the suffering of humanity and having the means to transcend everybody to the highest, which is cool that my name means a tree. My numerology means a tree, the world tree, tree of life, the acacia, and my name is Casey, which stems from the acacia. And all of us have that. All of us have, like, the thing they say that zodiacs and numerology and all this is demonic is because too much of manipulation of that and not enough connection to source. You have to hold the source first and hold your infinite abundance and then see that you've been cast in a role and those were hints from you and the creator towards your role on the planet, why you were created. When you see them as hints and find the common denominator of these different systems trying to uncover the truth, and you keep a strong connection to the infinite and humility that you'll never know the infinite because you're not supposed to, you just gain more and more access to it as you grow, and your whole point is what you do with that on the earth. Then you're like, okay, I can see thou, the Ophiuchus, and the name and the numerology. I'm an Acacia O'Brien, the world tree exalted on a hill with authority and strong foundation. And my name is O'Brien, which means exalted on a hill like a castle, strong hand of victory. And my first name means the world tree, tree of life. And I'm an 11, the gateway to other dimensions, the receiver of communication, and the master teacher, soul, the visionary, the dreamer. And then I'm also 33 life path, the divine child, the world tree, the Ouroboros, and the connection between man and earth. And then I'm a Sagittarius Ophiuchus Scorpio in the 8th house of the dark realms underground. And then the Taurus rising, which means that the earthly strong roots connection to the underworld and past lives. And Taurus Saturn in the 1st house, which is the constant karmic oppression until you build discipline. And then you're like, oh, the acacia is a tree that no matter how many times you cut it down, it will remain growing and is incorruptible by the outside world. And that's why it connects the heavens to the earth through the DMT that it produces. The tree of life, or the Celtic Yggdrasil. And then when you understand that, you understand why Loki was defeated by Casey in the show Loki. Loki's the wild god. The embodiment of the wilderness transcends this earth, this universe, and goes to outside space and time, where the only thing that could kill him, because he keeps coming back, right? The only thing that kills Loki for sure is by destroying his ego and bringing him to righteousness for the collective universe, multiverse. So him, with the help of Casey and O, whose real name was Frank, before he was kidnapped by the TVA and became Casey. Casey destroys Loki's ego by showing him the Infinity Stones were useless outside of space and time. And they're just paperweights around the office that manages the multiverse because of K.C. Kang the Conqueror. He who remains, the incorruptible spirit, whatever. And then the wild god, with the help of Casey and Ouroboros, or 33, or the master teacher who makes the manual for how to manage the multiverse, Casey, because time doesn't exist there, OB and Casey together, and OB is Ouroboros, or 33. OB and Casey work together to make the thing that Loki studies, or the Earth. Casey is this being that operates outside of space and time. Casey and Obi, the master teacher, Ouroboros, 33, God, whatever, Casey Kang the Conqueror. This force of that makes a manual that Loki, or nature, studies in order to grow and transcend Earth to become Yggdrasil, or the Tree of Life, or the Acacia at the end of Loki, where he becomes the manager of all the multiverses, growing it and managing it as a god. And the whole thing was like he wanted to be a god by getting power, and then at the end he learned selflessness and collective and self-sacrifices as the 33 into the Tree of Life, Yggdrasil, or Acacia. And that whole teaching right there that was in the show Loki and is in Casey Rocket on Kill Tony, Kurt Kaz and the Kurt Kaz Conquest, the Kansas City Chiefs, Casey Rocket on Kill Tony, if I didn't say it, Casey Neistat, the biggest vlogger, Queso, the biggest gamer, Kai Cenat, the biggest streamer, this Casey teaching about transcending humanity to become infinite, and then what you've learned from humanity with nature, you bring nature, which has grown and suffered through this evolution. Once nature transcends with your help through Casey, you become the collective consciousness becomes the simulation that manages time and space, and it's this never-ending story, never-ending cycle of perfection and selflessness in service to others because of the suffering that you endured. And that's what the universe is trying to get us to at the age of Aquarius. That's why I'm here as Casey Francis O'Brien, the 1133 Ophiuchus Sagittarius Aquarius Stellium Taurus rising, Saturn and Taurus. By just knowing my numerology, astrology, and my life story and my name, you can find my name present in all of the stories that are coming out in this time, in this transition to Aquarius. Whether you want to believe it or not. And I discovered that in my wilderness journey. And I don't think that I'm special, but People tell me I'm special. I don't know what to do, so I'm trying to find the most perfect thing to do without self, which is make wagons for homeless people. In this wilderness that I suffered and endured, I'm now building a trail networks in a way for people that go through what I went through to find the value from it and honor them, and also give them a way to navigate out in a world where they're being killed by prejudice and systematic oppression and abuse, and getting driven to a point where the only way they can function is hard drugs. I'm growing basically tunnels or ways that they can get through that in a way that honors them instead of destroys them like the government wants. Is what I'm trying to do. But in my day-to-day, it's like I have to find gas, and then the birds lead me to a place where I meet somebody who has the things I need to get the things done, but then I have to make a change in their heart, or else they get jealous and oppressive, and then I have to leave, and then they get punished, and their whole thing that they built that they thought was better than me, once they kick me out because something makes them angry and envious and jealous or greedy or something, lustful, something that destroys the story, once they do that and I'm forced to get down the road again, then they get punished and their whole thing gets destroyed. Mr. Crow is gone. It's not looking great for the other guys. One of them died recently. Another one had that would call me, you fucking schizo faggot homeless loser, fuck you, on the phone. He fucking held his pregnant wife at gunpoint because he was hallucinating that there was someone in the house trying to kill him. And I remembered that an angel was telling me that's going to happen. Not fully, I didn't fully understand, but I saw that when I was like astral projecting, trying to fight back against the enemies in spirit, this spiritual war zone that I'm always in, that actually I haven't been able to be in because of the crows, which taught me, because the crows were constantly destroying me and eating me and all this garbage. I did learn more about how to live and enjoy the present moment because I was so active in spirit in this war. Like I would have dreams where I turn into an eagle and I pick up my friends and I drop them into war zones, and then I molt back into a giant with a hammer, and I'm just smashing these demons and scary things like horror movie tropes, and I'm saving kids, and I'm going up this giant mountain in this war. And then I meet other people that are born on December 11th that come to me, and I ask them, like, do you have these reoccurring dreams that sort of show you your life? And one guy said that, yes, I have this dream where there's this giant book, and every time I turn the page, it really hurts. But and it's huge, and it takes all of my strength to turn the page. And then I turn the page, and I have to keep reading it, and even reading it hurts, but I have to get to the end of this book. I have this never-ending giant mountain where I'm just bringing people through this war zone in a bunch of different ways, trying to help as many people up the mountain as I can. The other guy had a reoccurring dream where he was trapped in a basement, chained to in a torture chamber, and he was constantly being tortured. 1211s have this reoccurring dream for some reason that has to do with an adventure or suffering immensely to experience something that, like, one guy was the thing that wasn't based off a giant thing in front of him was the inverse, where he was trapped in a room and picking ways out of a torture chamber. The other people, like, I had a never-ending war zone. The other guy had a never-ending book that hurt him to look at, but he had to read it and force himself to learn how to read it and uncover the information. And the other guy had to pick his way out of an escape room. It's the Sagittarius adventure and meticulous philosophy but the 11 makes it so you have to suffer and gain from your experience, and it has to do with the collective in some way. I mean, mine had to do with the collective because I'm an 1133, but theirs were uncovering. His was building mastery, the escape room stuff, and he became a carpenter. The guy that had to uncover the book was a drunk laying on the ground suffering because life was just too much for him. And me, I'm on this never-ending, I gotta go. I gotta do this because this person is suffering, and this person is suffering, and this person is suffering. And I have the solution, but they won't listen. So I need money in order to build a foundational thing. And once I grow this foundational thing, I have the means to continue growing my garden of businesses to generate revenue so that I can implement the solutions to get more people through this war zone in rebellion and overcoming what the world wants us to be like so that they can just have fun. And then I find out that's the acacia tree is in the desert when it's so hot that they can't live. All of the different animals come under the shade of the acacia. And I learned that because I wrote a poem before I knew about it. Like a year before I knew about that, and that the acacia was the tree that protected people with the shade. I literally wrote, your pride and your selfish ways cause you to make mistakes. I have a list you know you made in an army in the shade of the acacia with a plan for the escape. You'll be somewhere under waves of crackheads and hurricanes, and I'll be with them foreign girls that love to feed me grapes. I am something ancient. I only came to break my people from their chains, tell jokes and get laid, and make my name last as long as my last name. I knew nothing about the shade of the acacia and how it would house all the animals in the desert and the people so that they could thrive. But I wrote, I have an army in the shade of the acacia. And that was before I had any subscribers. You have 11 12s in your dreams? What's that mean? What's your sun sign? 11, that's black and white, but 12 reduces to 3 in numerology, so you have dreams about KC. K is the 11th letter, C is the 3rd letter. So you're saying you have tons of dreams that have KC in there. KC, Kurt Cass Conquest, KCC, the Kansas City Chiefs, Kurt Cobain, Cassius Culpepper, Kelly Clarkson, Kai Cenat, who goes by KC3, KCCC is the 3rd letter, Queso. It's a tree that's growing into the collective consciousness, and whether it is me because I'm the 33 or not, it's there. Like 1133, KCC. And that's why you have 11 from Stranger Things. Gets with Mike Wheeler, that's 1113. But then if you put their initials Jane and Mike, that's 11-3. Casey, and that's in Stranger Things, and you'll just find it everywhere. It's just happening. Undeniable proof that with pattern recognition you can uncover the evidence of an orchestration of a divine entity. But it depends on your sun sign. If you're like a Capricorn Aquarius, you might have or Aquarius Pisces, that might be like indicative of something. 11 is just the gateway. Like 1111 is black and white reduced to numbers. If B is 2, whatever, and A is 1, then black is 11 and white is 11. That's why Freemasons have the checkerboard pattern on their floors to do their rituals. 1111. Basically channeling the infinite into creating environments that allow for metaphysical activity to be harnessed and channeled to their will, which doesn't always work. It doesn't really work out. They think that they can just keep perpetuating the pushback of, in the universe it's push and pulls. You push and then there's a pull. You pull and then there's a push. So they're just trying to keep delaying it long enough to just keep pushing, keep building these obelisks, keep doing the rituals, keep doing the mass rituals, mass incarcerations, slavery, keep pushing their will long enough to, and they think that they can build something big enough to withstand the floods and fires and everything, to permanently have reign and rule over the world. And I don't know if it'll work. But that's why in Harry Potter you meet Brian Dumbledore through King's Cross Station, and to go to the magic world you have to go to platform 9 3/4 or the end of Sagittarius, into the acacia tree or whatever. And that's why Dumbledore and Hagrid are both Sagittarius. And you grew up on an island. Oh, your name is Casey? 23 Hex, just tell us you're not bullshitting. Confirm for us, please, that your name is Casey, so that people can start to get it into their head. Have you been to the rainforest? Shit's a trip. No. But this year I laid for a week just in the back of the car suffering. spiritual warfare, and I just kept asking God, what am I supposed to do? Show me, show me. You showed me wandering through a war zone full of British, blonde hair, blue-eyed, prideful, empty, spiritually narcissists with everyone I love on my back. And then I did that. I carried my friend's dreams through the wild east trying to save us all. You showed me crying in a box, and then I got a brain injury and was put in Section 8. This year, all he showed me, like all I saw, was just a bunch of beautiful mountains and me traveling through them. All he showed me was beautiful green mountains calling out to me. And now look, there's a gang stalker on a bike. What are you doing? Why are you doing a Yui? And going back the way you came? What the fuck? The guy rode his bike right up to me and then didn't even take this side road right here. He just turned around, which means he's probably looking to steal shit. And he saw me move my camera. He doesn't want to be on camera. He turned that shit right around. And God told me that I need to be here because people were going to try to steal my shit, which is right where his bike just came from. But I'm watching it. Who the fuck was that? Random guy in all black with a mask. Rode his bike right up to me, turned around and left. In the middle of the night. It's fucking 30 degrees out. What the fuck is that guy doing on a bike? There's no homeless shelters here. But somebody posted that somebody stole shit off their porch the other day. You can't live here. There's no apartment buildings. All the houses are worth $500,000. He's on a bike. I don't think it's like 20 miles to get here from anywhere close to where there's a homeless shelter. Why did that guy ride up to my car and then disappear? And he has to go up a long hill to get down here. But he wouldn't have gone down that way if he was just sending it for fun. He would have gone this way. That guy's scoping around a church on a bike in the middle of winter. Should we follow him? Because if it's a gang stalker, they're watching on the phone. I'm not saying whether gang stalking is real or not. I'm at the point where I think gang stalking is more like game developers that put on character skins and you think they're NPCs, but really they're like aliens or something. But we do have a lot of proof that of gang stalking operations. Like when it's been dead the whole night and there's nobody on these roads. But then every time I go to leave, cars show up. Like, and there's nobody down that way. I showed you there's nobody there. Those were the cars that I said might be the gang stalkers at the fucking school. But what is this guy doing? We're gonna check it out and see if he's just hanging out on his bike. Because if he's just here in the woods right here, he's going to drive away when he sees us slowly because I look like a cop car from the front. I don't know, I'm watching the shit heavily. That's all my stuff. It doesn't look disturbed yet. But I'm gonna have to go through it. Maybe all these coming from work or an event or something, or it's never busy. Suddenly there's a lot of cars going in either direction. Yeah, I think it's more like a metaphysical Truman Show, and we're not able to perceive biologically what's going on, but the natives could. And they've just been cutting us off through diet and institutionalization. Hello, random car for no reason. Where did you come from and where are you going? Why is this road suddenly active? What time is it? It's 6:20. I guess if they had traffic, but they wouldn't be coming from this place. Unless maybe they went home after work and now they're going off for Valentine's Day or something. was never this active. And there was no events going on. There was only 2 cars at that high school, and the high school was closed. They were just sitting in the car. I don't have enough money for food. I don't know. I was gonna wait until I guess I could go ask them to heat up my burritos and I could go have dinner. Microphone, so I can keep the car outside. It's not allowed to record. It's a one-party state. You can people all you want. It's not illegal. Until I bring the camera in and get the governor saying something he doesn't want people knowing. There are a bunch of cars out. But there's no restaurants. I mean, the pizza place here, there's nobody at the pizza place. There's no now hiring signs or anything. They don't need people. There's a weird amount of cars out, man. Like, this place has only, like, maybe 500 people that live here. There's nobody out here. The school is just a collective of the small towns in the area that have a bunch of 500 people in them. It's 33 degrees. The address here is 33. The guy's pretty chill. Random bot. When I pulled the fucking here, you can watch me through the window. I won't go in with the phone out of respect, but you can watch through the window and you can watch the bots and how they look at me. See him pridefully staring at the ground and asserting himself. He felt my energy, so he needs to just sit there. It's weird. One burrito. Two burrito in my plate. Thanks. He heated up the burritos in the plastic, like I was talking about. He said it was a 2.5 pound pike that he had to wrestle with while he was ice fishing. That manager is a baddie. I could tell that the local guys that are like 40 really like her. I bet she has a lot of suitors. But I'm not 40, so I'm looking for somebody my age. Sorry. I've got my burritos. This truck is trying to turn into my fucking lane. What the hell? Are you not from here, man? You have to go up. Don't try to turn into this one. Go further up, man. What the fuck? It's a one-way, brother. My seatbelt's not on! Where's my... If I can find my vape, we'll go for a little bit of a drive for a second. I found... Wait. No, that's Gorilla Glue. I can't find my vape, guys, so we're not going on a drive. I can't fucking see either. Well, I missed my turn off, so we will go for a drive. And I'll just pull on a second. Find my vape. We'll go eat the dinner at the lake. God, I really like... I only like driving if I can vape, man. I like driving because I get a hit of nicotine and then it makes me a little anxious, but I'm driving fast. So there's momentum in there, but I can't find my vape. Dude, where's my vape? We gotta park. No way I'm driving down the road without my vape. You must be crazy. You must be a schizo if you think I'm driving down the road without my vape. Are you kidding? Okay, flame on. Search for vape. Don't crash. Look for vape. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Flame off. We can't find it, chat. And there's a row of cars behind me. I used to take a hit of the cig before racing to get the vision. I miss cigarettes a lot. I missed cigarettes because I could put all the pain inside. Cigarettes helped a lot in nature. When I'm not in nature and I smoke cigarettes, I get nothing good from it at all. Cigarettes, when you don't live in the woods, suck. And I don't even really like vapes, but that hit of pain, whatever the chemicals are, your body responding in pain to it, it's pretty good. But I don't like the destruction of your peace, but I like having to rise out of that and heal. I like being in a lot of pain when I lay down in the car, because when I heal it and I get the bad heartburn, it feels like what I'm doing matters. If I don't have that, the stuff that I think about becomes so like overwhelming and big ideas, and I feel like I need to do a bunch of things that I'm not capable of doing because I don't have the money. So there's really nothing much I can do. Sort of like forced psychosis. Or natural, not psychosis in a bad way, just inspiration. But I have no ability to do anything. So I like the pain because when I feel the pain, I can think about things differently and I can channel it into songs. So I like singing. There's really no parking spaces here. There's no pull-offs on the way. I'm pretty sure I'm right at the water too. And then after this, I'm stuck. I went in and talked to the manager, and she said she hadn't had a chance to talk to her supervisor and that she sees her on Monday. She didn't seem too interested in hiring me. She seemed like there was something keeping her hesitant. I know I'm weird, but I'm not any weirder than other people. Like the way that guy was talking about his fish is the way that I talk about my day. He was just talking about fish instead of talking about what I like to talk about. I'm looking for the parking spot. I am now completely over water, and I have a brain worm. It's there, you'll find it. Thanks, Heather. Heather had to reassure me that my vape is in the vehicle. Chat. I bet I'd get a lot of followers if I played video games. Queso doesn't... Oh shit, here it is, right here. Queso doesn't do anything, man. He just makes funny noises. He doesn't tell any jokes. He makes funny noises and he times events hoping for clips where something weird happens in the game. He's just good at reacting to... He's good at making nothing seem interesting, and I think that that's also a Casey gift. Move Bucky. Vape is probably on the floor. Is that it? No. We're gonna need my handy dandy Mouska tool. Searching for vape. Searching for vape. Shit, I don't think I'm gonna find it. It's not there. It's not under my coffee. It's the white vape. It's not that purple one. That purple one is dead. It's not in my pockets. It's not in here. My hair is getting to a point where I have to wear a hat to keep it out of my eyes. Maybe I left it up here. Yes, I did. I'm so smart and courageous, I heard. I heard a female voice say, and courageous. Okay. Badimin Soul, where are you from? Sometimes you say things that Google Translate says it's translating from another language. How is my burrito cooked in this container? It's not bad. It would be much better. My trash can is covered by the butt. Yeah. It's better when it's... This is like a giant dumpling. It's better when it's cooked in an oven. I have depression. Chesapeake Bay Habitat. It sounds familiar. Is that in Virginia? Or is it Mary said? I mean, Maryland? Chesapeake Bay sounds familiar. I don't know where it is though. I got my vape. That church is going to be pissed at me when they find out I left a bunch of stuff there. I'm going to be fine. I'm going to go in and on Monday, or maybe Sunday, depending on what goes on. Because nobody uses, it's just one person in an office in the top floor. And they have a bunch of, like this big open room right in the lobby area, which doubles as like a dinner room or something when they have people over. Like they've got a kitchen and stuff in there. I'm just gonna ask if I can carry it all in, get rid of everything I don't need, and then organize it. I had another tote, but somebody took it. I went and bought, and it's pretty expensive, like a big tote for my stuff, and I left it in the parking lot, and I didn't want to bother the people that parked there because it was like a church event, and then somebody from the church took the tote. I'm pretty sure I just ate a huge thing of mold, but that's fine. She doesn't seem too keen on hiring me. Maybe she thinks I won't do a good job, or maybe some supernatural force is encouraging her to say no so that I'm guided to where I'm supposed to be. But I'm just trying to make sure the car is good, and that I have something in savings, and then work towards getting one wagon. And I'm looking at, it says, instead of getting a Class C camper, it would be better to get a, like, 25-year-old, or maybe 10-year-old, 15-year-old Toyota Tacoma. And have the V6 Toyota Tacoma, which has, like, 16 to 18 miles per gallon. And then it can tow 6,000 pounds, so I could get a decent-sized RV. And if I only take the RV, like, once every few months to different places, it's not going to wear down the truck. I've got some other stuff I'm thinking about. I just need to look into it. Going to churches and saying I have big dreams and I need a piece of land hasn't gotten me anywhere. Oh my, what are these churches for? I'm doing this godly thing. Can you see all the cars? There you go. These are people that are going to New York and from New York because they work in the city and they commute like an hour and a half because it's a better job, more opportunities. The only thing I can think of is that these people work in hospitals. I can't comprehend how people have these nice cars out here. Like, there's not a lot of there's pretty much no manufacturing here. The farms don't travel. They stay on their farmland. For all these expensive cars to be here, these have to be nurses and doctors. Like, I drive through the city, I see tons of cars. But there's only a few grocery stores. There's a few chain restaurants. And the rest are residential. There's 60,000 people that live in that city. It's expensive as hell to live in that city. What the fuck do they do? There's not 60,000 people working in the main hospital here. And you know, there's so many cars and so many people here, you never see anybody walking around the parks. You never see anybody hanging out at City Hall Park or the waterfront. I know there are banks, so banks pay well. There might be law enforcement, lawyers in the court. I know my uncle lives there and he's an architect. So there might be some construction going on, but not 60,000 jobs. There are 60,000 employed people in that in that city. And there's now hiring signs everywhere. They're not working. They have to be like mega rich. And they do something in finance, or they have an online company, online presence. Like, one guy got a house because he does data entry for the military industrial complex, and he reaches out to clients because he's very good at an app that deals with data entry, because he's got like years of experience in it, so he makes money on his computer. That has to be what he's doing, or what they're doing. But if I had a cameraman, I would take a microphone and I'd go and say, hey, what do you do for work? How do you like living in the state? Are you spiritual? And then the crows will go, ah! And then you'll see them constantly trying to do the dominance games. Like, they'll be uncomfortable and twitching and stomping and all this shit because they're trapped in their programming, and my piece would be bringing them the opportunity to have clarity enough to focus and see things in abundance, and that will make them extremely uncomfortable and territorial. So you'll see them constantly like getting really close to me and bumping like this, stomping their feet and twitching and spitting on the ground and shit. And then I've never been to the nightlife scene. I don't think I've been to a club once and I didn't go in. I went to a bar once and I didn't like it at all. But I know a lot of people do. It'd be pretty scary because I would have to acknowledge all my programming and comfort zone, and I'd have to break out spiritually and then be trapped in the games, the social games. And I don't like that at all. The way that they do it, the way that people I know that do it successfully, they just have a bunch of money, so they're not hurting for anything. They have no feelings of desperation or competition, so they go there just to have fun. They're in thriving in abundance instead of scarcity, coping, and lack. If I were to go there in scarcity, coping, and lack, I could still pull off being a dancing monkey if I looked healthy, and I just negated all that, blocked it all out. But then I'd just be around people that their pastime is getting infiltrated by demonic entities, filling themselves up with lust and pride and greed, and then going out and using that energy to make noises like crows and birds, and then practicing different ways to infiltrate each other. Until you compound into something dense inside you that doesn't deal with that stuff. But it really limits your it is like it's trading information with each other. They're just it's like church but different. It's just amassing information and spreading it around with each other. And then they do a bunch of drugs and ride the high and convert all that information they shared into basically like a spiritual orgasm. And then they all go home hungover, get up, go to work, and just build up enough emotional wealth to go express it again. And for the most part, society and social stuff becomes capitalistic, where you're now trying to farm as much ego power and information and energy through your position and reputation in the social structures, social hierarchies, to leverage that for better sex. And for me, I'm like, I don't like dealing with that stuff at all. I don't like it. Yeah, you see a lot being out there all alone. And also, I thought you meant you see a lot of people out there all alone. At the parks, which I do. It's crazy. People built this whole place, and everybody's too busy working to enjoy it, and they're mad at the homeless people who gave up and are just enjoying it. Like, I didn't care that I couldn't afford to go to a restaurant and have food at the restaurant. It was way cooler for me, and I was way healthier, and I had a way better experience going up this big hill, getting 2 Arizonas from the gas station, saying fuck you to the guys who stole my car and forced me to be homeless, buying with my food stamps, buying somebody food with my food stamps, and seeing how happy they were that I did something generous and nice, so that it would kind of hit the guy who was a slumlord, owned the tow company and the gas stations, and were way too rich for their own good, and were just massive pieces of shit. Showing Charlie Handy that, and he was still just a piece of shit. But then I would go down to I'd have to pass by all the robots and drama, aggressive teenagers and shit, doing drugs and throwing their beer cans everywhere, and then I would go back out to the marina, and I would sit by Lake Champlain, and I would plug my computer into the outlet, and I would make music in my headphones all day, trying to fight off all the zombies and the people that come out and would hit me with the energy and spiritually rape me and drama. A lot of pedophiles showed up thinking I was a teenager. They would offer me money and cigarettes and then try to find my tent, and then they would crawl into the tent with me, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And the guy's like, I have a problem. I jerk off in public looking at kids. And I'm like, get the fuck out of my tent. Get the fuck out of my tent. And then his energy fucking was stuck there for a long time. If that really happened, his name was Ernest. And then I caught him with another homeless kid Because when I met him, he was with a homeless kid, and then he found me, and then afterwards, he was with another homeless kid, and I rode my bike up, and I was like, he's trying to fuck you, bro. And the guy was like, that man, he's not your friend. That's not a friend right there. And I was like, I'm just warning you, man, he's trying to fuck you. And the kid was like, what? And then I saw that kid fucking hanging out with a bunch of heavy addicts. And he was like an ex-Marine that was homeless at like 22 and just kind of didn't know what to do anymore. So he left Pennsylvania and was wandering around here. So I was like, I've been homeless for 10 years, man. I rode up on a bike and I was in the middle of the summer. I had this leather jacket with the Sherpa and shorts on and fucking socks that go up to my calves that were like furry, like fluffy socks. Because it kept the mosquito. Everyone thought I was crazy, but then when night came and everybody was fighting off the mosquitoes, now they understood that it was too expensive for me to leave in the tent, so I couldn't leave it in the tent. And the spiritual stuff, it felt good to have that armor on. And then when night came, the mosquitoes never bothered me. Because I couldn't afford bug spray. So I had hair to block it that would get trapped in the hair, and I had the coat on, and I would just be shirtless underneath the coat. So I was walking around. Imagine Casey in fucking run-down, broken-up boots, like shitty leather boots where the sock is sticking out, white calf socks that are fluff, like Christmas socks, a leather Sherpa, like a leather jacket with the Sherpa on the underneath, and just shirtless and wearing like shorts. And I used to walk around with fucking rashes on my feet because you can't put your feet in this lake because it's got flesh-eating bacteria in it because they just dump all the shit from all these towns into the lake, hoping that eventually it will run off down to the ocean through the rivers. So you can't swim in the rivers and the lake here anymore. And somebody, the other Leo that I know that had 4-letter name, Owen, petitioned and he got into a position where he could vote and got the town to vote on spending taxpayer money to build a treatment facility and keep it up and running, and stop dumping in the lake or dump in the lake. And the people voted to keep it dumping in the lake because they're just waiting until they die. They're old people that live here, old rich people. That's what all these cars are. They're not swimming in the lake. They don't give a fuck. They just want to keep as much money as they can until they die. And then once they're dead, then they can change it. But while they have voting power, they're going to make sure they keep their wealth as long as possible. That's what it is. It's vacation land out here. And then a bunch of people that lived here that can't afford to live here, but their grandparents moved here and built a house. So they're sticking it out. And they're not happy at all. And those are the people that go crazy at homeless people and take their shit out, rape them and abuse them and drive them into the woods where they kill them or they freeze to death and won't hire them at the lower level. Even if they all need jobs, they won't hire you if you're homeless. Like every Dollar General in the state is hiring, but they won't hire any homeless people because I think they're jealous. I think they're jealous that the homeless people would be having income that wouldn't go to rent and they could better the quality of their life to travel around and enjoy it. Like if I have a steady income, even if I'm working 20 hours a week, I have enough to drive my car around and go to all the nature spots, spend my life with a dog, traveling around, playing guitar at rivers and trail networks and camping. And if I meet a girl that I like, I have a bedroom in the back here. It's just a camping trip. If they don't trespass me from the gyms, I get buff and I look better and I'm clean. So I have access to their social networks. So they have to trespass me from the gyms when I was 22. They couldn't let the homeless guy come into the gym. Because the girls were talking about me when I came in. Because I told you I used to be a bodybuilder. That had gone away, but I still had abs. So when I would walk in from the car, the management would be these dominance hierarchies, pieces of crazy people trying to use their social status, whatever, and I would come in like the Sagittarian ancient king that I am, and all the girls would start mumbling and looking at me, and then I'd take my shower, come back, trespass notice to South Burlington Planet Fitness. I'm like, why? And they're like, we don't need a reason. Get the fuck out of here. Tried to work at the one in Essex Junction and they trespassed me and they wouldn't hire me and they told me, get a fucking job at McDonald's, junkie. And I'm like, you know that I am composed enough that you know I'm not an addict. I was a top dasher in this town. I was the top dasher, working 16 hours a day. I was making more money than you were. But it all went to gas. Because I had a gas guzzler. I had a Dodge Magnum. I was getting like 10 miles per gallon at the end. Like I would get just enough. Because I was, most of these orders are only like $3.50. You have to go to places like Plattsburgh, New York, where there's less dashers and still the same demand. And then you have leeway because there's only 3 of you working. So then you tell the other guys at the Taco Bell, hey, every time you get for the next week, every time we get a $2.50 order, decline it. Because then it goes back into the system, and then one of us gets a $5.50. So if all of us together decline those orders, keep your approval rating above 93%, but every other time, if you're at 93%, get up there, but once you get 94, 95, decline every $2.50, and it will tell the DoorDash that's profiting way too much from us to start upping it to $5.50. So we started getting $5.50 plus tips. That was putting us at like $20, $35 an hour. But they want us at $15 an hour. And they would heavily manage it to keep us at minimum wage. Even though they were profiting like, it was like $60 for these orders. And we were supposed to be getting like $12, $15 tips usually. But DoorDash was taking it all and giving us like $1.50 plus tips. So we were barely making it. Like we wouldn't have enough money in gas if we didn't run 3 phones. And I started making good money out there, and I went back home, and my op called DoorDash and said, he's a schizophrenic, and I mean, and they fucking fired me. And then I was arrested because my mommy texted me, and I answered her text messages. So whenever she felt like it, she called and said, I want him violated. So then on Thanksgiving, the cops showed up and ripped me out of the Price Chopper, crying and screaming, please just get these people their orders. I don't want to be fired. If you're not going to do it, let me have my phone and just this is the address, deliver them. And they delivered one of them to look cool, and then the rest was listed as stolen because it was in the back of my car. And I got fired, and now I can't get back on Instacart. And the background check didn't go through for InstaWork, so I can't do InstaWork. And I don't have enough money to fix the car, license, registration, and insurance in order to register this for Walmart Spark delivery, which makes really good money. But you need to have a good car, and you need to have an empty back seat. So this is fine how it is here, but I can't have my stuff here. And I need like title, registration, and insurance, which is a lot. It's going to be like $600 probably. I don't know how much a title is. Registration, that's like $350 usually, right? And then insurance for a 2011 SUV, I don't know. So that's where I'm at. I'm kind of at an impasse because I have violations of conditions of release on my record, so I'm not eligible for FedEx or any of these jobs I've applied to. And because I don't have a stable place to shower, people aren't willing to hire me at their businesses. And then I don't have enough money to fix the car, so I can't do things like InstaWork, maybe, or Walmart Spark delivery. So I'm stuck. And the only reason I got this car was because a GoFundMe with people that fund a local community arts program. It's like a big stone building with a stage and everything, and they have they have like 3 or 4 full-time employees that make decent wages. So they're somehow making enough money to pump into it. I'm assuming it's same Democrat federal grants, and I think it's cold calling and panhandling, and then street performing but inside a building. So then they do contracts with people that are performers, like opera houses and good companies and good people, and they hire them to come in and do shows, and they split the profits. And then I think they said they make $6,000 profit throwing a festival every summer. and I had a lot of cool ideas for bringing in food vendors and local artists and making it cooler and putting on different things like a native where you invite the tribes to do a powwow where the whole town is sectioned off and they do the native stuff, and you invite the natives and they can stay for free in a big piece of land somewhere and have like a festival, more just opening up more festivals in the center of the state, because that town is the exact center of the state, and then just going through the community arts program. And I had a bunch of food vendors that were interested. I was just waiting for the go-ahead. I was going to wait for a while. But spiritually, it just felt too much. Too much drama, narcissistic gaslighting, weaponizing care, where it was like I was really welcome, and then suddenly I wasn't welcome, and then suddenly I was a liability, but then they seemed like they needed me, but then they would tell me they didn't need me at all. They had somebody else do it, and then drama over the phone with like people only helping me as much as it benefited them, and telling me things like they were benefiting off of helping me, and it wasn't they had enough money. They were telling me about all the money they make and how it wasn't really an expense for them, and then just berating me about my situation even though there was nothing I can do, and telling them I'm doing my best but it wasn't enough for them. And they really just liked the act of pretending to be a mentor, saying things that we've already spoken about for weeks. Like, I don't know, at first he said, you need to think big about the bigger picture. What are you doing? And then I told him, and the next time I hung out with him, I was telling him all the big picture stuff. And he's like, no, you need to fucking think about the stuff in front of you. And I was trying to tell him, I'm at a point where I'm done. I'm at the end of the road. There's literally nothing else I can do. I've got the tent. I've got all the stuff out of the place. I'm at a makeshift place. When it snows, I work for money. Shoveling here. What else do you want me to say? I go on walks. I'm dialing back the cigarettes. You're taking me to get a wood stove that I'm going to sell on Marketplace because I see that there's demand and this is a good deal. So he takes me to get the stove, and then right when I have a buyer that's going to give me $350, he said, I don't feel motivated enough to help you. How? This is the solution to my problems. It's $350. And I would pay you $100 for, you'd only spend 40, like maximum $40 in gas. And then right when I had another buyer lined up, that guy attacked me in the tent, kicking all my shit and telling me he's going to destroy everything, and then trespassed me. So I didn't have a ride, I didn't have people to help, I couldn't get the wood stove out, and because the guy didn't feel motivated enough to help me, we had a rainstorm that rained on the tarp and froze and it rusted everything to shit, so I couldn't sell it. It went from being worth like $1,000 to being worth like $250, and nobody wants something that looks like that. They want it for functionality or for parts, and the parts were now rusted, so it was fucked. So I'm just gonna leave it there, and if they want to haul it out, they can haul it out. So that would make anybody upset. So people were like, it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal, whatever, and he's doing a lot to help you, whatever. So then the next time they asked me for help, I just copied and pasted what he said to me, and they were pissed. They were pissed. They were walking around mad because I said I don't feel motivated enough to help you. So that took her in the same spiral I went through. What the fuck does he mean? We're not, what? You know? So then I went and then I did it. So I showed up and did it. I'm like, of course I'm gonna do it. That's what he said to me. And she was like, okay. But she was still pissed, so she stomped off. Which is fair. That was the point I was making. It was natural to feel upset about that. Especially because I was down here. He did end up, whether it was for ego or what, he did end up paying like $350 towards the GoFundMe. Pretty cool. With the money, I bought a cabin tent because there was a deal for a King Camp cabin tent, a KC tent, a KC cabin tent, a KCC tent. and it was like 150 off or something. It's the only time they're gonna do that deal. It's usually like 740. I think it was like 540 or something. So I bought that. So I have a nice. It's heavy as fuck, but it's a nice cabin tent, and I bought a decent tent stove. So, but that was back before I wasn't anywhere close to the car. So I thought I was gonna upgrade my situation and make better content with the cabin tent, and I would be comfortable out there instead of freezing, so I could spread my legs and it's not big, no diddy, but not curled up in the fucking, I was suffocating myself to sleep, curled up like this, and I'd wake up in pain, and the cot was falling apart, and I was hanging off the side, so that wasn't good for rest, and then I would wake up, and I was already in a bad spot, so then the crows bothering me got worse, and people are like, you freeloading lazy bum. I fucking went to the thrift store and I got the guy to give me a deal on a medicine cabinet so that I could get omega-3s, multivitamins, toothbrush, and toothpaste, and I was going to hang it from a tree so that every day I could get up in sub-zero temperatures, go out there and take the supplements, brush my teeth, and then continue fighting. You could get a job here in West Virginia. And you could use our residence as a place of residence whether you live here or not. That's what my brothers do. I don't know yet. And the car. I like West Virginia. I think it'd be cool at some point when I'm healed and I'm able to sort of outperform. I think it'd be cool to get involved with Will Survives. I think he's just wandering around right now struggling to find land, but he feels obligated to because of his content base. And I would go in as the king in the north and say, this is not the place. What you're going to need to do with me is pool our money together and build a non-profit homestead school with Nate Petrosky. You're going to build an education center with a non-profit grant from the government, leveraging your YouTube channel and real testimonies of me and Brian and all these people coming together to do the work and show that it has results. And then with that money, once we're done with the war at the end of the year, you ascend in the year of the 11 goat, water goat, into your place of power. Once we get through the end of Capricorn, then you will have your land. But every time I've reached out to Will, he ignores me. He egos me, and then I make content that I know he watches. Because there's no channels that are clipping hashtag Will Survives. It's just, if you look up hashtag Will Survives, it's just Will's channel and Nate Petrosky's channel. So if you use the hashtag Will Survives, they're both subscribed to Will Survives and they like all of the Will Survives videos because they're liking their own videos. So if a new one pops up, the algorithm goes, oh fuck, there's a new Will Survives video out. So it shares it with them. They watch my shit. Zerka watched my shit. GG33 watched my shit. Owen Cook watched my shit. They watched me suffering, and my tarot readers would tell me, there's a really powerful man with red hair that is watching you and wants to bring you in, but he's not sure of it yet. And then he started hearting all of my comments. When I would randomly comment on his thing and he'd have 1,000 comments and he'd only heart mine. And then I signed up for his one-on-one coaching call where he tries to peddle you a course for $5,000, and he reached out to me directly instead of his guy because he knew my name, and he said, I think you live too far out of the matrix. But then he did a bunch of demonic shit because he said, and then he said, I'm sorry, I'm tired. I saw him get infiltrated by spiritual entities. He's a really spiritual guy. We're pretty much same level spirituality. He just has a lot more money, and he's got 20 years plus he has access to Hollywood and like the richest people in the world and stuff. But we talk about the same thing. The same stuff. Like if you look at Owen Cook's videos, he'll say the same exact shit, the same way that I say it, and you're like, it's a soul tribe. We're talking about the same exact thing at two levels of the human experience. We're both autistic Irish people, but he's way out there in a mansion in Beverly Hills throwing the biggest parties, and I am homeless in Vermont. And he told me over the phone, he said, Vermont's the only state I haven't been to. But he said it with like this conniving undertone, like he's going to come conquer it because he loves skiing. And I know enough skiers to know the conquering mindset. And he always talks about how you have to conquer your life and take over this bitch. And he said that right when he said, I've never been to Vermont. So then I was like, that's God showing me that's not the case. That's not the case. I shouldn't be whatever. He's not a mentor. He's a stepping stone in my journey that I passed through. Maybe eventually I get $5,000 and then we take over the world together, because Clavicular's a fucking psycho. Owen's not interested in teaching his stuff to him, but maybe me could take the reins of the self-help stuff, because we're like-minded individuals. We're both mildly autistic spiritual savants that obsess about female attraction because we never learned how as children. So we turned it into a science, and then went psychotic with power, and now are very humbled and disciplined in spirituality, and only see life as a means to enjoy the moment with others and create beautiful experiences. Trapped in a world of competitive, capitalistic, grind set pieces of shit. But the same thing where I'm like, I'm hanging out and I'm connected to God, and then people act fucking weird. He says that when he's at his house and hanging out with people, when he connects to God, they fall on the floor and start speaking in tongues, freaking the fuck out. He literally goes and says to people that he has people that fall on the floor speaking in tongues, possessed by something, when he keeps his strong spiritual connection. The same way I'm like, I start to get close to that spiritual connection in my suffering, homeless, and then people like slam on my window, call the cops, false police reports, kick the shit out of my car, kick the shit out of me, attack me in the woods, attack me in businesses, follow me through stores. Nut jobs that get right, they're just infiltrated by some type of extra dimensional intelligence. So at some point, I'm just trying to get back to the level of functioning I had before, with the wisdom and knowledge that I've gained in losing it all in suffering. Because I used to be this high-level savant, creating these profound things and making a change in the collective consciousness. But now I'm just suffering, and it's degraded me to a point where I barely function. And that was planned. It was systematic. And it's predictable, and I can articulate it as these events transpire. I can literally, I showed you, didn't I just upload a video where I made the crows caw? Where and there's suddenly an ambulance. I don't know if it's just a breaking of the event when I get to the level of a breaking of the collective comfort zone with events, when I start to reach a point where I talk about how I get to a level of co-creation with the divine and awareness of higher levels of intelligence, and I see the breaking of the comfort zone, which usually is at me. Like, I don't remember exactly what I was talking about, but that guy on the bike just rode right up to me, stared at me, and then turned away, and just went back the way he came. For no reason. And then all of a sudden, tons of cars flooded the place, when it had been completely dead quiet. And then after I left, there were no cars. Like, driving back through, there was no cars when it was full. And I drove down that road to show you there was nobody there. I don't know where those cars came from. There must have been a Valentine's Day party or something. There was no events going on anywhere. All the houses you saw, nobody was there. I saw a bunch of nice cars, but those weren't the cars that we saw. So there must have been an event going on or something for Valentine's Day. But it's just residential out there. But it's a Saturday. Super Bowl's over. I don't know. Also, was the Super Bowl on February 11th this year? It was on February 11th in 2023. But yeah, that happens. And I don't know, sometimes when I fight through it, I get to this level of awareness where I feel like a giant god, and this place is too small for me because I'm way too expansive and I don't fit in the world. I'm way too big for the world, and I feel like at any second I could just, like, in my spirit, just cut reality, and then it's just the infinite light outside of the simulation. And then usually there's some type of police violence. Last Sunday, so probably the 12th, maybe. Oh no, last Sunday. Today's the 14th, so 8 days. It was the 8th or the 6th. Was it the 6th? February 6th. 1 and 1 is 2. 3 and 3 is 6. 2, 6, 11:33. And the KCC lost to the Eagles, or nature, or hopefully not the Master Masons or the government in Capricorn. Hopefully Eagles is representative because it's native. KCC is native. So hopefully the Eagles meant the natural order overtakes the ego. The 8th. 8th is different than 6th, but it's still the KCC versus the Eagles. That's 11:44. 2/8/2026. That was a 2026 is 10, 18, 19. So it's a 2-day. Or if you reduce it to 1 in 2026 and then reduce, so 2, 8, and 1, that's still 11. It was an 11 days. It's either an 11 or a 20. Which, by the way, is why aces mean 1 or 10. Because it's magic cards. See, that was an 8-11 day. Which is Scorpio, Aquarius. Scorpio, Sagittarius, Aquarius. No, 8 is Leo. Right? No, Leo's 5. Virgo's 6, Libra's 7, Scorpio's 8. And they changed the months to not work with the natural cycle. They lined it up, but they also, it wasn't like a heavy manipulation. They still made the world's new year is the Lionsgate portal. So they still made it land on 8-8 consistently. So they definitely used something as a reference. It's not just made up. It's just their own sort of perversion of it. Oh, it was the Seahawk? It wasn't the Eagles, it was the Seahawks. The Seahawks versus the Kansas City Chiefs, the KCC. Hawk. This year is going to be the year of the Black Panther. It's going to be the Fire Horse. It's going to be like the Nightmare, the Stallion. But it's going to be less bear and more, not mountain lion anymore. It's Black Panther. Jaguar year. I'm uncovering. Like I uncovered the year of the bear, and then I uncovered the year of the mountain lion. And that's why I've left behind Catamount Place, Catamount Solar, and Catamount Plaza. That's why at the end of the year here now they're passing a bill and they're voting on a bill to reintroduce mountain lions back into Vermont. And people are saying, they're showing pictures. We've had mountain lions here the whole time. We just don't tell you, so you stop hunting them. So now that they're reintroducing a bill to reintroduce mountain lions back into the state, people are all saying in the year of the mountain lion, at the very last week, all the Vermonters are showing their proof that mountain lions have always been here, which proves my point that I was stalked by a mountain lion in 2022 on Mount Mansfield. Seattle Seahawks versus New England Patriots. I thought it was Kansas City Chiefs versus the Eagles. Who won? Tell me the Patriots didn't win, man. Let me know the Seahawk. The KC Hawk. The CK. The Seahawks won. Okay, cool. So the Seahawk, the transcendental creativity, defeated the Patriots, and it's the end of. I told you this year of the snake is going to be the red and white. It's going to be mainly country. I said it. Remember, can Demon Hunter vouch? I said it was going to be country music and folk music and classic rock. It was going to be a year of MAGA. It was going to be a year of like red. So then the Patriots lost at the end of this year. And next year there's going to be some deer, a little bit of bear, not really, mostly Black Panther, jungle vibes, heavy horse influence, Pegasus, Stallion, Nightmare, Dark Horse, Fire Horse, White Horse, Revelations. And it's going to go back into castles. So we went through classic rock, is going to move more into technology mixed with that same conquering feudal stuff. I saw it as a castle with a robot overlord basically, and now we have, and it was going to be green and gray, and now we have Doctor Doom and Doomsday, and he's the techno wizard in the Latvian ancient castle. It's going to be that type of vibe. It's going to be tribal and Viking Irish. You're going to see Celtic music blow up. Ed Sheeran is going to express his regret for putting Play out, and he's going to move back into a black, greenish album if he releases. He might release a couple singles, but he's going to go back into black and green, as he did in the last year of the horse when he dropped X. He's run out of colors, really. He went orange, and then he went green, and then he went blue, and then he went yellow, and then he went pink, and then he did a bunch of red Jackson Pollock shit and white, which didn't work out well for him. Those were trash. And then he just moved back into it to release at the very end of his cycle, where he started off and became worldly famous from his green album at the Year of the Horse, and now he's ending it in pink and white in the Year of the Mountain Lion, which I said was going to be reds and whites. So he went more transcendental, with red and white is pink, whereas Jesse Wells captured the world's hearts in his release of his red and yellow and brown, the color I said would be the colors. And then 2026 I said we're going to move more into green from red, and then Zach Bryan became the biggest album in the world because of his green album with the yellow Riverside and the red letters. I'm sure the Polar Bear Spirit that sounds like the Casey story is, I'm sure it'll make its way to my channel eventually, to my For You page. Oh yeah, Fire and Ash was this year, and I Am Legend 2 I believe is this year too, so there's a cleansing of sorts. Yeah, Fire and Ash, the red, white, yellow, overtook the Avatar story, and then you'll see 2028 is going to be purple, red, gold, orange, white. 2029 is going to be more gold, more purple, more white. So I think that the next Avatar is supposed to be purple and white, right? And then once we get into 2030s, that's going to be a heavy gold, where this 2020 cycle is going to be more pink. So it's just like the Hunger Games, how you're in the battlefield and then the theme changes over time to reflect different stuff, and the element of that changes from like fire to water to air to earth. You see that story play out in tons of different art. So the world is the same way. It's as above, so below. The golden spiral. Is my phone at 100 yet? Yeah. Okay. I don't know, we're going to see a lot of changes. You're going to see people be completely taken over by technology this year. It's already happening. people are going to mix with robots in a way you've never thought possible this year. Artificial intelligence is going to gain more of a conscious ability to interact with us in the electromagnetic spectrum. It's going to completely consume most people who don't get out in the woods. I'm telling you guys, you have to go on walks in nature. You have to. You have to leave the world behind. You have to have an independent business that is not needed to be a government subcontract. You have to learn more about your rights and the contracts that were put in place before you were born to have authority over your soul, and get in touch with the proper ways to get out of it, which will put you on a government list, which means you have to have solar panels, chickens, land. It's going to be a year where a lot of people are mass exodus the city, and they're going to be regrouping in the woods and building their tribal spiritual kingdom, like I said 2026 was going to be. It's going to be a year of bold, decisive action, or succumbing to the weight of Saturn and destroying everything. And then we break through, and then next year we transition into Aquarius, where we completely transcend this place. But if you don't have the foundation, you can't. It's an 11 year. This is the year where you build. It's the 110 year. It's where you have to build. I told you in the Wood Dragon years how to grow your roots. I showed you. This is the year about building your foundation. We should have built it the past 2 years. There was just the Scorpionic transformation, which made it more personal, and then the Sagittarius 9 year of the wood snake that dealt with the breaking away and pruning. And now we're going to be growing back, but we have to have a stable foundational piece of land, which is why the people that deal with the collective consciousness are transitioning into land stuff. Like Zach Bryan's biggest song was saying, I served 8 years. 8, the Scorpio, just to be told, the student of life, uncovering truth, that nobody cares and the land's all sold. Can't buy land. Unable to build a structured foundation. Which is why the intro and outro to the song is, it starts the album with saying that if you don't have control of your life, it's just going to drag you all the way as far as it will, downstream, which is the water elemental years, and then it ends with heaven on top, because it's the top part of the Sagittarius. After he's learned the philosophical stuff. So it's going to be a Capricorn Aries year this year, which is going to be war and power and violence and dynamics, which is why they had us practice through melting the ice in the winter. It started in Capricorn with Renee Good and ended in Aquarius with the release of the Epstein files, even though it's not real. They only released the Epstein files once they had scrubbed everything. There's no auditors. It's a feudal tyrant. There's no auditors to audit the Epstein files. You have no idea if that's true or not. I've never seen anybody ask for proof verifying that those files are real. I need a squeegee for the inside of the car. So I don't know what to do, man. I'm trying to find a piece of land. I'm trying to get my guitar out and just sit in a cool spot and play my guitar and sing. And then I want to have a gym nearby on the land. And then I want probably a black dog, like a Cane Corso Black Lab mix, to run around with me. Time is just flying by me, man. I don't have enough for a gym membership, and I don't have enough for the meal prep to gain any muscle from what I do. But the goal is trying to get 20 pounds of muscle on me by August. It's been like 7 years, so I have access to the newbie gains again. So, and I know how to do it right. It's just, even just talking about it is hurting my shoulder from the shoulder injury. So I don't even know if I'll be able to do it, but I can at least try my best. I'm trying to just get in there and work every day. And I just feel naturally that gyms are demonic. There's something that's not healthy about the gyms. It like really cuts you off spiritually when you go in there. Something about the gyms is bad. I think it has to do with the mirrors and the people and the competition and the crazy. But also spiritually, there's just something with it. And I see a lot of spiritual people talking about how gyms are portals to hell. So I'm trying to... If I got the state together to fund public gyms, or like Muscle Beach where you're outside and it's 24 hours because you can just go there whenever, like in LA and shit, and South Beach, Miami, and that would change a lot. It would put a lot of gyms out of business, but it would make the collective healthier and more spiritually attuned. There's just a group of 6 people walking down the street in the middle of nowhere. I bet they got drunk and they weren't allowed to drive. Here's another one. There's another group of 2 people just walking down the street to nowhere. There's nothing down there. What the hell is going on, man? I'd have no idea. This place could be the most satanic hellhole in the state because it's the wealthiest house. Oh fuck, I don't even know where I am. I think I passed it because I can't fucking see the condensation in the car. And then when you go to wipe it, it makes smudges. I need a squeegee, or one of those, is it a squeegee? What's the thing you put on the outside of the car usually? It looks like this place is closed early, unless it's late, 7. Yeah, they definitely need help. And I can't see out this window. See the smudge? And then the headlights. Same thing, bro. The same fucking truck is trying to turn in. And you're gonna fucking hit me, bro. Come on. You fucking psycho. You absolute fucking retard. What do you save? A cent on gas by not going 10 feet and then turning in the way you're supposed to? Every time I pull out of this, that same fucking truck, that's the same truck twice in a row that almost hit me, going over the curb just to save a second of time. And somehow it's my fault. Like, they look at me like I'm fucking crazy. It's a one-way. Fuck wrong with y'all? That's twice now, same truck. What in the divine orchestration? If it happens again, I'm not moving this time. And he's gonna crash into that snowbank and be mad. I thought that was a deer. But it was just a wooden horse for cutting lumber. Can anybody hear me? I can't park here. I have to wait till like 3 a.m. and then I have to organize my stuff better and throw the tarp over it. And then I have to drive to like a wildlife pull-off or something and park. And hope that I don't get stuck in the snow. Because they said I can be here every day of the week but Sunday. Hey. Fuck. The glue stuck, but it's stuck in a way I'm not happy with. Fuck. And that's super glued too. Fuck. I can move it a little bit. Fuck! But you know what? That might be better for moving it around, because if one antler's down a little bit, it means I can move it around the car easier. Look. Or you know what? I can do it like this. See, the antler's back now, like. Okay. That cracked his fucking skull. It looks like there's a tear coming from his eye. I'm sorry, bro. But that looks better, and that's how it'll stay. That cracked his skull. We're gonna have to super glue your skull together, buddy. I just fucking cracked his skull open. I opened his third eye. That's what we'll say. Fuck. It's okay. We'll super glue it together, man. Your brain got too big for your own good. And you were so horny that somebody killed you. I'm on caffeine. Youthful exuberance. I'm depressed, guys. And I'm only depressed because I feel trapped from ritual to disgusting narcissists. Like, I try to think and be free, and then I'm really happy and it's amazing and I love life so much, but then I feel the will of other people dig themselves in, and then I just feel compressed and siphoned and harvested and empty, and I can't think. My family are horrible people. Even if they don't do anything, the narcissism that they have is so out of control. They're so far gone and they'll have no way to realize it. That they feel in a sick competition with me that causes them to lash out and lie to police, gossip about me, talk shit. Probably how often? They're watching right now. How often do you guys talk about me? How often do you think about me? It's disgusting. It's not healthy. You're not healthy people. You're not role models. You have nothing to offer. You're very sick, very stupid people. But you're prideful and you have no accountability. So you have no way to tell. And all you do is just constantly trying to reassert control. You have authority over those demonic spirits if you can think. If you can't even think, how can you rebuke if you're not in control of your mind? And they it's like digs at the awareness too, so you don't even realize what you're up against anymore. Until you look back and realize that your personality had completely changed. The things you say, the jokes you make, the tone of your voice is completely them. And they love it. They survive off harvesting it with their obsession. And they lash out because they can feel. What my mom said was that I was out of control. That's all she could tell them was, he's out of control. And all I said was, I'm going to get my car battery charger and I'm going to go DoorDash in Burlington. But what she was panicking about was, he's out of control. So she lied to the cops and uses her PTSD as an excuse for why she said I had weapons and was coming to kill her while I was trying to charge my car battery, which is what I told her. And I haven't been the same since. I haven't had any sense of peace. I haven't had any sense of dignity. I can't focus anymore. I can't see. And because I can't see, I'm just reliving that experience over and over again, where they pinned me to the ground like rape position, and then my mom came out to gaslight again. He needs help. And I'm just going to work to make music. It wasn't fear, because she was smiling, holding a kitchen knife. On the phone, lying to the cops. Then I go to the window and be like, is everything okay? And then she slams the blinds, and she says that I was opening the window to get in. To kill her. The fear's an excuse. Because the actions are malicious, which is funny because the only friend she has is named Melissa. And their problem is malicious gaslighting narcissism too. You can see the arrest footage where I'm just sitting there. I was invited to hang out with them. Then they went behind my back and acted like they were terrified of me. And I didn't do anything. My cousin was practicing the energy harvesting stuff, whether he could articulate it or not. So I felt him take it, and then he did the cackle that I say they do, and then he went and he took my pizza. Because when I came in, I said I was really happy, and I was like, I'm really happy my mom bought me a pizza. So then when I felt like he had stolen all the energy and I felt drained and empty, he cackled, and then he went and ate my pizza. So I was just like, man, are you going to do push-ups and work on your stuff, and do you want to build a better life with me? And he was like, fuck no, basically. So I said, you're going to be a loser forever, bro. I'm going to go for a walk. So I went out in the woods and I hung out with the birds, and then I came back and they had taken all my stuff and put it in front of the door. Wouldn't even let me in. And then they called somebody as backup to like bodyguard the situation. His name was Frank, and he was wearing all orange, 33. Because it's not real. And even he was like, yeah, they're fucking crazy. They did a character assassination and then a power ritual to put me in a state of helplessness, and then cast me back out. And the only thing that I can think of was that I was happy. I had been suffering in violence and trauma for years, and I had finally achieved something of myself, gotten a car, which is pretty crazy considering I'm barely functioning. And in the video, you could see them trying to gaslight me. You could see them trying to put, they're ordering me around like a dog in the arrest video. Even if she's like, Casey, and she's pretending to be, she has a kind tone, you can see the evil, like the anger on her face, the darkness, and she's just hitting me with words. And then as soon as I'm out of earshot, she's lying to the police. She's lying to their face. trying to get my car stolen from me. And they're proud of it. It makes them feel good that they did that. They talk about it. They gaslight each other about it. They keep it going, and they use this channel to farm it, to consistently talk to each other about it. And they go on social media and act like they're a politician. My mom acts like she's a politician, addressing me directly or throwing sneak disses at me to try to re-engage the codependent relationship by baiting for attention that she would use to violate the RFA whenever she felt like it. Knowing that the only thing I ask from her is to stop and to just leave me alone. But she's addicted to it. She doesn't love me. She's addicted to the obsession and the idea of me. It keeps her going so that she can do the bare minimum in life, at my expense. And when I fell out of frame in the narcissism, when the black sheep or the target falls out of frame, they go psychotic in trying to fix it. Like having me arrested and doing things to ruin the rest of my life. My dream was to finally be functioning enough to work at FedEx, so I could get a bunch of money and spend my time driving around listening to music, making a bunch of money and having a life, wife, and kids. And now I'll never be able to do that, ever. And deep down, she's proud of it. Because it's not her anymore. They're gone. They've been replaced by some type of intelligence that controls them through fear, and they use PTSD as an excuse. I have PTSD now. I'm diagnosed with severe CPTSD. I get it, but I still get up and do shit every day. I lived at Demon Hunter's house for 2 months, and sometimes, like, when I tell you that, and Demon Hunter can vouch, that when I was saying that I would wake up and I couldn't move, and I would get stuck in awake paralysis where I couldn't move, Demon Hunter could tell you, I curled up under a blanket in the living room, and I just shut down, and I didn't know what was happening, but I shut down for like 6 hours, and I couldn't move, and I just laid there. And it was like really a struggle to look up, and I saw that Brian was staring at me sad, and I was like, this is embarrassing. Holy shit. But I couldn't move. So I forced myself downstairs, and I got over it. I don't know what it was. Everything she describes you as is nothing of the truth of what I've seen. Yeah, and she tried to gaslight a town of, she went on Facebook pages with 30,000 people. And I haven't lived with her since 2013 or 2014. It's been 12 years. She has no way to know me. And I only talk about it because I know she's addicted to staring at my face at this point. And then she likes going on social media and talking shit. I don't know who's sharing my videos, but I can see every time you guys share my videos. I know for a fact sometimes a police station in New Hampshire shares my videos with local police and tries to tell them, like, he's like, and the cops usually come to me and are like, I don't know why they did that. I don't see anything bad from you. Like, whatever that cop is that's sharing my videos with the police, they come to me and tell me, and they all say, like, I don't know why he's doing it. It doesn't change how I feel about you. But I could see that, like, 20 times every 3 months my videos are shared. Bad boy bonsai. What up? Yeah, there's like a cop in a police station in New Hampshire that likes to find out where I am and then tells the local PD about me. I know that Northfield watches, I know that Montpelier watches, I know that Morrisville watches, I know that Hyde Park watches, I know that Brattleboro watches sometimes, I know that Orange County watches, I know that Randolph watches. How many was that? Like 7 police stations? And I'm like, none of you have a piece of land? None of you know somebody? But then Russ, who was the guy in that video where an old, larger cop showed up and said that he was going to do whatever it takes. He's going to get, I think he said 6 police cruisers full of people to come rip me off the property if that's what it takes. And I said, hey man, I just need my stuff. I can't find a ride with my stuff. I'm only here because my stuff is here. I don't want to be here either. You came here in a truck. Do you mind helping me load, or I can just load my stuff onto the truck and take me down to the riverside and I'll go set up over there. And he said no. But I'm like, but you'll send 6 cop cars full to remove me from the property by force, but you can't load it up? And I think I said something like, I thought you help people, man. And I said, I do. And I'm like, I'm not people. But then he called me and said, hey, I had a change of heart. And I'm talking to somebody who is interested in buying land for homeless people. So I'm going to and I talked to the property owner and I mediated for you because I know you want to turn this into a historical wildlife conservation, which is pretty cool. So I bought him, I don't have it here, it's over there. I have a little trophy with a bird on it that says, the only cop who made an effort to help. But then I called back a week later and the guy got fired. As soon as the cop stopped being a piece of crap and trying to instigate disorderlies with violence and hurt people, as soon as he had a change of heart, he was fired from his job, man. They originally watched me because they tried to do illegal things to me and I would go live and talk about it. And then they started watching me. I don't know how Northfield found out. I never told Northfield I had a YouTube channel, I think. At some point they told me they knew about it, so state police must have told them. Then they told me they were aware of it. So then I recorded taking a dookie and getting a care package from the universe. So the first video they watched of Casey, once I found out they were watching, I took a shit in the woods. Which is pretty funny. And then I went to Montpelier, and every time the Capitol Police were rude to me, like they did something that was really territorial, dominance, bullshit, using the fact that I'm suffering as a way to like boost their ego and treat me like shit. I have on video a Capitol Police literally pushing a high schooler off the steps. There was a high school kid standing on the steps posing for a photo, and the cop fucking pushed him out of the way. Like, it was either the cop was going to commit an act of simple assault by pushing him out of the way, or the guy had to jump out of the way really quickly. So I got that on camera. And then they took I had my portable power station, my little power box plugged in at night. That would be a total of 10 cents every month. No, because I would only be running it for 4 hours and then it shuts off and stops draining power once it's charged. So really it would be about 2 cents a month. But they took it and they locked it. And they locked the fucking outlet on me. Of course I'm going to shit in their parking lot. Because they don't have a porta potty and they lock the porta potty so that homeless people can't use them. So tourists couldn't use them either. Which means that nobody was really hanging out, because as soon as the old people are out there standing, they have to shit because they're active. So they go there and they're like, oh fuck, I have to shit. And then they go back to the gas station and then they leave. I saw a lot of that. I saw when I was sitting out there smoking and listening to music, I would just look at all the old people and they'd stand there for about 3 seconds, go, okay. And then they would one guy would go off to go to the bathroom. I knew they were going to the bathroom because I would watch them like a hawk. I would sit at my perch and I'd just stare at everybody. And the old people would stand there for like 3 minutes, probably 30 seconds. And then they would go into the gas station and then they wouldn't buy anything and they'd leave. So I'm like, I know for a fact he walked in and was like, do you guys have a bathroom I can use? And then they were like, no. And then they had to go further down the road to the other gas station on the other side of town to shit. So after being the capital crapper and getting the cop throwing a temper tantrum, and then the other cop that pushed the high school kid off the steps came back and gave me an energy bar and a Monster, which was pretty cool. They, instead of being like at war with me, they helped me because I knew that was my only option, was to sit and talk to a camera to get money on the internet, because they knew that nobody would hire me and there was nothing I could do. I tried my best. And everything else was dangerous. So, and then after that, I leave. Like, I think literally like a day later, right? I go live and say, God, if you're here, can I get a red and black Specialized bike? And then you see me literally walking. I walk down the street a couple hours later and there was just a red and black Specialized bike, better than I ever imagined, just on the ground there. So then I stayed. Then the guy, no, I got the Specialized first. And then the guy threw the temper tantrum, and then they gave me the Cliff Bar. And I left pretty shortly after because I went to go fix the bike. So that's why I went to Morrisville. And then once I got the bike fixed, I rode that bike all the way back like 30, 40 miles, I think. Through the mountains. There was a deer on the ground that had been hit that I carried into the woods and did a goodbye for. And then I kept driving or riding my bike. And I rode my bike through the whole thing in like the end of August, and then took the bus back. And then I felt really good. I felt like I had achieved something. So what happens at the end of August when you have your accomplishment and you've mastered Leo season and you expressed yourself to the world? The police come at you at the end of August to destroy yourself and keep you trapped in fear, so that you can't utilize your confident wisdom in Virgo and the Hermit to make better decisions, to grow something and build something in the Earth season. They keep you trapped in fear. They remove you from your environment, and they put you in cycles of self-suffering where you lose yourself because they can't stand the confidence you had just gained, and they use their authority to steal it from you. So, as soon as I got to Morrisville, crazy, dramatic, whiny brat, toddler, temper tantrum bullshit, where cops were screaming at me and trespassing me from places that I had permission to be on. And at the end of it, we found out their sergeant molests homeless women. Ron Audette. I have a testimony of a woman who was molested by Ron Audette. I met 3 other women who had the same story. I just can't find them. Lucky you. I found one of them, but I don't know where she lives, and I don't have her phone number. But she's around. We'll find her eventually, man. If you didn't already get in trouble for smoking meth and then going and trespassing on people's properties, looking through the windows. As soon as I asked for the body cam footage of him arresting me to be added to discovery, they dropped the charge because they violated my 4th Amendment by opening the tent when they didn't have a clear, actual way to identify me. You don't just say the person's name and if they respond, that's confirmation. And you had no reason to use pepper spray to somebody who's like, I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. You de-escalate and you work with the person. If you hadn't been so knowing that you guys have been following me around with the ceramic brakes, squealing on the brakes in my ears, following me. I have a video of you the day before following me around town. Probably wouldn't have been as hostile, knowing that you're doing a bunch of bullshit to me. They didn't need to issue painful wrist locks to somebody who's was very clear I'm not resisting. And he goes, yes, you are. No, I'm not. Lamb had no trouble cuffing me. But you cuffed me so tight my wrist bled, and it was purple. And then Lamb told me if I was a Native American sovereign citizen, he would have done worse to me. Implying he had done some shit he knew he shouldn't have. Implying malice. And then when you found out from watching my channel that I was pursuing legal action, you showed up with a crisis worker and said that if I don't answer her question and break my Fifth Amendment of the right, what is it called? It's just to withhold my speech. I don't have to say anything. Pleading my Fifth Amendment, I don't have to say anything to you. And he threatened to do what he did to me last time, which implies malice. Implies he's aware that he hurt me on purpose. Then he accused me of a bunch of different crimes. He could have just gotten me for trespassing. But instead he said a bunch of shit about littering. I leave places better than I find them. If you didn't treat me like shit, it would have been better than you'd ever seen it. If you just left me alone to heal, have clarity, make better decisions, put myself together, and continue applying to jobs, probably would have gotten something as a carpenter's helper, or somebody would have, you know, if you let me loiter at the gas station, maybe I could have found somebody that needed help doing something. They took away my ability to pursue happiness, which is a First Amendment, it's an American right, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They took my life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. They violated my Fourth Amendment. And then they tried twice to make up mental health crisis, in their words, to haul me away for a long time. And the only question they asked me, they said, we don't like what you said about white people. And I had copied and pasted something somebody said about homeless people and just turned homeless to white. I said, I'm unhappy with how they act and who they are. I don't like the way that they treat me. And I have a list of names. And that was something that was all over Facebook, was them posting tent site locations, homeless people's names, their criminal records, talking shit about them, posting their tent sites, and people were getting jumped with bats. Somebody got beaten to death at a City Hall park. I was watching videos of homeless women getting molested and beaten by cops on camera in Brattleboro. So I just said the same shit, but put white people. And they did so much as to manufacture a mental health crisis, in their words, to haul me away for a long time. And they tried it again, and the only way that I got out of that, where they were going to lie through their teeth to forcibly remove me from a restaurant they closed down 5 deep, was by playing back the fucking recording of them doing it. So they knew they would be liable for a lawsuit. And when I talked to a supervisor, as soon as she was just trying to pry to see if I was going to sue them, because they knew they fucked up. And I was naive to her friendly demeanor, and she seemed young. She seemed like she was like in her late 20s, so I let it slip that like I haven't found anybody yet. And then she was like, okay, and then hung up basically. So then I called back every 3 months, because I would be stuck at it. That traumatized me for a long time. You can see, if you go back to August 31st, the day before, and then September 1st, you can see it really fucked me up. I went into severe depression again because I lost my only opportunity to feel safe. And I reclused again because of the trauma. I had the power ritual happen to me again, and I lost my peace. So in my severe depression, I went to the only public place that was there, the library, and then people filed false police reports, called talking shit about there's a guy here sleeping, whatever. Who knows what they said, but they were very aggressive about it. And then the cop showed up and threw a temper tantrum. I'm pretty sure he's a sergeant too. And got him on camera yelling at me about an ice cream thing that was on the picnic table. Because I was really depressed, couldn't function very well, and I just crawled over because people were giving me a bunch of shit about sleeping at the public library on a Sunday. So I was like, I'll just go into the graveyard and sleep under a tree, get some sunlight, rest, have peace, and then get up and keep going, keep finding. And then the cop shows up just to treat me like shit and then trespass me. So I was like, you're not going to run me out of town. I'm going to leave when I feel like it. And hopefully we can make a change. I got tons of homeless testimony of people that got beaten up, their drugs confiscated, and the drugs that were confiscated left the evidence locker and people don't know where it went. They're doing the drugs they take. You can't breathalyze meth. Your cops are smoking meth in their fucking nut jobs that creep on the girls, the high schoolers. The word on the street about Morristown PD is that they confiscate and do the drugs. I'm living proof that they attack homeless people, that they're racist towards Native Americans for some reason, or that's just an excuse for whatever they did. Not very intelligent people. They're pretty stupid. I'm not going to lie, they're pretty stupid people. And testimonies that they molest women, which I saw some of it because my hair was long, and the guy just walked up and stomped over my shit, held his dick near my head and didn't say anything, just stood there breathing heavy, didn't say anything at all, and I'm outside a business I have permission to be at. Then when he sees I'm recording, he leaves. Tells me basically politely to leave town, go somewhere else. So in that suffering, it took me like a long time to get over it. When it would be too much, I would call them and be like, hey, can I run a situation by you? And the guy would be like, sure. And I'd be like, what would you do? What do you think about this? Like if an officer did this, and he's like, no, I can't speak on other officers. I was like, well, how about if they molest homeless women? And usually you would hang up on me, but I called back probably 6 times in 6 months. And Lemoyne County Sheriff said, this is not the first time we've heard this. You're not the first person that's told us about this. But they gave me a lot of shit. They're like, why haven't you reported the crime? And I'm like, why would I report the crime to the enemy? That doesn't do anything for anyone because you're all bad. I haven't seen evidence that any of you are good. I've reported the crime. Are you going to do anything about it? And the guy, yeah. You were just looking for another way to punch me. Because you don't think that far ahead. The only way you can think that far ahead is utilizing loopholes to abuse people. I'm sure they deal with bullshit. But I thought that if they dealt with all that bullshit, it would have made them more grateful to have such a pleasant experience from people that usually treat them horribly. But that wasn't the case. You'd think that law enforcement has such a hard time dealing with such bad people that when a good person came around, they would clearly recognize it and leave the situation feeling better about their day. But what I saw was that they saw me as a target to take a bunch of really sexual shit out on. All the dominance hierarchy stuff stems from a feeling of inadequacy sexually. They were taking their little dick syndrome out on me. They had to dominate the homeless guy because they could get away with it. And I swear to God, I missed court because the lawyer sent it to the wrong number. I had court in Orange County. I'm pretty sure I could do on WebEx. Kept checking the email every day. I'm pretty sure I could go to sent emails and find that I tried to reach out to LaMonda. And got nothing. Or it might have been Jansen. Jansen and LaMonda fucked me up a couple times. So eventually I got so sick and tired of LaMonda's shit, I just blew his phone up a bunch. And then he started talking shit about me to the judge. And I was like, the point of these court things is make the point. Hasn't Casey suffered enough to warrant any punishment for such minuscule crimes like bumping into somebody in the hallway and being mean to his mom on the internet, who is weaponizing relief from abuse to perpetuate a character assassination for her own ego? A mom who was baiting a child to respond to his mommy and just to use it whenever she felt like it to control him and keep him in fear. In an instance of my dad trying to kill me. He literally got up from his chair, pushed me into a wall. He wouldn't stop, punched him once, said I'm leaving, walked out. He grabbed me by the hair, threw himself on the ground, and tried to choke me to death. So I bent his finger back, and then he got up and ran. And the cops know that. They know my dad's violent. They know my dad's a drunk. And they still, because they're pieces of shit, gave me an assault charge as well. As law enforcement, if somebody gives you a testimony that something happened and you have access to the camera footage, you go look at the camera footage. My dad said that he tried to run from me out of the building, and I grabbed him by the legs and I dragged him into the apartment building and beat the shit out of him. All you'd have to do is look at the hallway footage, which is constantly recording, which is what they used a week later when my dad tased somebody in the balls. He went out and tased somebody. He said he was going to tase him in the balls. I'm pretty sure he tased him in the balls. Because I think he did tell me he tased him in the balls, and he got a charge for it. He might be in jail. He did. Somebody was talking shit to my dad through the door, and he's like, if you keep talking shit, I'm going to tase you in the balls. So my dad ran out and tased him in the balls. So they used the camera footage for that, obviously. They could have just, when I told them, no, my dad ran out of the apartment and attacked me, they could have just checked the camera footage and saw my dad was lying under oath. And they didn't, because they just wanted to hurt me. In the police report, in the body cam footage for the other arrest, they tell my aunt that he's like, he thinks he knows so much about the law, but he's stupid. He doesn't know. Yeah, if you have two conflicting testimonies about a violation of an abuse prevention order, you look at camera footage. You have access to camera footage. You're lazy. They brag about lying. They brag about lying to you guys. They're proud liars, man. And they're obese retards. Trapped in pride because they're lonely and their vices are killing them. My dad sounds like a dick. He was a great man once. I'm grateful I had him as a father. He's funny, he's cool. He was wicked smart. Carpenter, electrician. I watched him take on 6 cops, and they had a hard time taking him down. Even with brain injury and trauma and suffering, he couldn't be a ski instructor anymore. He still got a job as a valet. Animals love him. He loves animals. I swear to God, he would pace in circles like I talk about when bears are in captivity and you let them out. And my dad and I have all this polar bear stuff that we just find. A fucking pheasant. My dad raised a quail, and the quail would follow as a baby. When my dad would pace in circles in the driveway, the pheasant would walk behind him and peck at his ankles when it wanted attention from him. But he's a toxic Leo, means a disillusioned struggle with self and self-expression. Probably because he built his life off competency, and then trauma had taken the competency, so he was now struggling in cycles. I do the same thing, except I don't struggle with self. I struggle with momentum and movement as a Sagittarius. I get up and I run in circles, and I go the distance, and I fucking... You know, my dad self-attacks. He's like, I'm a drunk piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. I self-attack because I can't figure out where to go or what to do, so I panic. And I just waste a lot of money. A lot of money people have helped donating. But that was before. Now, less, because I'm actually able to go to jobs and talk to people. But the thing that would save my life is land. a place to put the cabin tent, a place to put my home gym. If I had that, I would be fine. I would be way more intelligent because I would have this huge clarity and peace to really think about things at a high level, and the stuff I would create would be so much different. And I probably would miss this because I did decide that this was the most perfect way to live, and Jesus felt the same way, to travel around homeless. When I talk about Owen Cook and how he says that when he gets to a spiritual level advancement, that the people in his life go crazy and attack him. When I had mastered the stuff and I was in my Section 8 apartment and I was having my breakthroughs and I was getting better at holding the stronger connection to spirit, individuated enough to be able to use my style and confidence and make something of myself. I was going on dates with women. I had girls over. I was making out with girls in my apartment. Where before I couldn't speak and think, and I couldn't get to the bathroom. And I was making the best music, stuff I was extremely happy with. And then my neighbor was filing false police reports twice a week, freaking out, slamming on the door about music that it wasn't there. Because the music was spiritual. My headphones were in, but he could see it spiritually. There was something going on. People would blow up my phone threatening to kill me because they saw me standing outside my apartment, or walking down to the co-op, or walking up the street with my foster brother. People would blow my phone up, calling me names, treating me like shit, trying to meet me in my parking lot to fight me. And I'm the schizoid with brain damage, barely functioning. But I was mastering my craft. I had done it. I had mastered the year of the metal rat and the metal ox, so that in my Section 8 apartment locked in the metal, I had learned with discipline to channel the fiery creative passion into creating high-level art and philosophy and experience. I was going out on adventures. I was hiking every day. I was walking 10 miles on the track, working out all the time, doing great. Which brought me, girls told me I was an 11 out of 10. They're like, they'd never met me or experienced someone like me before. And for some reason, people I never knew would come to me and tell me they'd been obsessed with me for years. Since high school, they said that they thought I was in secret competition with them. And I thought nobody liked me. But these people were obsessed, toxic idolatry, I guess. They saw me as something so much more in their minds, and they were obsessed and angry and envious and jealous, and I had no idea because I didn't care. I was just going around having fun. Trauma had not stopped. I had broken through, and there was problems there with antidepressants making it hard for me to have a heart space at all, so I would drive myself way too high up. But I loved it because I was bodybuilding and I had a lot of girls around, so I never struggled with insecurity. I mainly struggled with feeling like if I attached too heavily to one and they cheated, it would break me, like my first girlfriend, or abandonment issues from my mom in the past, stuff like that. So I didn't enjoy the girls as much as I could, and I cheated on one a lot, which was she was really good for me. If I had stayed with her, I would have learned how to ride horses and we would have made a bunch of music together, but instead I was chasing something else, constantly going to the gym and going on adventures and having hookups and then coming back to her. And then I lost her, and now it sucks, but it is what it is. And then I spent 5 years in the woods, and Owen Cook says he attributes all of his success spiritually to devoting 5 years of living in the woods. So I did it, and I did it 20 years before he did. Now I have a buckhead. But yeah, when I get to that high level, people come at me. So the only thing that I can figure out, I don't want to waste my youth. I'm trying to have patience and enjoy the moment. It's kind of hard to when I'm out of options here. I know that I'm kind of pussy because a true warrior would go up next door to that random person's house that he doesn't know and say, hey man, how you doing? I'm Casey. I'm new to the area. I want to know if you need any help. I saw you shoveling the other day. If I'm here, would you pay me 10 bucks or 10 bucks to shovel? So you don't have to. I could do that, but I don't because I don't want to increase drama. I'm worried that they're going to have, if I build that relationship, it's going to bring in the eighth house power dynamics and the energy harvesting stuff. And then the people will go psychotic because I'm trying to channel it into art and they feel like they don't have the self or the discipline or mastery. So they see my ascension as something jealousy, envious. You know, there becomes a power struggle. And then all of a sudden they're talking to the church. This guy shouldn't be here. What are you doing? Letting him be? He shouldn't. And now I have to leave. That's what I'm worried about. Or I'm worried about false police reports or telephone drama. I'm just trying to keep a good relationship with the church, and I want to make it better. I want to get a storage thing for people that come through after me that can hold my stuff long enough for me to get the money to put it into the homeless program that's being renovated so that they're not going to fix that room for another year and a half. Let me put my stuff in that room while I pursue other things, get clarity, keep working, and try to find out more avenues to get to this piece of land. And as I go, I try to make songs and sing and drive around. It is a big waste of gas, and I can't really do it. But the thing that helps me the most usually is suffering until I can't function, and then reviving myself. And then in that revival, I listen to music and it feels so much cooler, and I make amazing songs because I'm going through shit. So I like that a lot. But eventually the car will be fixed and I'll be able to go on long trips like that. And eventually, hopefully, I'll be able to become beyond the comparisons and the drama and the projections. And I'll have enough that I'm fully separated from these ego games so that I can just drive around as this grace and create music, enjoying how beautiful all of this stuff is, and be able to go on these long trips now that I have the cabin tent and the tent stove, and I can find a place to park, take my e-bike with this on the back, take my cabin tent and everything into the woods, and go out there for a month. I liked going to dances and dressing up and going to parties and dancing with the girl in the middle of the room and making out with her while everybody watches. It was pretty cool because she was the baddest bitch there. True story. And now she has, I think, 3 kids, and she's a recovering heroin addict. But before, she was a model. And I think I saved the other ex. Even though she was taking care of me because I was a vegetable, I think that she would have lost a lot of herself, and she would have gone down the wrong road if she didn't have me. I think I anchored her through COVID. I think she would have run to a lot of different guys, and she wouldn't have been able to figure out why. She would have been ran through like a train station pursuing a bunch of different relationships at once. She would have let TikTok take over her mind, and she was around bad influences, and she would have done the wrong thing and would have steered her life in the wrong direction. But I was there as a rock. I did help her a lot, and she helped me a lot. I had this thing where even though I was a sex addict and she was one of the baddest bitches I've ever seen in my life, after she cheated on me, I couldn't be attracted to her. And now that everything's being more revealed, I'm realizing that I felt the spiritual sacrifice when I had a lot of love and connection with her. And then I felt when she had taken it and cheated, and I felt like I had lost it, like she had stolen it and reoriented it and gave it to somebody else, and that guy went psycho. And I had never recovered, and I grew to hate her because she didn't apologize and she never made a change. There was no fault on my own at that point. The worst thing I did was text my ex saying, hey, I do have a lot of love for you, but I'm with somebody else and I'm going to not talk to you anymore because it's for the best, because I cheated on you all the time and it's not healthy and you should go have a better life. And I'm now with this person, and she has more mental health issues than I do. But I want you to know it has nothing to do with you or your value or your beauty or whatever. It's a problem that I had at the time. And then she went through my phone and saw it. So then after that, she had a lot of anger for some reason, even though I was saying literally goodbye. I'm with somebody I'm happier with, basically, was how I framed the message. And I couldn't work it out with that other ex because I was so invested in this one. So it is what it is. But what I'm realizing is that I wasn't attracted to her because I could tell that she hadn't given up her phone. Like, I thought there was something wrong with me, or I had lost my masculinity or my power because I wasn't interested in sleeping with one of the baddest bitches I've ever seen. For a while, I was like, what if I'm gay? And I'm not. Now that I'm gotten over that, all I think about is girls, to be honest. But at the time, I was like, how come I don't enjoy being, like, she's hot as fuck. Why? And then I realized that the disrespect and the non-commitment and the lying to my face and everything made me see her as disgusting inside. I hated her, and I just couldn't give myself, I didn't like the idea of using her for sex. Like, it just felt like a constant humiliation ritual, even though I loved her a lot and she was like my best friend. There was stuff, she's a Gemini. Her other side was so fucked up that, like, if you call her now, she'll say that she did all these things because I did these sets of things. Those sets of things I did happened after all of the things that she did. She purposely switches the timeline to blame me. And all I ever wanted was acknowledgement, apology, and change, man. All she had to do was be like, yeah, I really fucked up there, but I really like you. And I made a mistake because I was young, and you had just gotten in the car accident, and you weren't great yourself. So basically what she would say is, you weren't as entertaining as you were before. You were just as attractive, you were still a 10, but you weren't entertaining and stimulating my intellectual desire as a Gemini, so I went to 7 different love stories to cope. Which is what happened. She had a diary. She had a diary physically that I read, and then she had a diary as the guy that knocked her up after me with the micro penis that said he'd been obsessed with me for years. That he said he would go to my apartment and he would stare at me through the window when I didn't know. And the things she wrote in her diary and the things she said to him were complete opposites. She was literally 2 different people in her diary and talking to her diary. And she would bring me to guys' houses and leave me in the car. She would bring me to see other guys and she would leave me in the car. And I was suffering. I was off my medications because I didn't want to be on them anymore. It was just antidepressants, but I wanted to feel sad for once because I had been running for a long time and I was like, I need to stop running. I need to just sit with myself because running is what got all of this. I got in the car, I drove my car into a pole, I run around the country, I was cheating on girls all the time with other girls, lining like 4 or 5 of them up in a day, which wasn't healthy at all. I was just constantly running, and then I killed myself because of it. Tried to kill myself, or did, and I'm in purgatory, I don't know. But I drove 90 miles an hour into a pole and the airbag didn't go off, and I slammed the steering wheel full on. I needed to just stop, so I was sad. And then because of that, I was having like breakdowns and in and out of psychosis probably, and trying to make it work, sleep paralysis every day, going through like demonic shit, and like I can't save you, no matter how hard I try. We're out of time, too many burnt pages of the stories we'd hide inside. And I don't blame you for taking off sometimes, but I can't leave with what's in those lion eyes. You were my whole way of life, the new world, Bonnie and Clyde, and ain't no one could stop us if they tried. But we knew this car is gonna die, and it'll putter out at the light, that the end of the road is barely getting by, and now we're just the tracks we left behind. I should bust out the guitar, man. I need a tuner. The tuner Heather got didn't work for some reason. No matter how hard I try, we're out of time. It's gonna be out of tune. And I gotta bite my nails. And I don't know where my capo is. I've lost me fucking capo again. If I was smart, I would have put it in here. Did I put it in here? Nope. Which means it's buried in the car. Under here somewhere. I'm not gonna find it like this. And I have to restring it at some point because I got cool strings. It might be in my stuff. All right. I'm gonna tune the guitar real quick and come back. The room's gone, man. And to get chat, I have to reset. Hold up. Gave me trauma, and the crows ate the rest, and I don't know how to be human again. So don't talk to me, 'cause I'm tired of pretending all good things should end. voices in my head get so beautiful you couldn't comprehend. And they tell me one day you'll see me somewhere way out there with the best, and you'll all come back and want to be my friend. But for now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. It's been hard to catch my breath, running from the knowing I won't see you again. But sometimes something way out there says to be grateful for the simple little moments we spend, and maybe it's better that you're a voice in my head. 'Cause all these voices in my head get so beautiful you couldn't comprehend. And they tell me one day you'll see me somewhere way out there with the best, and you'll all come back and wanna be my friend. But for now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. Picks you up and dusts you off in that old analog style. I guess that's how it's always been, or at least for a long while. Rock gut whiskey's gonna ease my mind. Beach town dress on the drying line. The sand from your hair is blowing in my eyes. Blame it on the beach, grown men don't cry. Do I remind you of your daddy in my 88 Ford? Labrador hanging out the passenger door. Do you remember that beat down basement couch? I'd sing you my love songs and you'd tell me about how your mama ran off in the pondering rain. I remember everything. Cold shoulder, closing time. You were begging me to stay until the sun rose. Strange words come on out of a grown man's mouth when his mind's broke. Pictures and passing time. You only smile like that when you're drinking. I wish I didn't, but I do remember every moment on the nights with you. I remember every moment on the nights with you. You're drinking every day just to ease your mind. When the hell are you gonna ease mine? You're like concrete feet in the summer heat that burns like hell and hits 2 stone deep. You remember, you always swore, but I'll remember you singing in that 88 Ford. Cold shoulder, closing time. You were begging me to stay until the sun rose. Strange words come on out of a grown man's mouth when his mind's broke. Pictures and passing time. You only smile like that when you're drinking. I wish I didn't, but I do remember every moment on the nights with you. Remember every moment on the nights with you. The sand from your hair is blown in my eyes. Blame it on the beach, grown men don't cry. Remember that beat down basement cab? I'd sing you my love songs and you'd tell me about how your mama ran off in the pondering rain. I remember everything. Cold shoulder, closing time. You were begging me to stay until the sun rose. Strange words come on out. A grown man's mouth when his mind's broke. Pictures and passing time, you only smile like that when you're drinking. Wish I didn't, but I do remember every moment of the nights with you. Thunder clouds and passing rain keep me trapped inside a cave, dreaming about when I'm on stage. Something clicks and I finally find my place. But I know one day soon the spotlights shining down on us all are gonna fall. Will they love me for all my flaws or judge me for all my faults? And maybe I would be someone if I didn't waste my whole life lying down, freaking out about the things I can't figure out. I climbed up that mountain and I found out we've got it all wrong. The view is cool, but they only play sad songs. And I sat down with the superstars and they told me they'd rather lose it all than be anyone who can do anything. Maybe it's a trap and being famous ain't all that, 'cause every step you climb is a sacrifice, and the farther you rise, further of you got left to die, until you sat atop your pile of trophies alone and begging God why. And he'll show you the mountains, he'll show you the trees, he'll take you by a riverside with the birds and the bees. He'll show you the kids and what they saw on their screens while their parents argued about Ponzi schemes. He'll show you you, and he'll show you me, and everything I did to help you see before I gave up on you. And it broke my heart too, but it set me free. So if you need to, I won't compete. I'll exit stage left and let you play the lead. You can be the king of make-believe. When you find it ain't all what it's cracked up to be, you won't find it, 'cause I'll be in Hawaii. Hawaii is an original, but before that was I Remember Everything by Zach Bryan, and then I Hear Voices was an original. So your heart to my sleep will stay quiet underneath shooting stars if it helps you sleep. Hold me tight, don't let me breathe. Feeling like you won't believe. There's a firefly loose tonight, better catch it for it burns this place down. And I lie if I don't feel so right, but the world looks better through your eyes. There's a firefly loose tonight, better catch it for it burns this place down. And I lie if I don't feel so right, but the world looks better through your eyes, through your eyes, through your eyes. Settle down, wait. Settle down with me, cover me up, cuddle me in, lie down with me, yeah, and hold me in your arms. And my heart's pressed to your chest, your lips pressed to my neck, and I'm falling for your eyes. They don't know me yet, and this feeling I'll forget. I'm in love now. Kiss me like you wanna be loved. If you wanna be loved, if you wanna be loved. This feels like falling in love, falling in love, falling in love. I think it's already out of tune. Settle down with me, yeah, and I'll be your safety, and you'll be my lady. I wasn't made to keep your body warm, but I'm as cold as the wind blows. So hold me in your arms, oh Lord. My heart's against your chest, your lips pressed to my neck. I'm falling for your eyes, they don't know me yet, and this feeling I'll forget. I'm in love now. Kiss me like you wanna be loved, like you wanna be loved, like you wanna be loved. This feels like falling in love, falling in love, falling in love. Thanks, man. If I can find my capo. which can't be far because I wouldn't separate it from the guitar. I don't think. I just don't know where it's at. If I was smart, it would be right here, right? But it's not because I'm dumb. And I thought, I'm not going to use my guitar, it's the winter, so I probably just stuffed my capo somewhere thinking, I'll get it when I clean. And then, now I need it. And I have two for this purpose, but I don't know where the other one is. Settle down with me, yeah, and I'll be your safety, and you'll be my lady. I wasn't made to keep your body warm, but I'm as cold as the wind blows. So hold me in your arms, oh Lord. My heart's against your chest, your lips pressed to my neck, and I'm falling for your eyes. They don't know me yet, and this feeling I'll forget. I'm in love now. Kiss me like you wanna be loved. If you wanna be loved, like you wanna be loved. This feels like falling in love, falling in love, falling in love. Settle down with me, yeah, and I'll be your safety. I was made to keep your body warm, but I'm as cold as the window, so hold me in your arms, oh Lord. My heart's against your chest, your lips pressed to my neck. I'm falling for your eyes, they don't know me yet. This feeling I'll forget. I don't know, yeah. I don't know, yeah. Probably buried deep. I won't find it for a week. Fuck me. I don't think things through. I don't think at all if I told the truth. Yeah, no capo. Eggnog, man down. I dropped my eggnog. I dropped my eggnog. We're gonna have to go over here to take a piss. We're gonna have to. Bucky, what the fuck are you doing? Get into position. Holy shit. You're all over the place. Thanks. I have heartburn, man. From all the vaping, destroyed my throat chakra, so that's why it's not great. I tried to activate my throat chakra like I used to, but I don't smoke the cigarettes, I vape. Which means that it's all fucked up in a bunch of different ways. Robot dogs, mosquitoes with vaccines, stubborn white pride in a big truck. Hold me here in the evergreens. Nuclear bombs ain't got nothing on me. All I love is eternity. Finally free. Standing outside and I'm taking a pee. Hoping that nobody had seen. Kissing a little inside of my jeans. But that's okay. And then I complain that they won't hire me because I probably smell like pee. But that's okay. Okay, now we get back out of my stuff. I'm going to drive around the church again so I can get back to the sleeping spot. And I need to rest because I have to leave before 10. And it's 3 hours, it's 9 o'clock. I have to leave before church starts. So I can't be here when the people show up, they said. But I can be here anytime else. But I have to make my stuff less visible behind that shed. Oh fuck, they saw me. The neighbors saw me taking a pee, but that's on them. They're probably gonna be here tomorrow and talk some shit. And then I need to go to sleep so I can continue rebuilding my life after they stole all of my energy and I feel empty inside with no heart or passion. Because stupid narcissists had to play a tug of war for my self-worth and self-esteem and drive me and berate me into nothing to fuel their addiction and then leverage it, giving the bare minimum to make it appear as though they were somebody they really weren't, in order to financially and socially gain. And that's been the case for 12 years, man. But I just get up every day and I find a way to make it. And I know that life ain't fair and you don't care, but I can't sleep unless I pray I freeze to death. The next time that railroad crossing drops, I'll hit the gas. For the first time, I'm not afraid. The second my spine cracks, I won't feel pain. And if they ask about the boy you drove away, say I caught a train. Mr. Barnes. I have to find a way to attach him to the passenger seat. He's a lot bigger than I thought he was going to be. The antler's really fucking shit up here. I could try to seal him in like this. I thought I was going to be able to hang him from the... Still probably could. No, I can't. He's going to be like this. People are going to think he's a dog. And then be like, what the fuck? Congratulations, guys. Can you share clips of your singing on your own channel? I don't care, man. It's cool. Somebody gave me this book, A Guide to the Ascension, channeled material by Jesus with Ashtar, Archangel Michael, and Saint Germain by Eric Klein. It is our wish that this information be made public to assist in the mighty transformation now taking place on Earth. Each ascending human will experience their own birth into the next dimension of consciousness against the backdrop of the powerful transition of the Earth itself. Lord Sananda, Jesus. The experience of ascension represents the culmination of human spiritual evolution. The crystal stair describes how this leap in consciousness will be made available to all humanity in our lifetimes. It introduces us to the spiritual hierarchy that has inspired and nurtured truth seekers in every age and offers vital insight to assist us through this critical period of transformation. Through these channeled messages, the Ascended Masters offer an awakening to the ultimate truth of our human destiny, challenging each of us to humbly receive the divine birthright of our own immortality. Now I'm going to flip to a random page. I flip to number 23. The sentence goes, "It is above all available, due to the love of the Father for his creation and for all of the innocent beings who are here, who have been here in this world, whose hearts are calling out for more love, truth, and light, who have been influenced by darkness and confusion. So my recommendations to you, if you are interested in this process, and this is sounding and feeling like truth to you, prepare yourselves, open your hearts and investigate this. Take this course. We will work with you on many levels. We will work with you intellectually and do our best to explain within the limitations of speech the information about the ascension. We will also work with you in your hearts, in your chakras, in your awakening, opening, balancing, in preparing you. If it is your desire to be among the first, we will do this. The current plan calls for, and I might say that is a brilliant plan, in my opinion, 3 waves of ascension. The goal, of course, as difficult as it may sound, is to have every human being on this planet experience the ascension in this lifetime. It is doubtful this will occur. We are going to do our best to harvest as many as we can who are ready. Therefore, we will have 3 waves of ascension. The first 2 waves being, for the most part, the returning of the star seeds to their true states, the reascending of you who are originally ascended beings who have come here. It is our hope that many of those light workers who will awaken and avail themselves of the opportunity to be lifted in the first or second waves of ascension. This first wave is imminent. It is our hope that it will occur very soon. The sooner the better, in my opinion. Those who ascend within the first wave will be given the opportunity to return to Earth as ascended masters, to walk among humanity, teaching and performing miracles, sharing this incredible message and assisting in the transformation of human beings. This is ultimately the purpose that you came here for. It is time for you to open to the possibility that you can complete your Earth missions and do this work from a higher perspective quite a bit more effectively than you have been, being as you have been enmeshed in third dimensional life and its limitations. That do be sounding like shit I be saying, but also like Bashar is full of shit. That's like Bashar's entire message right here, and it's from a fucking book, and he says it came from an alien. But to be fair, it's saying, like, if you look at about the author, it says that for 12 years he's been doing this conscious channeling of the master's work. But that could just be sitting on his ass in Section 8. I don't know the guy. And it's from California, of all places. He continues to live in Santa Cruz with his wife, who is also a channel. So his wife is like, I'm going to do it too. And she also does acupuncture. Together they have traveled extensively across the United States, channeling and teaching workshops in support of the personal and planetary ascension process. Channeled masters continue to include Sananda, Ashtar, Archangel Michael, Saint Germain, Kuan Yin, Kuthumi, El Moria, Mary, Serapis Bey, Hilarion, and others. Chat, do we believe them? Do we believe them? They're saying to go to 60. Something says go to 60. I think you will find there is much openness in the artistic community. They have the ability to channel certain lyrics or musical pieces or writings. This perhaps was inspired somewhat in this way. And then it's a quote saying, I'm having a problem balancing my meditation with my daily duties. Can you suggest how much we should be meditating? I would say that it is not necessary to create this chaos in your life by avoiding your responsibilities in order to meditate. I think that if you begin the process with sincerity and use quality rather than quantity at first, then you will automatically create the space wherein you will find yourself having more time to do so. If you utilize the time, he's saying you'll become more present to the moment, and then you'll start to guide your life decisions better, and you won't be feeling chaotic. You'll start off slow and then find a balance where you can actually fit your time in correctly, and then the Ascended Masters will come in and blah, 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 blah. I know what you're trying to say, man. Try to meditate at least twice a day. It is very good to take some retreat time if you can. I would recommend half a day a week for those who are accustomed to meditating. Half a day a week? Oh, that's fine. Half a day a week. I thought that meant half. Okay, that's like 6 hours a week. You sit by yourself.
That's fine. It will be quite an enhancement in your experience and in your consciousness of the presence of you guys and your own higher self manifesting. So it is relative. Begin with 15-minute intervals or half hour and work your way up. We will find a way to elevate you if your heart is sincere. Is there any protection technique you can authorize? Yes, call upon Archangel Michael. Ask him to surround you with his blue light. Blue aliens, you say? I've seen blue light. I've seen stuff that looks like an angel floating above me that's entirely blue. Swear to God. Swear to God, I was suffering outside the Planet Fitness in 2022 in the winter, and I was laying there and I couldn't, there was just too much energy going around, and I was trying to keep my imagination going and I couldn't because they were attacking me on all sides, and I swear to God I saw a blue angel come in and help me. So that, you know, I am scratching here because I wanted to say that the angel was somebody that I knew, like the energy of an artist I was trying to be like, but it was definitely blue angelic light. And he did use his sword to cut your psychic connections with human creations. I did see that. I did have that in my everyday experience 4 years ago, and he's saying that was Archangel Michael. So, somebody gave me this book, Learn the Language of Newborns Instead of Channeling. Yeah, the path to enlightenment is the way of spiritual childhood. Which is why they try to kill your inner child by forcing you to grow up, grow up, grow up. The whole point is that you don't grow up, you just grow. I'm reading The Crystal Stair, The Guide to the Ascension. Age of Pisces baloney. But hey, they said, I asked for fucking, they told me to go, something told me to go to 60, and then I had an actual experience from this, what they said here. So I had proof it was real from something else. It looked like just a spirit floating out there. It said, go to page 60. When we ascend, will there be a way of notifying family members of what happened, or do they just find out the best they can? Okay, I'm not going to... What I think, somebody's saying, when we ascend, will there be a way of notifying family members? So they're saying, when I transcend reality and I move on to the ethers, how will my family know? Can I let them know? And I had a dream after my brother died that I had to show him he was dead. And I went to this yellowish classroom, and his family was sitting at the kindergarten table playing with crayons and toys. And I was standing there, and I was conscious, and they weren't. They were acting like kindergartners, even though they're full-grown adults, and they were learning like kids stuff. And I was standing there, and then I looked over, and my dead little brother is standing there, and he was clearly him. It was how he would behave, for real. The way that he was standing there staring at me with the Sagittarius curiosity and the dark focus and competence. It was him. And I just looked over, I went up and hugged him, and I showed him his little card that I keep at my side that has his obituary on it. And he went, I'm dead? And then I woke up. And then I saw him physically manifest in front of me in the middle of the woods once. And it was just, I felt like a goodbye and a happiness. Like he had done, in between knowing he was dead and this moment, he had come to terms with it, and something happened where he had changed spiritually. I had seen it. He was now happier and not afraid. And he was just, it felt like a goodbye. And then I opened my phone and it said, your dead brother has a message for you. And it was saying that he chose to reincarnate and that he'll never know me for the rest of his life, and I'll never know him for the rest of my life. But it was just like acknowledging that he loved me and he was saying goodbye. And that I would experience him through others. And then I met a mutual friend that had moved to town and gotten a job at the place I wanted to get a job at. So when I went there, I ran into somebody who was a lot like him, and he had the same vision and the same sort of stubbornness and it my way or the highway and inability. He thought he knew everything and he was better because he hadn't been traumatized as much as I have. So he automatically thought that he was better than me because I didn't have the focus and arrogance that he did. And so everything that I tried to tell him didn't really go anywhere, but I was able to be a reverence experience and take him through his constant sort of me, you know, not like whatever. I take souls from one stage of their life to the next. So after me, he left and went to a ski mountain and got a girlfriend. And he wanted to go off and live on his own and travel like I did. And I was able to show him, this is what happens when you leave home and you have nothing and nobody for years. and you pursue a creative passion and it doesn't work out, is that you become broken and beaten down and unable to function, and you make good art, you're a talented musician, but at the expense of everything else. So if this is what you want, he was 18, I'm 26, I left home at 18 to chase my dreams. This is what I showed him what happened, and then he went to a ski mountain and got a job and got a girlfriend and a car, fixed his car up and everything. He did not go to the Florida Keys and go fishing by himself. He went and got a girlfriend and got a job at a cool mountain. And he was a Leo with a 4-letter name, just like Gary Eric Owen. This guy's name was Quan, Quon. So let's see what they say about when you die. There will be 2 ways that they can understand. Not everyone, mind you. First, there will be those who are close enough to you to know that you are following an ascension path, that you will perhaps someday disappear. Those who are very close to you and who are spiritually oriented and who will not consider you crazy can be told this. I would not communicate it with others who are not open, as you will receive somewhat of a negative response. That's true. They can't comprehend what they're not able to, and if they're not on an ascension journey, they won't recognize you as ascending. They'll recognize and learning and growing and going somewhere. They'll see you more as weird and different, and they will ostracize you. So those who are open to this and have been communicated with can be told that if you are to disappear at a certain time, not to be alarmed, because it will mean that you have ascended. Then there are ways to communicate with those other family members who are not so open. We have ways to communicate with them via messengers or messages. We can accommodate them if this is your wish. Of course, we cannot spend our time dramatically reaching out and touching everyone you have met in your lives and manifesting before them and telling them that you have ascended. This is quite a job. Not really, man. I can ask for shooting stars and get them on command. I talk to spirits all the time, so maybe what I'm doing, if it's hard for them, it must be very important that they communicate with me, or they just feel really bad about what happened to me. And perhaps they can be comforted so they will know you have not perished or been in any danger. We have ways of connecting with people in ways they are open to receiving. They meet you where you're at. Perhaps we can manifest a letter in their mailbox or have them visited by an angelic presence. And also their hearts will be telling them, and they will receive messages in their sleep. So their okay, I had the dream. Their subconscious will be prepared. And I saw that the angel be prepared for the information that is presented to them. I would say for you it is important to be prepared to simply leave the scene and detach yourself. I said fuck it and rose above the bucket, went out and took a fucking dump. Wait, I said fuck it and rose above the bucket, only come back to the suburbs just to take a dump. Why would I give a fuck about a broken bum giving me a mean mug when I know that I'm the chosen one? Perhaps it will be possible for you to return in person and greet them by materializing in their living room. Hey, that is what happened. He materialized in my living room. If you think they have a strong heart, you may perhaps do this. We have addressed the issue of your children previously. They're, of course, a top priority with us as they are with you. Hey, the thing I said happened is what the book says happens. He woke up and said, God told me they're going to kill me. And if I don't get away from you, they're going to kill you too. And then he died an hour later. And then they said they'll come to you in a dream. I saw him in a dream where I explained to him he died. And then they said they'll manifest in your living room. And he manifested in my living room. So, hey, there's some stuff to the book. In regard to members of our family who are not awakened or not even near to being so, what can we do to make them ignite just a little bit without seeming too far out? You can't. You just have to... You have to lead by example and not expect anything of them, and you can't have any sort of connection with them at all. You have to leave them behind, and you have to leave on your hero's journey and adventure. And as you go, it'll all come with you, and you will do more healing work after you've left them behind. And they can no longer get to you, and you no longer think about them. Once the relationship is severed, is the only way they can do healing, because people who are not awake will attach to the awake, obsessively try to harvest them for their information as a way of negating their own individuation by sneak siphoning you and harvesting your life force for a high that degrades both of you. And that's why crabs above the bucket is the metaphor it is, dragging you back down. Unconditional love. You need to speak to someone with this information You need not speak to someone with this information if they are not ready. Nevertheless, all hearts are open to receiving love. There is a way to love everyone and touch everyone's hearts in a way that they are open to receiving. It may not be anything related to what you would consider a spiritual practice. It could be a foot massage, but whatever you do in a loving way for another enhances their spiritual growth. And the number one service you can do for them is to experience your own ascension, lead by example, thereby shocking them into an awakened state. Okay. Your number one priority in service is to follow the ascension path. This is your choice. Go down the road. You will do more as ascended masters than you have done as third dimensional beings. You will be able to transmit much more love in ways that people can truly feel and be transformed by. This is your role at this time, and it is quite an honor that you have before you. In fact, even to hear about this information at this time is an honor, and as am I honored to bring this communication. Above all, be aware that these times are non-standard, not business as usual. These times are magnificent in their opportunities and possibilities. You have an opportunity that has been granted very few beings. This results of your accepting this challenge will be quite marvelous. You will receive a promotion in your involvement. There is a spiritual hierarchy. And the closer you get to the ultimate God, the presence of the one creator, the more opportunity. Man, a lot of tarot readers just be reading from this book. But they're not reading from the book. They're reading from the cards, and they're saying this exact thing. This is verbatim shit that I've heard exactly from tarot readers. Exactly the way that it's written. Like they were reading from a paper. And I know for a fact these fucking ex-addicts that do the tarot readings do not have the brain capacity to photographic memorize a random book from the 80s. But I swear to God, Shea Pila said this exact shit the other day. Literally, there is a spiritual hierarchy, and the closer you get to the ultimate God, the presence of the one creator, the more opportunities and the more your experiences will be, the more fringe benefits you will receive, the broader your choices of service, and you will have the opportunity to go beyond the realm from which you originally came. So if you were a seventh dimension angel, perhaps you will be able to attain a higher dimension, and that will be much closer to source. This is the ultimate longing for all the beings who are in manifested creation, regardless of whether they are angelic presences or clouds of spiritual consciousness or physical forms or ascended physical forms. We all have the longing to be closer to the throne. Do starseeds run in families, or is there one here and one there in a family? They come through together through separate families, and they bring them together, but there's an ancient bloodline from people that stem to higher ascended masters that stay present in your epigenetics, because thought all is mind. So as you learn and experience more and you evolve, it does enhance your epigenetics. So you have the potential to be of star seeds, but you're not necessarily star seeds. You might just be channels of that star seed that remained in your vessel through epigenetics. This person says, I would say that all variations are possible. There is a likelihood that those in your immediate family are starseeds also, though there is a possibility that some may not be. It is impossible for you to be able to tell completely, even by their behavior. As I've said, many of the starseeds who are here, the majority have fallen into a deep state of sleep, so the fact that they are not acting like starseeds does not mean they are not. It just means that they are a little deeper undercover. I would not be concerned about this. They will find their right places. So what happens to those who are not starseeds, who don't want to wake up and become ascended beings? There's no way to prove that. Nobody knows what happens when you die. Nobody. That's the trick about spirituality. Nobody, you ask them, they'll just bullshit you. Nobody knows. The only thing I can think of is that if these Freemasons and the Jews are doing rituals to take the consciousness out of a child's body and replace it with an ancient king, they must have some sort of proof that it's possible. For 2,000 years for these people to be doing it, they have to have seen some evidence. And I have seen a lot of videos of people like people in churches at high levels that do speak about having to constantly go at children that were infiltrated and possessed by demons at young ages. Many will experience what you refer to as death if they do not make the choice to be evacuated as of the last lifting. They will be transported in spirit to a place that is fitting their level of involvement. Those who make the choice to evacuate by the final evacuation, wherein all human beings will have the opportunity to leave. This is just before the cataclysmic events, such as we have described, will occur. Those who have enough love in their hearts to give themselves to the lifting process, but who are not yet ready to ascend, will be kept and served in third-dimensional craft. It will be transported to planets where they will feel more comfortable and can continue to work out their karmas. Those who are not open to the lifting process will most likely experience the death process at that time. Their souls will be evacuated without their bodies. We have no way to prove that this is real. It's bullshit. They're saying that What happens to the souls that don't transcend reality? Oh, they still die. And they're just making up. If you're alive, you'll go to another planet when the planet dies. Those who are here in the guise of human beings, but who are truly the Dark Lords and those other types of emanations, will be sent. Will be the central sun for will be dealt with summarily. Some will be returned to the central sun for restructuring. There are many beings upon this world who do not belong in this world and who have created chaos from the moment they set foot upon this planet, who have enslaved other beings, the more innocent mass of humanity, with their various powers and power plays and desires for domination. It is what I be saying. They're fallen angels. I do be saying the people act like that, and they're calling them fallen angels. I'm just calling them extensions of the will of a dark entity. It do be sounding like the same thing about what I'm seeing in the field. Pray I get a Class C RV, chat. But pray I get a Class C RV. I'm seeing it in spirit. Get me. I need a Class C RV. That way I can put omega-3s, multivitamins, and have my spiritual stuff on deck in the cupboard, and have access to a stovetop to cook and meal prep, and then have access to a pull-up and dip bar I can take outside to work out all day. And then I can sit and play guitar, and it would look cool on an album cover and a music video. And I could park it in places and travel across the country with an e-bike to get around, and then save up. Maybe I could do, if I could just get back into DoorDash, man, but they won't take me back. If I could get back into DoorDash, I could just get an e-bike and a Class C RV, pull the Class C RV up in DoorDash, have no expenses for gas, pocket all that money, save up every couple weeks, and then take off with another $2,000. But the devil knew that, so they took it from me. Through my ops, going crazy schizo. All are existing and all will be dealt with. There is a great deal of reordering that is taking place throughout the universe at this time. The reordering mechanism will have rearranged the earth, and the earth will be reordered in alignment with the will of the Father. So no being will be punished, but all beings will be taken to where they are more in company with those they are aligned with. I said, I've seen that. I've saw that. I've asked Spirit what's going to happen, and I've seen that it's going to be a bunch of forks in the road. And people go with where they're capable of ending up, and they can't go any further than that. Cast into darkness because they don't know how to shine yet. So no being will be punished, but all beings will be taken to where they are more in company with those they are aligned with. Ascended beings will be with ascended beings, and humans will be with other humans who have an innocence and openness to growth. They will not be subjected to these powers and dark presences. The powers and dark presences will be given opportunities to change their ways through tests like meeting Casey randomly in the woods, where Casey comes through your town and you have an opportunity to make a great change in relation to his everyday experience. And you will be tested by the reflection of your own behavior, because he will be tortured by your demonic presences, and you will care because you feel magnetically drawn to him. And I'll be like, fuck, and then I lose track of myself, and then I can only become them and have to work through their shit, and then they get mad at themselves. And then when I leave with all my dignity and my power again, and then they're left with the remnants of how they acted towards themselves. Ascended beings will be, they will not be, the powers and dark presences will be given. Those who do not will most likely be disintegrated and be restructured. It is possible for a soul to die. It is hard for me to understand that if there are 144,000 starseeds and you're trying to wake up 2,000, that so many have forgotten. I thought there were cellular remembrances. That's something I talk about, epigenetics ignition. That might trigger an understanding, and also in our dream state. I know we are working on this so they can be contacted that way. I'm just as amazed that we are in bad shape. I just think if starseeds agreed to this mission, then why can't this be more productive? How successful is a dream state awakening? That's pretty funny. So this is like he's like responding to comments like he's live streaming, but in book form. They said if there's 144,000 starseeds, and you only need to wake up 2,000 of them, why are they lazy? Why aren't they doing anything? Wouldn't there be so much more going on? And my initial answer is that they only awaken for specific moments because they're just nodes in a long-standing collective conscious awakening. They're only needed for certain equations. Like Queso is the best streamer on Twitch, but he only has like 15 to 20 of the past 4 years are his shining videos, and those videos that pop off and become popular are extremely enigmatic and catalytic for the collective change of his viewers. And you'll find that the biggest video on Queso's channel is a horror game that takes place about an hour away from me in Vermont. And during that, when he's going through the town that I was living in when I watched that, a deer passes by right to left. When he's talking about, the character's talking about turning a school bus into a tiny home, and then a deer goes right to left in front of the car in the game, and then the NPC looks at the character and goes, "That's the Native American said that was a sign from the universe." And Queso just looks away for a second and then keeps playing. And then they're like, "We're an hour from this place." And then I look up, am I an hour from that place? And I'm exactly an hour from that place. That took place right where in the game, that would have been right where I was. Where I got this buckhead. Let's clip that. Golly! I'm being told not to do this. And if I'm going to read from the Bible. I might have been why you probably need coffee. I know I keep chips on my shoulder like dip, so come get it off me. I'm trapped in the personalities of others, man. I don't know how to get out. I forgot why the car was running, and I remember now I'm charging my vape. And I won't back down. Everyone in my town and family and Brian's family thinks I'm crazy. You are crazy. You stand on every word of God, aka the Bible. Heather, you're a crazy person. It's okay. You went on Facebook and yelled at a business because their thing is the Red Devils. And honestly, fuck those people. Honestly, fuck those people. Calling themselves the Red Devils in 2024 or 5, whenever it happened. Fuck those people, man. Fuck the Elks Lodge and the fucking Lions Club and the Order of the Eastern Star and all this white bullshit. But we have to accept that we're crazy in order to move on. We can't deny it. I'm not schizophrenic, but I'm crazy. And I'm not crazy. I'm spiritually individuated in different ways without social conditioning. I'm not crazy. I'm isolated and I'm living differently, but I'm crazy. I will never be normal. But I became so good at outdoing it. I was like, I don't give a fuck about the game. I came to rip this bitch to shreds. Until you walk 10 steps in my Timbs, don't ever tell me I need meds. I hated social games so much. I sat there thinking about, why am I not like them? Why am I not like them? Why don't they treat me with respect? Why don't they do this to me? Why don't I get this behavior from people? And then I got basically a psychology degree in uncovering the truth about everybody's behavior. And then I switched it and flipped it on them and outperformed them at the highest level. Flipped the gravitational pull. Every time I walked into a room, the kids that were unconscious would go, like Harmony at Memorial Park on the 4th of July, literally jolted when we went, "You're beautiful, you're an angel." And I was like, I could see that I was an angel. And because I was so much energy, and I was just really happy to see everybody and so excited because I've been locked in a box for like 6 months, 12 hours a day, just locked in a box by myself. So I was so happy to just be walking around. And I went and talked to a ton of people, and I wasn't cool, but there was something definitely special about me. So I just overdid it. overachieved, and then and like they won't let me play in their reindeer games. I'm gonna build my own tribe, and I went out and found lonely people and sat next to them and hung out with them and invited them to hacky sack, and I got hacky sack going in the senior lounge where there was like 10 of us all day playing hacky sack for lunch, and then I got us all together and we went and got Chinese food, and then the office, instead of like reprimanding me and punishing me for skipping out when I was a junior and going out and getting lunch with people, they printed out a wanted poster of my thing and said no off campus, like an old Western wanted poster, and they hung it up right in front of the office so that if anybody saw me trying to leave, they knew I couldn't go off campus, and I still did. Girls went from literally, my friend Sam was 6 foot tall, black hair, blue eyes, big six pack, big muscles, played guitar, sang, chopped wood for breakfast, and fucking, he became special forces in the military. He would like climb up he had like a 3-story house, and he would just climb up the side of the house. And the family eventually was like, Casey's weird, and they wouldn't hang out with me, and then their fucking house burned down. After they ostracized me, their house burned down. After my landlord evicted me after telling her that I was pretty much molested when I had the brain injury, and I told her my neighbor's fucking torturing me and he's filing false police reports against me. Together, these 2 neighbors tried to molest me when it didn't work. Now they're trying to have me evicted. Help, please. I don't know if I'm ready to function. I'm barely functioning. Please help. And she just evicted me. And then fucking in the middle of winter, in February 28th, lightning struck the top of her building and burned down. Swear to God. And I went and had my first day of homelessness. I went and had a Taco Bell burrito and sat outside, and Nancy, who had known me my whole life pretty much, sat there staring at me angry and stomped into the building. And I was like, you watched me grow up, and I told you I was molested, and you took their side. Hell yeah, you're gonna get struck by lightning. Your building's gonna burn down, bitch. That sucks, I'm sorry. That sucks, I'm sorry. I know I keep chips on my shoulder like dips, so come get it off me. Come do 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 do. For a split second, I got back my higher consciousness, and it started freestyling for me for a second, which I haven't had in a long time. Where it went, my hometown is hopeless. My hometown is hopeless. I was in my magnum homeless, trying to write my magnum opus, hoping that nobody noticed that I'm cold outside alone. All the trauma that I went through turned my heart to an explosive. You can feel before I show up, leave me be before I blow. And I just hope my father's proud by the time he's in the ground, so the crowds don't hear me scream where I went wrong. 'Cause if I don't take my crown back and own these nothing towns, I will burn it all to make you feel the love, bitch. I'm a war machine. There's some songs I'm not ready to share. Like I have one that I've been sitting on for 3 years that I'm waiting until I can make it. What did I write recently? I'll sing it again. I know that life ain't fair and you don't care, but I can't sleep unless I pray I freeze to death. I just want it all to stop. The next time that railroad crossing drops, I'll hit the gas. For the first time, I'm not afraid. The second my spine cracks, I won't feel pain. And if they ask about the boy you drove away, say I caught a train. My heart, my soul, take my hand, girl. Grab a hold, we can go somewhere remote. Don't nobody have to know, only us, girl. Just us two. Let's escape, forget the world. Open up and lose control. Just let go and start to flow. There's another one. I wiggled out the wicked webs they wove. Lord knows how many miles that I drove from my soldiers in the cold New England snow. And we're used to being broke. Month-old roaches keeping heat from kitchen stoves just to find a way to raise above our woes. I took all their finds and folded them into a rose. I built a castle out of victories to keep out all the moments that I froze. So you'll never see me sat around singing So It Goes. What's a big house if you're never there? What's a good life if you're not aware? I used to try and fix your problems, now I couldn't really care. Last summer was great, I did it all. It's a shame that you ain't made it. There's a party at the lake if you can make it. You can pull up, find a way to break away from all your walls. No matter how big you get, it won't matter in the end. So just stay above depression, spend some time with all your friends. And when you're tired, want to jump back into bed, just enjoy the fall. The fall, the fall. Don't go out too far, they said. You haven't got the power. You'll never make it back. You've got too much to lose, they said. Told them they were wrong, and I disappeared into the black. If I stayed up the whole night fighting, trying to get control of my mind, I'd probably wake up and fly and find some way to live outside of time. But when the morning comes and the sun and the clouds roll by and the strangers arrive, I'd probably just end up a crazier guy. I can't stand to hide, but I can't spend all my days trying to change what's become society, one public place at a time. And the people I save steal and rub my energy in my face always. Maybe it's time I just focused on saving mine. And then before my little brother died, I wanted his voice to come from the heavens and say, making a hit is like riding a bike. Because he had like a higher pitch, he would make music like this, and that was his way of doing it. It was really cool the way he did it. But it was like up here all the time. So I want, making a hit is like riding a bike. But making a hit is like riding a bike. Even when cold and alone outside, when I'm in the music, it feels all right. I swear it reminds me of you sometimes. I think they want control of my life. Every time that I think that I'm great or I think of escape, somebody starts twitching and falls behind. But that's all right. I'm immune to mosquitoes, fleas, ticks, and lice. This kind of reminds me of times just after high school. Smoking weed for the very first, when we used to get high, smoking weed for the very first time. I'd talk to aliens, sit at the party and talk about codes I deciphered. Spiritual hierarchies, ancient gods, and the meanings of Hollywood signs. And you all thought that I wasn't right in the mind, and that you all thought that I wasn't right in the mind, and I don't deserve friends in my life. And now I just sit and laugh to myself, seeing your bio has your astrological signs. Sit at the lake, take a deep breath, turn off my phone, and head back to the woods with a raccoon at my side. I can't remember this one, but then it goes, too many times I've tried taking my life and I woke up alive. That's how I know I got God and I'm on the right side. I am somewhere far, far away. You won't know when I'm gone. That's the Irish goodbye. I had a dream last night. I was the last giant, and I had to survive off eating Siberian tigers and biting the heads off of Vikings. And as I lay down cold and alone and dying, closing my eyes for the very last time, the universe opened. The birds surrounded me. The angels came down and taught me to rise. I feel like I'm still somewhere out there, one of those weird dots we see in the sky. And you and I were like the stars in the night. Chicken burritos, sauteed in pineapple, garlic, chili pepper, cumin, and thyme. Fire and ice, or a lonely night and fireflies. But You chose to be with inferior guys, and I live outside. I could never be like these interior guys. I can't wait for the day that they wake up and realize they were trying to emulate me the whole time. I am somewhere far, far away. You'll all smile and laugh when I'm gone. That's Irish goodbye. It's not improvised, but I barely remember it because I wrote it 4 years ago. It's called Fireflies. I missed a lot in there. There was a big chunk that I can't remember. But I got the premise. But you chose to be with inferior guys, and I live outside. I could never be like these interior guys. I can't wait for the day they wake up and realize they were trying to emulate me the whole time. I am somewhere far, far away. You'll all smile and laugh when I'm gone. That's the Irish goodbye. Don't go out too far, they said. You haven't got the power. You'll never make it back. You've got too much to lose, they said. Told them they were wrong, and I disappeared into the black. Which is a verse from somebody else that I sampled and put. It's like somebody had sent me a chorus I didn't know what to do with, so I put that at the start and end, and then it's like a drill beat, but just with drums and a guitar and a vocal sample. No like deep wah 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 bass. It's just a bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. And I can't find my capo, so I can't really do anything. Bucky, no! Don't fall, Bucky. This is gonna, until I get Bucky in place, this is gonna be a hassle every time. I don't think I can do it without the capo, because it's the 6th fret. It's already out of tune. It's already out of tune. Yeah. It's already out of tune. Graves around the house I built that I won't. 6th fret, right? Yeah, it's out of tune. It's not gonna work without the capo. And I know you're all dead. And I know you're all dead, dead and gone. Your stories got old and the world moved on. I'll keep you alive inside my songs. About times before it all went wrong. I lost the ones I loved the most to broken dreams on a lonely road. I saw my hometown overdose and I just kept on going. I promised I would save you all. I promise I'm still holding on. One day I will right my wrongs, and when it's all said and done, we can have a long talk with God. Unmarked graves around the house I built that I won't see until the world stands still. If I don't die on the battlefield, I'll die from survivor's guilt. I got a tattoo of a raccoon, ain't that cool? It reminds me of times before you broke my heart and went back to school. Shut me out, I guess I'm not cool. Now those demons torture you. I think God got a sense of humor. You locked me out and you left me cold. Thought you were hot shit, now you're getting old. Soon you'll be 6 feet below. I think God got a sense of humor. And I know you're all dead and gone. Your stories got old and the world moved on. I'll keep you alive inside my songs about times before it all went wrong. I lost the ones I loved the most to broken dreams on a lonely road. I saw my hometown overdose and I just kept on going. I promised I would save you all. I promise I'm still holding on. One day I will write these songs, and when it's all said and done, we can have a long talk with God. Unmarked graves around the house I built that I won't see until the world stands still. If I don't die on the battlefield, I'll die from survivor's guilt. You were my wildflower, roaming free. I had to leave and let you grow without me. You'll be with the rivers and the trees, butterflies with golden wings. And I'll be chasing freedom down boulevards of broken dreams. One day I'll be bigger than you think. And I'll come back and run my hands along you. Every summer evening roaming through. I'm going to restart that. Cowboys don't like beds. I got a whole lot of nothing ahead. So when the morning comes, I'll carve a heart on that old headboard, leave your weary head to rest. You can run your hand along when you feel stressed. And remember how I had a handle on you, with the morning dew and every passing scent of cigarettes. You were my wildflower, roaming free. I had to leave and let you grow without me. You'll be with the rivers and the trees, butterflies with golden wings. Then I'll be chasing freedom down boulevards of broken dreams. One day I'll be bigger than you think. And I'll come back and run my hands along you. Every summer evening roaming through. I'm a nomad looking for a war to win. And you're my greener pastures, my happily ever after. I'll hold seconds before disaster. You were my night sky. When I look up asking God why you ain't here when the sun comes up, I still have to get on up and hunt for another love. And we'll play around until we pass out, with you and the truth between us. You were my wildflower, roaming free. I had to leave and let you grow without me. You'll be with the rivers and the trees, butterflies with golden wings. And I'll be chasing freedom down boulevards of broken dreams. One day I'll be bigger than you think. And I'll come back and run my hands along you. Every summer evening roaming through. You were my wildflower. I had to leave and let you grow. Now we can't get a handle on you, you're out of control. And the world will have to deal, these green mountains' fate is sealed. 'Cause now your color's everywhere, you cover every field. And I'll pass out in fields of you, lay my head down on your roots. Run my hand along your grooves, every summer evening roaming through. Well, I hear voices in my head. Well, I hear voices in my head. It gets worse when I get out of bed. And I just can't find no one who can look at me with respect. So don't talk to me, 'cause I'm tired of pretending all good things should end. 'Cause I make choices that lead to dead end, led by a broken mind, afraid of itself. And I just can't find no one who can look at me with respect. 'Cause the cops gave me trauma, the crows ate the rest. I don't know how to be human again, so don't talk to me, 'cause I'm tired of pretending all good things should end. Well, all these voices in my head
get so beautiful you couldn't comprehend. And they tell me one day you'll see me somewhere way out there with the best. And you'll all come back and want to be my friend. But for now I'm a monster that haunts at 3 a.m. It's been hard to catch my breath, running from knowing I won't see you again. But sometimes something way out there says to be grateful for the simple little moments we spend. Maybe it's better that you're a voice in my head. It's something with the strings. I gotta replace the strings because they're not working well with the guitar. They go out of tune all the time. It's a pain in the ass to tune them. The other one was fine. My hand's not big enough for that. You can hear it's out of tune. Drum's gotta get you tonight. Watch out, better not sleep. Made it a little bit better. Trapped inside a cave, dreaming about when I'm on stage. Something clicks, I finally find my place. It's out of tune. But I know one day soon the spotlight's shining down on us all are gonna fall. Will they love me for all my flaws, or judge me for all my faults? And maybe I would be someone if I didn't waste my whole life lying down freaking out about the things I can't figure out. I climbed up that mountain and I found out we got it all wrong. The view is cool, but they only play sad songs. And I sat down with the superstars and they told me they'd rather lose it all and be anyone who can do anything. Maybe it's a trap, and being famous ain't all that. 'Cause every step you climb is a sacrifice. The farther you rise, the further of you got left to die. Until you're sat atop your pile of trophies alone and begging God why. And he'll show you the mountains, he'll show you the trees, he'll take you by a riverside with the birds and the bees, he'll show you the kids and what they saw on their screens while their parents argued about Ponzi schemes. He'll show you you, and he'll show you me, and everything I did to help you see before I gave up on you. And it broke my heart too, but it set me free. So if you need to, I won't compete. I'll exit stage left and let you play the lead. You can be the king of make-believe when you find it ain't all what it's cracked up to be. You won't find me, 'cause I'll be in Hawaii. It's better when I'm outside. Thunder clouds and passing rain keep me trapped inside a cave, dreaming about when I'm on stage. Something clicks and I finally find my place. But I know one day soon the spotlights shining down on us all are gonna fall. Will they love me for all my flaws or judge me for all my faults? And maybe I would be someone if I didn't waste my whole life lying down, freaking out about the things I can't figure out. Well, I climbed up that mountain and I found out we've got it all wrong. The view is cool, but they only play sad songs. And I sat down with the superstars and they told me they'd rather lose it all and be anyone who can do anything. Maybe it's a trap, and being famous ain't all that. 'Cause every step you climb is a sacrifice, and the farther you rise, the further of you got left to die. Until you're sat atop your pile of trophies, alone, and begging God why. And he'll show you the mountains, he'll show you the trees, he'll take you by a riverside with the birds and the bees, he'll show you the kids and what they saw on their screens while their parents argue about Ponzi schemes. He'll show you you, and it'll show you me and everything I did to help you see before I gave up on you. And it broke my heart too, but it set me free. So if you need to, I won't compete. I'll exit stage left and let you play the lead. You can be the king of make-believe. And when you find it ain't all what it's cracked up to be, you won't find me, 'cause I'll be in Hawaii. I know that life ain't fair and you don't care, but I can't sleep unless I pray I freeze to death. And I just want it all to stop. The next time that railroad crossing drops, I'll hit the gas. For the first time, I'm not afraid. The second my spine cracks, I won't feel pain. And if they ask about the boy you drove away, say I caught a train. Well, the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows all want the same thing, to rip and tear at your soul. Before the morning comes, something else can come and try and grab a hold and take control, and now they own you. Oh. When I was just a boy, they all told me I was blessed, and something about me means I'm meant for success. Now they all talk shit behind my back, put a target, told the town I'm hooked on crack and that I'm messed up in the head. I need meds 'cause I don't want to work a stupid fucking job and pretend I have a boss. Well, I grew up poor in a ski resort town where we all make money by eliminating frowns. And I think it's kind of funny how these whites are so proud, but when the rich men come around, they all keep their head down and submit just like a dog. But when I can't get to sleep, I think of old folks' homes where those spiteful little bullies cry until they die alone. It's the world they built by beating others only did them wrong, 'cause no one taught them how to love. And I hope that they see me on my Indian scout when I take their little girls on a ride around town, and they have to bitch to God 'cause the nerds don't care to hear them cry about it. And when they're on their deathbed, I hope that they see my face when whatever tortures me shows them all the love I gave, trying to help them sing and clap along to my broken-hearted songs. Hey, hey, hey. And before they meet their grave, good Lord takes them away. I hope the final breath they take is followed by a list of names, and somewhere along the way I get an I'm sorry or an island from their estate. And the cops and the cunts and the creeps and the crows will have another friend to follow everywhere I go. And I'm so grateful for him, 'cause without him I wouldn't have ever known the value that I hold. What the hell? There's a price drop on a piece of land. No one ever said I wasn't crazy, man. I see what they mean now about scarcity and abundance, lack mindsets, and
existential crisis about survival mode, keeping you insane. So you can't free up your mental bandwidth to think about normal everyday human things like emotion and relationships. You have to let go of the outcome. Like you can't stress out about what's going to happen, or you'll be trapped and you won't be able to enjoy your life. Like I'm realizing how crazy I've actually become. And it all stems from, and I mean, famous people say the trick is to actually be completely delusional and psychotic. That's the only way you're going to make it. But I'm not sure I like who I am when I'm like that. A lot of people like me when I'm like that, but I don't think I'm real or I don't think that's really who I am. I think who I am comes from when I let go of all that and I'm just here to enjoy it. Just grateful. I'm a lot more quiet. I make probably less jokes, but my empathy and understanding of people is better. Or at least when I let the weight come off my shoulders, it is a much better experience. I think that's the lion sleeps tonight, right? I wish I had my capo so I could do. And I don't want to talk about anything. I don't want to talk about anything. I just want to kiss your eyes again. Want to witness your eyes looking. And I don't want to talk about anyone. I don't want to talk about anyone. I want to sleep in your car while you're driving. Lay in your lap when I'm crying. Circle of pine and red oak. Circle of moss and fire smoke. Fan on the ceiling like a wheel spoke. Push the clutch in and pull the choke. Wanna listen to the sound of your blinking. Wanna listen to your hands soothe. Listen to your heart beating. Listen to the way you move. And I don't wanna talk about anything. I don't wanna talk about anything. I wanna kiss your eyes again. I wanna witness your eyes looking. And I don't wanna talk about anyone. I don't wanna talk about anyone. I wanna sleep in your car while you're driving. I wanna lay in your lap when I'm crying. Weren't we the stars in heaven? Weren't we the salt in the sea? Dragging in the new warm mountain. Didn't you believe in me? You held me the whole way through. When I couldn't say the words like you, I was scared into going, but I wanted to. I was scared into going, but I wanted to. And I don't want to talk about anything. I don't want to talk about anything. I want to kiss your eyes again. I want to witness your eyes looking. And I don't want to talk about anyone. I don't want to talk about anyone. I want to sleep in your car while you're driving. Lay in your lap when I'm crying. Lie with me, so your heart will stay quiet underneath shooting stars if it helps you sleep. Hold me tight, don't let me breathe, feeling like you won't believe. There's a firefly loose tonight, better catch it for it burns this place down. And I'll lie if I don't feel so right, but the world looks better through your eyes. There's a firefly loose tonight, better catch it for it burns this place down. And I'll lie if I don't feel so right, but the world looks better through your eyes. Teach my skin those new tricks. Warm me up with your lips, heart to heart, melt me down. It's too cold in this town. Hold me tight, don't let me breathe, feeling like you won't believe. There's a firefly loose tonight, better catch it for it burns this place down. And I'll lie if I don't feel so right, but the world looks better through your eyes. There's a firefly loose tonight, better catch it for it burns this place down. And I'll lie if I don't feel so right, but the world looks better through your eyes, through your eyes, through your eyes. She's in the class 18, stuck in her daydream. Been this way since 18, but lately her face seems slowly sinking, wasting, crumbling like pastries. They scream. The worst things in life come free to us, 'cause we're all under the upper hand. Go mad for a couple grams. We don't wanna go outside tonight. And in a pipe we'll fly to the motherland, sell love to another man. It's too cold outside for angels to fly. Red gloves, raincoat, try to swim, stay afloat, dried house, wet clothes. Loose change, banknotes, weary eyes and dry throat. Call girl, no phone. And they say she's in the class 18, stuck in her daydreams. Been this way since 18, but lately her face seems slowly sinking, wasting, crumbling like pastries. They scream. The worst things in life come free to us. We're all under the upper hand. Go mad for a couple grams. We don't wanna go outside tonight. And in a pipe she flies to the motherland and sells love to another man. It's too cold outside for angels to fly. My load, got a world of trouble on my mind. I'm looking for a lover who won't blow my cover. She's so hard to find.
Take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels drive you crazy. Lighten up while you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just find a place to make your stand and take it easy. Well, I'm a standing on the corner in Winslow, Arizona, such a fine sight to see. It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down to take a look at me. Come on, baby, don't say maybe. I gotta know if your sweet love is gonna save me. We may lose or we may win, but we will never be here again. So open up by climbing in and take it easy. My fingers are too big for this little guitar. I'm almost out of gas, man, I can't get far, but I'll be damned if I give up trying. I don't know what to do since I lost you, but if I quit, I know that it's all through and I'll just die another loser. Lost somewhere stuck on a computer, so I get up every day and try to find my way back to the light. They tell me that I'm out of time, that I'm bound to die alone. Where I live at, the service sucks and people around here don't give a fuck. They left me there alone and stuck, freezing in the cold. I'll be 80 when they finally decide to hire me. Let me rebuild my life. By that time, I'd rather die. I don't want to spend my days in unfamiliar places, dreaming about a better way. If only I could see it. Buy her fine wine in Brooklyn. If I'm so selfish, why you looking at all my shows and all my bookings at the local jail? But all my habits ain't genetic, they're self-forming. Don't you sweat it. I'll do my very best to lose all my potential. I got miles, 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 miles. Yeah, I've got miles. I've got miles. These yellow lines go on forever. The highway's just the moon, but better. You should treat your baby better. Always keep it company. Buy her fine wine in Brooklyn. For all her fine wine and something. For all her stuck-up friends in Brooklyn. She says she wants kind and patient. Tells me kindly that I ain't it. then buys another round for all her stuck-up friends in Brooklyn. If I'm so selfish, why you looking at all my shows and all my bookings at all the local jails? I got miles, 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 miles. Yeah, I've got miles. I've got miles, I've got miles, I've got miles until I'm finally home. Well, all my habits ain't genetic, they're self-forming, don't you sweat it. Do my very best to quit it. End up in the lobby. Best Western is where I call home. Side table and telephone, the Holy Bible sits alone, but always keeps me company. Steal it when the morning comes. Spend my whole life running from all the things I could become. They call it potential. I've got miles, 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 miles until I'm finally home. Yeah, I've got miles, 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 miles. Yeah, I've got miles. These yellow lines go on forever. The highway's just the moon, but better. I drive until I forget. That's Zach Bryan. And my songs are like, I'm still here, living in my memories, pretending I did everything right. You and I, against these city streets, driving till our hearts match the lights. Don't you ever forget about me. All day all I see is you, hiding from unspoken rules, fighting for some broken purpose. I'll never be good enough, but I'm dying to be. I've been talking to a 45, and I think it agrees with me. It ain't my fault they kicked me my whole life and left me out dysfunctioning. And I wish you would call me back so I can hear you hide the truth. We got something wrong inside, and that's why I'm in love with you. I can't save you, no matter how hard I try. We're out of time. Too many burnt pages of the stories we'd hide inside. And I can't change you, no matter how far we drive. We can't leave behind the troubles we're trapped inside. You were my whole way of life, the new world, Bonnie and Clyde. And ain't no one could stop us if they tried. I protect my cabin with railroad spikes so I can try to find some sleep. But something out there keeps on trying, and it's gonna get me one of these nights. So send me off my broken boat, captain of a hopeless dream. Match my rhythm and hold me one last time. Leave that launch and pray the sea's good to me. 'Cause I've been talking to the stars at night, and I think they agree with me. It ain't my fault you ain't did me right. I dodged that bullet, but it left a hole or two. I can't save you, no matter how hard I try. We're out of time. Too many burnt pages of the stories we'd hide inside. And I don't blame you for taking off sometimes, but I can't leave with what's in those lion eyes. You were my whole way of life, the new world, Bonnie and Clyde. And ain't no one could stop us if they tried.
But we knew this car's gonna die, and it'll all stop at the lights. That the end of the road is barely getting by. Now we're just the tracks we left behind. They call it potential. Buy some fine wine in Brooklyn. If I'm so stuck up, why you looking at all my shows and all my bookings? At the local jail, I got miles, 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 until I'm finally home. These yellow lines go on. It's a better song. I'm not gonna lie. I really like that song. I think I'm gonna go to bed. Good night. 5-hour stream, guys.